We catch up. I okay. Okay, wird so sein. Till Monday. So we should have time somewhere in between. So my really packed time is over now. Now the 2 days conference, and then I'm sort of more free floating. At now.
Event, we put out each speaker's live stream, and if it's less than 9 minutes, people see the whole thing instead of skipping. So it's good for the speaker and for the audience if the time is restricted to 9 minutes. That's the way we run our summit. This year, we have some really interesting speakers and interesting startups in the mix. On day one, we have the MD of Bosch, Dattatreya Salugame, who will give the keynote speech, which is around 11 o'clock. Then we have Prashant from Axel Partners, with whom I will do a fireside chat about investment outlook in the coming years and how the landscape looks. Day two, we have some other interesting things which I will cover later this evening. Our idea here with this summit is to connect people who make a difference. So our event is not a ticketed event. We don't want to sell tickets. It's not the idea. Our idea is to have an invite-only event where people network, connect, and help each other. Outside this event, you will find some interesting booths. One from Namayatri, which is a world's, I would say, first open protocol-based, open data-based mobility service. So you will see their open dashboard there. We have Port. Port is doing something very amazing, helping you connect with people without changing your phone number or email. So you can connect with each other without sharing personal data. So that's a very, very interesting cutting edge technology coming out of India. They are also there. You can download the Port app and connect with the speakers. We will send a message to all the speakers to have the Port app, so that's easy for you as audience to also connect and link up with the speakers. Some of you at the back, you can come front. There is no VIP. Everybody is a VIP, so you can come and sit whichever seat is free. Then we have also some other stalls from Straits Research. They are doing some interesting research, especially for startups that are looking for market entry and market expansion. So those are some of the startups. So please spend your time during the break also to meet them if the queue in the coffee counter is long. I have told them to add one more coffee counter, so I think that will be down the line. So with these housekeeping things set up, I just want to welcome all of you once again formally to the 8th edition of the India Advantage Summit. Thank you all for being here and thank you for being on time. I would now like to invite and welcome Professor Jürgen Lehmann, President of Hoof University. Let's give a big round of applause. Professor Lehmann is on our advisory board. He has been an early supporter of our summit. In fact, when I met him in 2016, because 17 we started our first edition, he was the first one to say, this is a great idea, you should go ahead. So he has been my early supporter, advisor, and he's also chairman of the Bavarian Indian Center for Business and University Cooperation, which means it's the association of around 19 universities coming together in Bavaria, and he's the president and chairman for that association as well. So he represents the voice of the academia, he represents the voice of his university, and also as a lover of India who has been coming many years to India. So over to you, Professor Lehmann, to give us the opening keynote for TIA Summit 2024. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. Honorable guests, dear Joes, it's a great honor for me to be here again and again and again. That means I know India a tiny bit for 40 years now. And coming to India again as a president for 20 years, I had a lot of insights of the development of this wonderful country, and I think it's a great day again to have this India International Summit. Why? We have two core challenges in this world. One is the climate. The other one is artificial intelligence. And you will find any topics today about these core challenges. I mean challenges, not only risk or something like that. What we have to do and what you can do in such a web of partnerships. Well, I think the first place for the climate change, it's important to find new products, any kind of manufacturing. And especially here in India, and India could be a hub for such a development. We have such a lot of young people. That's a treasure of this country. But not only a treasure, it could be a tiny risk as well, and if you don't find enough jobs for them. But when I go around and I see all these young people here in India, the startups here, I'm really happy what's going on. I mentioned it some minutes before. In my country, if I ask for a startup, I'm going to find 5 people. Here in India, you have 5,000, for example. And that's a chance for you in India, or you call it Bharat maybe, and I hope that will help us together in a network to develop these new products, these new ideas. And your Prime Minister mentioned very often, India will be number 1 in 2050. I'm convinced he's right. Because comparing India with a lot of countries in this world, I think that's right. Depending on the huge, I would say, commitment in your country, and I hope that will work. And I also hope we could be partner of this developing India. Artificial intelligence is very important as well. It's a chance. It's a little risk as well. At my university, it's very important to say all the offers we have should be implement artificial intelligence to see what we can do in the future to make the climate change handling. And I hope that this summit today will give you some ideas, some chances to discuss with each other and you come again next year, the next decade, and then when I have the chance to discuss with you again, I hope you can say that was the next more important and most important step for the future. So enjoy the day today and tomorrow and have a good time here in Bangalore or somewhere in the world. Thanks for you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. AI is something that one cannot neglect and has to factor in every aspect of development as we go forward. India's population is a great asset. At the same time, it could be a risk if skilling is not taken care of. Over these 2 days, we have multiple speakers who will cover parts of this, and that's how we build together an India that will create a sustainable world and a sustainable India. With that, I can see my watch, we are exactly at 9:15 when we are supposed to start the first track. I'm delighted to welcome my good friend Chandra, how we call him, but Chandrakant, who is the chairman of Pyri Group. Pyri Group is a large group that is involved in manufacturing, in software, training, and leadership, mentoring, many other things. So Chandra also used to be the chairman of the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce in Karnataka some years back, and he continues to lead many interesting initiatives from that perspective as well. We are delighted that he will lead the panel and set the context, and at the end also have a few Q&A with the panelists of the first panel. The first panel is called Agri-Tech, Prop-Tech and Space Tech. So we'll have this diverse aspects coming together basically to create a sustainable future. So without much ado, over to Chandrakant BN from Pyri Group. Let's give a big round of applause.
Morning to everybody. Well, Jose is always kind, and I'm always amazed at how he puts together this event year on year. This is my 4th year, and I've been, every year it seems to get better and better, and I'm always fascinated to come here. I personally learned a lot over the years coming to this event, and it has been life-changing for me, to be honest. The whole concept of climate change and sustainability was alien to me until I came here 4 years ago and heard many speakers here. I always talk about Jan being one of them. And why is TIA, the India Advantage Summit, important? If you think about it, India as a country, developing country, we have big growth plans. We aim to be 30 trillion by the year 2030. And we have to lift many of our people above poverty line, and that's something that we are consistently moving towards. And what does growth do? Growth always puts a burden on the planet. It puts a burden on our ecosystem, our nature. India also plans to be net zero by 2070. Now, how do we balance both? It's easy for developed countries to talk about climate change and sustainability, but while we are growing fast, we also need to take care of our planet. Now, how do we do that? How do we keep that balance? One of the ways is really our ability, our entrepreneurs, our ability of our enterprise to rise to this occasion and come up with innovative plans and innovative technology to manage this situation. The India Advantage Summit over the years has brought together some fantastic entrepreneurs, some real change makers, some real innovators, and this forum has been a phenomenal place for people to meet and network and talk about how enterprise and entrepreneurship can support sustainability and growth. So I really thank Jose for putting this together, and kudos to him, and a round of applause. My topic, or the panel that I'm going to be hosting, It's called, I like the title this time, Jose. It says, From Fields to Space to Cities. So Jose mentioned it's prop tech, space tech, etc., but the title From Fields to Space to Cities. So let me start with cities in the reverse order. If you think about it, our own city, Bangalore, 50 years ago, we were at about 2 million. 20 years ago, we were at about 6.5 million. Just in the 20 years, we have more than doubled. What has it done to our city? I mean, those of us who grew up in the city remember the lush green trees and the green carpets flying into the city. But today, do you see green anywhere? It's all concrete. Now, how do we, as citizens of this city, manage a growth of this city which is going to continue to grow? Forget Bangalore, any city in India. One of the other things is, despite being 2% of the global landmass, cities produce about 80%, or actually consume 80% of energy and produce 60% of greenhouse gas emissions. So therefore, we have to have innovative technology moving towards making cities smarter, and technology should be helping us bring green back and bring water bodies back. I've had the fortune of being close to a space scientist who ended up becoming the ISRO chairman, and traveled a lot with him. So therefore, when it comes to space technology, it sort of encompasses both cities and fields. So one of the stories he always said, and oftentimes I've heard people criticize the amount that is being spent on our space program, but traveling with him, there's one story he always said which sticks in my head. They were fishermen. When they went out to the sea to fish, they would have to go around and look for fish, and their boats and trawlers would be going around and spending so much of fossil fuel. But because of space technology, now they have the ability to go where the fish are. The space imagery, it gives them the data on their phone in their local language. So they go directly to where the fish are, they finish, and they come back. So there's so much of fossil fuel which is saved just because of that. Not only in agriculture, in terms of crop yield assessment and crop rotation patterns, space technology has been doing phenomenal work, helping farmers find where water bodies are and where the crop yield is the best. Similarly, in terms of cities, city planning, in terms of layout planning, alignment of roads, space technology is playing a huge role. So therefore, I think this is going to be, although this is the first panel, it's going to be one of the most interesting ones in terms of what to look for. And therefore, I'm really, as much as probably you are, I'm looking forward to listening to all the panelists and all the speakers on this panel. And without further ado, and I don't want to take time away from them, they are the experts. So let me start by the first speaker for today, which is Kevin Kleber. And Kevin is from SUIND. He's a CTO at SUIND, and he's a robotics engineer specializing in AI, drones, computer vision, planning and control. His passion is to use technology to help farmers worldwide increase their yields, reduce environmental impact, and address the issue of crop loss. His startup, SUIND, builds a comprehensive crop healthcare system. Over to you, Kevin. All the best.
Today, nearly 5 billion hectares of land, which is more than a third of the total land area we have on this planet, is used for agriculture. So you can imagine the impact this industry has on our current global crises and global warming, but also in matters of sustainability, biodiversity, etc. And one big problem in agriculture right now is that across the globe, in most areas of the world, agriculture is not really penetrated by technology. Compared to other industries, there's really a lack of technology in agriculture. Most of the bright minds of our generation, they don't work in agriculture, they go into more lucrative industries. And we wanted to give back to one of these really important fundamental industries that we have on this planet. And to do so, we are focusing on one of the key losses in agriculture, which is the pre-harvest stage. So in agriculture, there's a lot of losses. Pests of diseases ravage the fields. There's a general lack of data in agriculture. But then even after harvest, we have poor storage infrastructure, inefficiency in the transportation and the handling, and all of this leads to massive losses in the agricultural sector. And today, around 40% of the yield from the fields are basically lost or not achieved properly. And this is mainly because agriculture is done really reactively and not preemptively. So especially half of the agriculture today is done on small-scale farms. Especially in India, we have all those scattered plots across the land, but not just in India, but even in developed countries like Switzerland or Europe, a lot of farming is done on a small scale. So these farms don't have access to the massive machinery, as for example the giga farms in the States. In order to tackle this, we really need to give better technology to small-scale farmers, but also make their farming practices more data-driven. Because right now, since it's so reactive, a farmer, they see a problem that is basically already too late to solve. They go to a local shop, get some chemicals that might or might not work, and then find labor to distribute these chemicals. This all is really slow and inefficient, and we lose a lot of the potential that a single plot of land could achieve. At Swynd, we really want to tackle these two problems. And for this, we have developed our own customized AI-powered spraying drones, data analysis drones, to give farmers the potential to serve their farms better. And as agriculture is such a massive industry and so much land area on the planet is used for agriculture, any solution that we put out there, it really has to be scalable. And drones or other technology have been used in agriculture already. Also in India, there's this massive drone scheme. But the problem is current solutions, they're not scalable. They're not really autonomous, they only have bare autonomy, which makes it difficult to use, still a lot of manual labor to operate this machinery, and we wanted to change this. For this, we really developed our own AI-powered drones that are insanely easy to operate. And by making them so easy to operate, it's really easy to train people to use them. You can use them on any crop, not just very specific ones, and this makes them very efficient. So with this, we want to help farmers to, number one, get real-time insights into their farms so that they can work a lot more data-driven. And with this, we want to help them protect their crops. But also, you need to intervene early. For this, we have our spraying drones that really can very rapidly and quickly, in a scalable fashion, service fields and produce a consistent and high quality of the delivery of whatever chemicals, whether it's organic or traditional chemicals. And with this, we allow farmers to not just maximize their yields and reduce costs by reducing the amount of chemicals they use and reducing their losses, but this also improves their quality of produce. But most importantly here is what is actually the impact that we've generated so far. I mean, it's easy to say we're making agriculture better, but actually showing that it's possible. And I'm actually really excited to share with you like the success stories we had in this field so far. So for example, beginning of this year, we did a really big operation in rubber. So rubber, for example, in Kerala, has massive rubber plantations, which are basically forests. And after the monsoon, they always have really big fungal outbreaks, which lead to massive defoliation of the leaves. And this reduces the latex output of the fields. So far, no drones could be used in rubber, and they were spraying the rubber fields from the bottom up. So you have to imagine spraying a forest from the bottom upwards. This can't be efficient at all. When they tried our solution, and we did this on a large study, they could actually use 60% less chemicals than with their existing methods. At the same time, they had 80% higher leaf retention. So we significantly reduced their inputs and improved their outputs. So they were able to reduce their costs by 50%. And of course, since they were using so much less chemicals, even though they were still using like a copper oxide, which is not considered organic, the sustainability of the operation significantly increased. But this doesn't just work for rubber. For example, we also did this study in banana, where the plot of land that we serviced was reducing the cost by around 35%, while increasing the yield by 10%. And interestingly enough, the quality of the product was so much better that they could charge 20% higher prices in the market afterwards for their produce. So this really shows it is possible to use technology in agriculture and actually make an impact. Yeah. So this is our team right now. We are all really passionate about making an impact. As I said, Switzerland to India, we're quite a diverse team. We are situated in Zurich and in Bangalore. And we really believe that agriculture is such a big problem that you can't solve it alone. So we are always looking for collaboration, other startups or industry members who have the experience, have the connections to really make an impact. And yeah, so if you're excited, if you have connections in agriculture, please connect with me. I would love talking about it for the entire day pretty much. This is my passion. So please connect with me on LinkedIn or through the app I just learned about. And I would love to continue the conversation, learn from experts in this field, and share the stories our startup went through. Thank you.
Really insightful, and thanks for finishing on time. Our next speaker, before I introduce our next speaker, the live stream is on, so if you have other people who want to watch it from home, please let them know. Now Tiger is the co-founder of Ambiator Private Limited. Tiger is a thermal comfort expert with extensive experience in innovative cooling solution. He specializes in energy-efficient cooling for challenging environments, affordable, climate-friendly cooling technologies, and scalable solutions to meet global demand. Jose tells me that his presentation is going to be very, very interesting, so though I don't want to steal your thunder, so I'll wait until you finish.
Hi, morning. I'm just waiting for them to prep up so they can run the video for a second, and then I'll start with the presentation. Okay. So hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Tiger. Me and Jiten, my co-founder, we started Ambiator 2 years ago. We realized that cooling is a big problem that needs to be addressed to get to net zero. And with Ambiator, we're all about cooling without warming the planet. So 4 billion people lack access to cooling across the world. And this is a serious problem. This is an equity issue. This is a carbon issue, and it's also an economy and livelihood issue. So this is the future that we are looking for India. We're looking at heat waves in all those orange zones and the reddish zones that you can see. This is what we are about to face in a 2.7 to 3.2 degree warmer world. So how do we keep cool? I mean, we're all in this situation and we all need to stay cool. So we can't air condition our way out of climate change. There is no way we can do that. Air conditioners are expensive to buy, they're expensive to run. At the same time, they're heating up a planet. So every time you walk past one of those boxes, you realize the heat that's being put out into the environment. Now that's a highly unsustainable thing, and 146 countries have gotten hotter over the last 5-6 years that we have measured. So here's a quick little pop reference to tell you which direction we are going. If you know this movie, this is Back to the Future, and it's about where we are going, we don't need roads. So where we're going, we don't need ACs. So Ambiator is about providing conditioned air and not talking about air conditioning. We're climate friendly. We have very low energy bills. We are about 80% energy saving. We work on 100% fresh air systems because a lot of us in India are used to opening our windows and doors. We don't like to sit in closed boxes. We're ready for solar and we're built to last. The product that we have available in the market now is the Ambiator 5TR that cools about 750 square feet of space. And the best part about it is that it avoids 25 tons of carbon equivalent from entering into the atmosphere. That's equivalent to about 1 lakh kilometers of a car running about 63,000 miles. So this is the big problem that we have right now. The new demand is coming from the global south. India is one of the primary concerns for the whole world because only 8% of India uses air conditioning. And along with this, with that 92%, that is a big gap. That's what I was trying to explain when we have an equity issue. So what we are looking at is bending the curve. And the idea of bending the curve is that you have the baseline scenario, you have the efficient cooling scenario, but what we're looking at is to take it way below and make it solar enabled so you don't really have to go onto the grid at all. So I want to take a second to explain this. Many of you live in India, many of you are visiting out here, and there are thresholds to technologies. So we start using ceiling fans, and ceiling fans are really nice, but at 37 degrees centigrade, they start pumping hot air down. So they're not really providing much thermal comfort. Then we have the air coolers or the desert coolers that we use in India. Now, they have a threshold of 40 degrees C. Now, the majority of India has already crossed 40 degrees C all over. I mean, even Bombay hit 39.5, which was never ever seen. Then we've got the air conditioners that are currently available in the market. The air conditioners are tested at a 35 degree C rating. And as the temperature rises, it starts costing you more money. It does the work and sometimes fails, but it still costs you a lot of money trying to do that. That's where the Ambiator technology comes in. It's natural, uses air and water, and it's able to take temperatures all the way from 50 and bring it down to temperatures like an air conditioner. So we're not saying that we can condition every space, but we're saying that at least 70% of India can be cooled with Ambiator technology. And that's that whole mid-orange section that you can see. That's all hot and dry areas. Forget the coastlines. We're not there yet, but we'll be there soon. So the India advantage is that we can cool India and the global south. And I hope you can all aspire to be better ancestors. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiger. I think there was some issue with the video, so we're going to skip that. What you mentioned, Mumbai hitting 39. From what I recall, Bangalore had never crossed 38. I think this year we touched 42, one day or a couple of days. So I think your technology is really going to be very, very important for India moving forward. And I heard that you patented this technology and you're looking to raise some funding. So wish you all the best. Yeah. I'd like Bharat Shankar to come up and mic up while I'm introducing you. The next speaker is Bharat Shankar Ganapathy, Foundation for Interoperability in Digital Economy, FIDE. He's through a post-MBA career as program manager at early stage tech startups. Bharat Shankar Ganapathy has relished the opportunity to grow in a lean, fast-paced environment, managing diverse projects with multidisciplinary teams. Before I give Bharat the stage, very quickly I want to make sure that the other speakers are ready, and as we go, we want to keep time. I know Jan is already here. I see my friend Madan, and do we have Sanjay Sridhar? Not yet. Gunjan is here. Okay, I guess we'll go in the order that of people who are present. All right, over to you.
A couple of key themes on the agri sector that we wanted to talk about from our experiences and our initiatives at FIDE, and as partners and with the background of Beacon Protocol coming in, we thought we'll talk about why this is an urgent need or initiative that we want to propagate, some of the technological pieces that are important, and I'll spend a few minutes setting the stage for what's coming up, right? We know that climate change and sustainability is at the forefront of everybody's future aspirations, and we know that agriculture will play one of the most sectoral roles in combating some of the problems there. Food security is not just an Indian problem, it's a global problem. Farmer incomes, at least in developing nations, are somewhat affected primarily due to rising input costs and leakages while revenue comes back to them. And to support this decrease in profitability for farmers, they tend to depend on other rural livelihood opportunities, in fact involving some of the other adults in their ecosystem. So a lot of this essentially means that as this problem worsens slowly, this needs a more collective solution than what is currently being developed, right? The technology is nascent, but it's already available. However, there seems to be a growing momentum in understanding that not a broad-based, one-size-fits-all solution will be able to solve all problems everywhere. It also needs collaborative solving, and therefore interoperable digital systems and solutions are the way forward. This is something that we've already experienced in other sectors in mobility and commerce and logistics, at least here in India, and it's growing in popularity across the world. But how can we accelerate that in the agricultural sector by doing new things in a new way is what we're trying to do. Ultimately, tech is not just in buying and selling things or finding information. Tech should also be involved in governance and public policy implementation. And therefore, finding ways to achieve such goals is where we're trying to move forward to. You'll obviously be asking, okay, if you've thought of all this, what are people doing? Let me give you 3 examples of what open network implementations are running, or at least at the stage of setting up in the agricultural sector. The first one is a hyperlocal pod. It's a very small farmer-led initiative. We're trying to set this up in Nashik in Maharashtra in India, where farmers coming together, pulling together their local systems and ecosystem partners, enabling them digitally, and then coming through to discover and access a variety of services, primarily around information, agricultural advisory, so on and so forth, but also around some of the inputs specifically machinery rental, some of the credit inputs, and so on and so forth. So all of this eventually will create a very robust ecosystem where farmers are enabled and are able to get better returns for their efforts. This is probably going to be launched around December or early January next year. The second one is, I'll go a little away out of India and go to Kenya, where technology cannot really reach farmers at the speed that we are used to here, but they can reach agripreneurs or extension workers, right? If someone is able to enable those extension workers, and extension workers can then enrich farmers in their catchment area, that's going to be a huge impact. And that's what this organization called Kuza is doing. They are a great proponent of Beacon Protocol, and they're launching a network called One Network in Kenya with the the blessing of their local governments. So this is another sort of very interesting initiative that's already gone live in a small pilot, but it's going to expand further throughout the country and its neighboring states. If the first two were ground-up initiatives, the third is a top-down sort of a system, where the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare in India is trying to set up an advisory system for farmers called Vistar. It's trying to provide market information, agricultural good best practices, and weather information so that farmers are getting the right information at the right time, right? So all of this essentially forms an interoperable grid where multiple states are able to push together their information to all the other parts of the country. I've given you three independent sort of examples of where open networks are leading to in the agricultural sector. But is there a common thread that ties all of this together? This is essentially Open AgriNet, or the Alliance of Open AgriNet. This is a global DPI and AI in design fabric in order to build digital agricultural grids across the world. We see that these problems and patterns are common across various regions. While they have their own nuances, the implementation of those common patterns can be shared across the world, and therefore an Open AgriNet, which is affecting 600 million farmers and 1.3 billion people in the food systems, can definitely make an impact in both climate change and in improving the livelihoods of all of these people, right? Obviously, the goal is to reduce silos, to make sure that lock-ins are reduced, and to increase the proliferation of this technology and the assistance that all of these technological systems are able to provide. The Open AgriNet was recently launched. You'll even find Mr. Nilekani's vision for it online now. We're trying to create a community that will create open source references for a lot of these initiatives. They'll put together tools, they'll put together playbooks, they'll put together observability and policy dashboards, therefore enabling a lot of the other participants to come in, start creating many more instances than the three I just gave earlier today. These are some of the toolkits that will be available pretty soon on the website. Happy to talk about this and hear and get collaboration from the people in the room and whoever you guys are investing in and talking to. Thank you very much.
Up is all set, so.
Thank you. You need to click it. So that's forward, right? That's on. Right. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Chandran. Thank you, Jose. Thank you. Coming back home, it feels great. Why home? Exactly what Professor Lehmann was saying. We are bringing the world together here, and with all your incredible knowledge which is growing in India and bridging the world to Europe and the States. It's just a gift. And it's a gift to be in that kind of ecosystem. And thank you for having me. So yes, Bharat, thank you very much for this very straightforward thing of AgriNet. We are happy to be part of that, so I love it. So from space, from farmland to space to cities, that's the topic of this panel. And so I would jump to the city part. And it's going to be a little bit of a sneak peek of a very, very early sketch what we are discussing with the United Nations Framework for Climate Change. So what if we build an open, interoperable net for city climate solutions? That's the question. What if? We should do that, by the way, because in exponential times, if you improve your performance incrementally, you fall back exponentially. And are we living in exponential times? We do. This is the NASA curve of CO2 emissions into the atmosphere, and we're hitting the roof. 52 degrees Celsius in Delhi on the 31st of May. Are we hitting the roof? Yes, we're hitting it. So we need solutions, exponential solutions. So Antonio Guterres says we are committing suicide together with this climate change. We see that Mark Carney was saying firms are ignoring climate change will get bankrupt. And Swiss Re says we are losing 18% of GDP due to climate change. So are we living in exponential times? We do. And cities are the cause and the solutions. 55% of the world's population will live in cities. 75% of the greenhouse gases are produced in the cities. And 70% are already suffering under climate change. And actually, there was a survey in Germany. In Germany, they are already 80% suffering under it. So climate change and cities is a real big change. And it comes from water scarcity and goes to sea level rise. Everything is included because most of the cities are somewhere along coastlines or rivers. And we're going to build an entire new city, an entire New York City, every month for the next 40 years. Just get that for a moment. For the next 40 years, every month, we're going to build an entire New York City. Just think of it, what that is as an opportunity and a challenge. So as we're saying, we came through the agricultural space, and we are still there, and thanks for having all these insights as well from Sonjent and from AgriNet. We're living in an industrial world. Marcus and all the teams, yes, that's what we're facing, and we are living in a digital world, and we're hitting a wall. We're hitting a wall where we have to find solutions to adapt to climate change. We have to reduce the emission, we have to remove the emissions, and we have to restore and regenerate. That's our challenge. And why should we do that all on our own? So can we unlock the power of the digital world to fight climate change? Can we do that together? Well, data is the new oil. And what's happening? We're doing it again in silos. The big players are trying to get everything on their side. And when we talk with cities about climate solutions, they don't want to be locked into a silo. So what if we think a bit differently? And Bharat, I was actually thinking you're bringing all these network slides. You didn't, so I do. So think of digital infrastructure. The analog infrastructure, we had marketplaces, trains, streets, everything was open for everybody to move. In the digital world, we have that as well on, for example, our protocols, internet protocols. Everybody could use it. But somehow down the track we forgot about it and gave it to the big players. So why don't we get this space back for us, as we did at the analog world, digital commons, analog commons to get digital commons back into our hands. And we did that with email, web, all the world. So can we use exactly this approach of digital public infrastructure to fight climate change together on a city level? That's the question. In a way where we can build a marketplace which is open, not locked in like an Amazon for city solutions. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for a place where all these beautiful solutions we have here in India can be accessible, discoverable. So the question is, can we discover, order, fulfill, and post-fulfill solutions? And on the other side, having cities who are on the demand side. So, is there a way to get the idea of an ONDC, and that I'm sure you're aware of, is there a way to get the idea of an ONDC on a city level on a global scale? And that's the discussion we have with the United Nations Framework for Climate Change. Is there a way to have on the one side the demand side of the cities, with the heat islands, the flood stories, the energy questions, the sewage and the fresh water supply, to have that on the demand side? And to have on the other side the supply side with the need matching solutions all across the globe, without building a next platform, to build a network of networks. To build a network of networks where the solution partners come together with the demand side of the cities, and then include, Professor Lehmann, trustworthy knowledge into that. We need the universities to be part of that. Academia can give us loads of insights, what has to be done. But that's not the only thing we have to have. We have to have the media side as well to cover what we are doing, because it's nice to talk at a conference, but if we don't spread the world globally with people like CNN or public broadcasters in Germany or BBC, we're going to be toast. We have to spread the world, and we have to spread the world for the right things. Not to talk about some whatever social media hype or whatever. No, we have to solve the challenges. So what if we built an internet of climate cities, where we have the matchmaking between the demand side of the cities for climate solutions, and on the other side, the providers of solutions to do the matchmaking in an open transaction network. And the World Economic Forum says exactly, open transaction networks are the way to go to be inclusive, equitable, and regenerative. So please join this journey. It will be a big announcement on COP. Hope to be together with all these incredible talents together with you to build a new, equitable, regenerative internet of climate cities. Thank you very much.
You see now why I said Jan is a legend. He's so passionate about what he does. Jan, when I first saw your presentation 4 years ago, it sort of was a wake-up call. I sort of sat up in my chair and watched it. But just the last 4 years, the number of things that we have seen just here in Bangalore. We never had floods before. We've seen flooding. We've seen temperature rise. Like this summer was one of the worst we've ever seen. So the more you talk about this, the scarier it is getting. I think we need to definitely do something about it, as you say. No, thank you so much for your presentation. Madan, if you can come up really quick. So, again, Madan is another person whom I know for a long time, a good friend. I'd like to say Madan and I started our first companies when startup was not even a word. And we go back a long way, and he's part of, we were one of the earliest members of the Indus Entrepreneurs, although now he runs the Indus Entrepreneurs as the president, and he's doing a phenomenal job with it. And he's hosting one of the big events, I think, this year, the Global Summit. Madan is the CEO of iBridge, and he's going to talk about it, what he does. So I don't want to talk too much about iBridge and anything else, but he's also involved with the Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, and he works closely with the government on a lot of good initiatives. Again, he's a legend himself, so as soon as he mics up, he can come up and speak.
Yeah.
You ready? All right, Madan, go for it.
Thank you. Hi, namaskara elrigu. Good morning from from all of us at Bangalore. We see a lot of folks here, probably from outside of Bangalore. Despite all the challenges that we face in the city, I must tell you, this is the best city in the country, and let's have a round of applause to that. I think, you know, I was in a conversation with Nandan Nilekani last year at TIE. Incidentally, Nandan was the founding president of TIE Bangalore. And one of the things that he said, and I think that's the beauty of a conference like this, we asked what makes Bangalore Bangalore? You know, what makes the city come alive? Forget the infrastructure, forget the challenges that we have. What is it truly that makes the city be what it is? And he said it beautifully. He said Bangalore is probably the only city where you can come in as a stranger on a Monday morning, and by the time you leave the city on a Friday evening, you would have met 50 people and made 50 friends, right? And that is the giving nature of the city. That somebody meets me, I'll say, hey, we're doing something interesting. Here are 5 people that you must meet, and the 5 people will connect you to another 5, and that's how the city works, right? And that's how we know literally anybody in the city. But coming to this topic of let me get to the fields. We've had some fantastic presentations on agriculture, but I want to shine the spotlight on a slightly different aspect of what's happening in India and what is it that we need to be doing. I'll wear the OneBridge hat now. We all know the economy of India. That's a number that stares at our face every day, you know, 3.75 trillion, 4 trillion, expected to go to 30, 40, 50, God knows what, right? And I use this example because it rhymes with India, but it's also close to Bangalore. There's a district in Karnataka called Mandya. I'm sure all of you have heard of, many of you would have heard of Mandya. If I were to ask you, what do you think is the GDP of Mandya? Any guesses? Some wild guess. Hundreds and whatever, in hundreds of crores, millions. 150, 1 billion. Okay. So Mandya is between Bangalore and Mysore, about 100 kilometers from here. A population of around 2.2 million, about 22 lakhs. Mandya's GDP as per the Karnataka Economic Census 22-23 was 48,000 crores. $6 billion. Okay? Interestingly, if you ask, what is it so great about Mandya that makes it a powerhouse? Frankly, there's nothing. It is just the economic growth that's happening. Of course, there's an agricultural powerhouse, there are sugar mills, but every other district in Karnataka has a similar thing, and so is India. What was Mandya's GDP in 2016-17? Again, as per the Karnataka Economic Census report, any guesses? It was 24,000 crores. So it's doubled in the last 7 years. Right? And this is true for every district of the state. By the same yardstick, Mandya will double again in the next 6 years, 7 years, hopefully faster. So by 2030 or 31, Mandya's economy will be 100,000 crore economy. A $12 billion economy, it is the equivalent of 6 Bhutans in one district. And my friends, there are 700 districts like this. The math is simple. If you look at it another way, 2.2 million people, the average per capita in the country is about 2 lakhs. Karnataka is on the higher side. You know, you go to Bihar, it's about 1.4. 2.1 lakh or 210,000 multiplied by 2.2 million gives you about 45,000 crores. So there's nothing magical here. The beauty that I want you to think about is, if 50,000 crores, almost $6 billion of economic growth is going to get added to Mandya and every other district. And it has to happen because if India has to be a 30 trillion, 40 trillion, we can't have lopsided growth. Every district must grow. It has to be an equitable growth. Otherwise, we will have anarchy on the streets. Right? 150 million youth entering the workforce the next 15 years. And if we are not able to create economic pathways for them in the places where they live, we're going to have nightmare because the city itself is crumbling at 12 million. I can't imagine at 14 million. I can't imagine what it will be like 30 million people in the city. Right? We have to have powerhouses in the Mandyas and the Raichurs and the Jubri Talayas of the world. Right? What does it take to make sure that 50,000 crores, as an example, that is getting added to Mandya meets 4 criteria? One, how do we make sure that youth and women entrepreneurs succeed in that city? How do we make sure that this growth that's happening is happening through the hands of entrepreneurs? 2, how do we make sure that the wealth creation that happens and the wealth distribution that happens in the same place? Today, if let's say an Amazon is doing fantastic in Mandya, the wealth generation is happening in Mandya, but the wealth distribution is happening elsewhere. Right? How do we make sure that the wealth distribution happens in the same place? Third, how do we make sure that this additional economic growth doesn't come at the cost of the planet? What do we need to do to make sure that we are able to build much more efficiencies in the growth that we do? And fourth, therefore, how do we use technology and especially the open networks to play a role to democratize the whole growth? So I think the 3 key Ds of the future is going to be democratization, decentralization, democratization of entrepreneurship, decentralization of growth, and digitization everywhere, right? And that is the vision for us at OneBridge. I started this about 8 years ago, trying to figure out how do you lay down a soft infrastructure that does all these 3 Ds while engaging with entrepreneurs. Let me play a quick video of what a 30-second video of what we do at OneBridge, the first video. Yeah.
The OneBridge technology platform connects this demand side of rural households to the supply side comprising of various corporate partners like e-commerce, consumer durables, FMCG and financial institutions and enable transactions to take place seamlessly, delivering a superlative consumer experience. In every transaction, we generate data that helps our partners understand customer insights and demand patterns better, optimize supply chain costs, deliver faster and eventually build products and services customized for these customers. Since 2016, we have delivered millions of transactions to our districts and villages, and we truly understand what it takes to light up a village with new commerce.
So that gives you a quick snapshot. What we try and do is to connect entrepreneurs as digital assistants in every village. Today we present about 20,000 villages across 70 districts. Bring commerce to the doorsteps in the villages. Last mile delivery is one key element. The other is of course technology. We are one of the first partners for ONDC. We have our seller network participant app that we are now rolling out across ONDCs, across all of our villages. And third, of course, how do you understand consumer preferences? How do you understand data that's coming out from these villages so that consumers and brands can make the right choices both sides? And this technology platform, to my mind, is a soft infrastructure which can take drones, which can take ACs, fans, and agricultural products. It's a bridge, and that's how they name OneBridge, that it's a two-way bridge that can move from village to rural, from urban to rural. The dream is to build Gandhian dream of Gram Swaraj, that how do you build villages as resilient communities with entrepreneurs driving the economy of the village, with wealth generation happening there, and distribution happening in the same place, with technology playing a key role. I'll end with a wonderful pitch made by none other than our Prime Minister, where we were honored to be featured on his Mann Ki Baat about 2 years ago. I'll just end with that video. But look forward to working with all of you to make the idea of a Viksit Bharat come alive, not just at a Bharat level, but Viksit Bharat will happen only when we have Viksit Gaon, or every village being self-reliant and economic powerhouses. Look forward to working with all of you. Maybe end with that video.
हमारे यहाँ मदन पड़ाके जैसे लोग भी हैं जिन्होंने रूरल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को बढ़ावा देने के लिए 2014 में वन ब्रिज नाम का प्लेटफॉर्म बनाया था। आज वन ब्रिज दक्षिण और पूर्वी भारत के 75 से अधिक जिलों में मौजूद है। इससे जुड़े 9000 से अधिक रूरल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स ग्रामीण उपभोक्ताओं को अपनी सेवाएं उपलब्ध करा रहे हैं।
Thank you. And look forward to working with all of you. As Chandrakant mentioned, we will share tomorrow about a huge summit that we're doing with all of you as partners at the TiE Global Summit in Bangalore between 9th and 12th. More details later, and my colleagues are outside as well. But thank you so much. Namaskara.
Thanks, Madan. That was as fascinating as ever. I know you had limited time, otherwise there's so much more exciting stuff that Madan has to present. I'd now like to invite Gunjan. Is Gunjan here? Gunjan Gange. Gunjan is the founder of Anandam Architectural Design, and she's an architect by profession and an architectural pedagogist by passion. She has more than 12 years of experience in industry and academia. Over to you, Gunjan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm architect Gunjan from Anandam Design, and I am a pedagogist and architect by profession. We have been talking about sustainability for past some time. The construction industry, it consumes 40% of the energy, right? So what do we do about it? And what are the practices that has been followed? Because construction is not a new thing. It has been since 5,000 years. So we'll do a presentation in which we'll talk about the design philosophies, we'll talk about the sustainable technology that we use, and then we'll also just showcase few of our designs, case studies that are based in Bangalore, which will have all those technologies, all those new things that are being incorporated to bring down the carbon footprint of a building, to impart passive technology in the construction, and to also introduce regional vernacular architecture, which could bring and connect the coming future to the sustainability goals, right? So I would start by a quotation. This quotation was given by Mies van der Rohe. He was a famous American architect, and he said, we should attempt to bring nature, houses and human being together in higher unity. So that is the goal. If we try to bring every aspect together, we can get the deliverable correctly, right? So yes, we'll start with the presentation. These are the few buildings that we have done, and these are located in around Bangalore, and these has lot of contextual element. These buildings have lot of elements which goes back to our ideology, which goes back to our ancient designing principle, and then it connects the current ideology, the current technique with the thought process which was back there in India long time, and somehow in this whole process of modernization we have forgotten it. So yes, we'll go ahead. The presentation has been categorized into 3 categories. The first is the design philosophy, the second is the sustainable practices, and the third is the technology. The technology, the modern sensors, the modern softwares, and the innovation that we use in construction. So when I talk about design philosophy, so according to our Indian design philosophy, the construction industry or the architecture, it has been divided into 3 categories. The first is Bhogadhyam, the second is Shukhadhyam, or we call it Shukhadarshan, and the third is Ramya. So Bhogadhyam, that is the utilitarian aspect. Any building, be it a hospital, a hotel, a school, or even, we have done a temple here in this photograph. It's in the northeastern side of India, where we have used bamboo as a construction technology. So every building has its utilitarian aspect. We have to understand that aspect and build accordingly. The second aspect is aesthetic. When we talk about aesthetic, it talks about the different architecture style. The glossy magazine that we see, which talks about modernistic movement, which talks about postmodernistic movement. So there are different kind of styles. There are vernacular styles, there are international styles, there are regional contextual styles, and those styles brings a lot of aesthetic to a building. The aesthetic can be in the building facade, it can be in the building footprint, and the third aspect is the Ramya aspect, which is the sensory motor or the spiritual aspect. So have you guys ever noticed that when we enter to a temple or a church, the entire vibration changes? When we enter to a museum or a parliament building, or there are so many institutional buildings, the vibration changes. There is a connect, that is a connect between the built and unbuilt. There's a connect between the soul, body and the mind, right? That takes care of the sensory skills. We like to touch it, we like to see it, we like to feel it, right? So how can we achieve all of these aspects in this current scenario? Are these aspects or this philosophy just for ancient time? Can we replicate this into our current contemporary period? So let's find it out. So when we talk about principles, then comes the technology, the construction technology. How do we make it? So there are a lot of forums pan-India, across India, like LEED, like Griha, like IGBC, like GEMS. They have sustainable pillars. They have outlines which talks about the requirement that should be validated, that should be put into a designing aspect, not right after the, it should be right before the design starts. When the idea is conceived, those pillars should be well incorporated. So these are the pillars that we put in the design, and these are the common one in all of those. We try to reduce the ground coverage. We try to provide all the safety features. We use a lot of passive technologies. Even AC, the air conditioning, can be worked on air tunnels. We have a lot of solar panels installed in the buildings. We have chambers, percolation chambers installed to cut down the use of natural ground, to cut down the use of natural resources. So these are the basic parameters that we try to achieve in all the buildings. We try to save water, we try to incorporate local and regional material, we try to push in a lot of natural lights. Because if a building is well lit, if the HVAC is well controlled, it reduces the energy intake of a building to 30%. And then there is a training, because there are users, different kinds of users in a building. So to use the building or the product effectively. So now, yes, those are the theoretical things that we hear everywhere. How do we implement that? Do we have a case study in which we match the ancient philosophy with the current technology? Yes. So this is a building in Lepakshi. Lepakshi is 120 kilometers away from Bangalore airport. Lepakshi is also known for its beautiful temple. It's cited in UNESCO Heritage Zone. This is the building that we are doing in Lepakshi. So when I talk about Bhogadhyam and Shukhadhyam, the two principles, that the building should bring happiness, the building should relate to the context, it should be utilitarian. It's a clubhouse building, and if you look at the profile of the building, we will see why it is made this way. This is a statue which resides just 1.5 kilometer away from the site. There is a huge bird statue installed to give homage to this Jatayu. This comes on the UNESCO heritage site. So when we were designing this building, we thought, why can't we just narrate the context? Why can't we do the storytelling when we are designing the building? It's a clubhouse. The ground floor has a cafeteria, outdoor deck, and a reception with a banquet hall. And on the first floor, there are suites. The idea is that the property can be rented out in Airbnb. So whosoever visits this place, why can't the storytelling start from the building itself? So the two wings that we saw, that the beautiful sculpture of the bird had, it's being donated here through these things. Okay, so this is the principle that we are taking. But what about the technology? How do we make the building efficient? Otherwise, it will be just conventional building with the same amount of energy consumption. So we have run, while designing, we ran the entire design process into number of simulation softwares. These are the softwares, CAD softwares. These are the softwares given by Bureau of Energy Efficiency. These are the softwares given by different agencies to run the building, to understand what is the technology which can be used to cut down the energy consumption, to cut down the water consumption, and to use some kind of material which has very less carbon footprint. So if you look at the building itself, the pitched roof has Mangalorean tiles. Tile being made up of earth, that has a lot of insulation characteristic, that cuts down the temperature to 1 to 2 degrees Celsius. And then the overhang. So all of the facade, all of the beautiful windows, it has been protected by the facade, the overhang. This reduces the solar reflective index. It reduces the solar penetration inside the building. So this is the facade. We saw the top view, we saw the facade. The two decks that we see here, it has a canopy that covers it. So although the building has 4 sides, north, south, east and west, the southern and the western facades needs to be controlled. It has to be cut down, the energy consumption has to be reduced because sun intensity is maximum at this point. So yes, we tried to use material which is local to that environment. We used these stones which is native to, there are a lot of stone quarries in that area. So if you see the stones which are being used in the cladding of the patios, you will see those are the local regional material available just at a distance of 2 kilometers. The decks, the overhang, it cuts down the solar reflective index. The roof, it cuts down the heat from the topmost part. And when we have created a void and mass, placing the different object together, then that brings a lot of thermal comfort. These are few images. So going back again to the same design philosophy. So can we connect a modern building with the design philosophy that was used massively back then, 2000 years?
Gunjan?
Yes, we can.
You could finish up within 30 seconds, please. Thank you.
The entire thing? So again, there are energy, calculation done on the modeling of this one. This is another building that we are doing, and this building is a building in the eastern part of India, and here it was a sports complex. So the client wanted an entire modern building with complete HVAC. So we tried to cut down the energy consumption by providing natural light, the northern light. If you see the canopy of the building in the right hand side, you will see that trusses are made to take only the northern light and cut away the rest of the light. So using the simulation program, we convinced the client that we don't need to make the entire building AC, The portion which has a lot of indoor activities going on, that is centrally air conditioned. And the swimming pool area, which has fins on top, which has vertical fins, that cuts down the energy uses. These are the calculations based on that. So yeah, we can just understand that each facade is being controlled, simulated and generated to control the energy consumption. And for a building which the building consumption, the regular tonnage of AC consumption was 10 ton for each day, we were able to reduce it into 4 tonnage. So this is the solar path which shows the shading that is happening around the building. This is a simulation program which shows how the energy is being cut down, reduced by using different members, by different projections, by playing with the mass and the void. This is another building in Dodda-Ballapur, very near to our Bangalore rural area. And here the intent was to make a building which could be accessible, universally accessible. So in this building also, energy consumption is all same. We have reduced by using a solar roof, by reducing the heat gain from all the facades. All the openings are provided in the northern side, and there is a water body that is running. So to provide thermal cooling, we have just used that water feature also to have that cooling effect. This is a simulation that shows the effect.
Gunjan, thank you so much.
So the idea, I would like to just conclude the entire thing with just one quotation that has been done by Charles Correa. He says, at its most vital, architecture is an agent of change, a change of perception, a change to invent tomorrow. And yes, with the help of technology, we can reinvent tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gunjan. As interesting as it was, we have to keep moving forward. So, our next speaker is going to be Sanjay Sridhar. Sanjay is the core member of the Global Task Force on Sustainability at the World Economic Forum. Sanjay Sridhar is a cross-sectional specialist with 25 years of experience spanning 4 continents in the area of architecture, urban planning, public policy governance, climate change, and sustainability. His previous and current roles involve positioning climate change mitigation and sustainability with the context of local political economy and priorities. Sounds very, very deep and interesting. So looking forward to your presentation.
Because these challenges are intensely and very, very complex because they are interconnected. So let me, why I make the case that the role of cities is a missing piece in the global narrative on climate change mitigation and adaptation. And I'm using the word mitigation and adaptation because there is a risk reduction piece and there is an emission reduction piece. Emission reduction is a 20-year commitment. Risk reduction is yesterday, today, tomorrow. Floods, bad air quality, extreme heat. These are cyclic, they are seasonal, sometimes it happens twice in the same year, right? So why do I make this case? Because 50% of the global world's population live in cities, and that is likely to go up by to 65% of global population. There are 33 mega cities in 2018, and there will likely be 41 mega cities by 2050. Right? Cities contribute to 70% of global emissions because of the concentration of people who are moving to cities. And remember, moving necessarily is not just migration related only. I could be living in my same place, just the city has expanded the boundary, therefore I am now considered urban. That's happened in Bangalore, right? All the rural areas, rural villages have been consumed into the greater BBMP area, right? So you necessarily don't have to move from another place to be considered living in a city now, right? And 90% of this growth is likely to happen in Asia and Africa, because this is where the biggest cities are likely to come from. And mind you, 90% of the urban population will be exposed to bad air quality as a result of unregulated growth. And I'll lay out the case that I'm making. And one of the key pieces is what we call as NDCs. NDCs are nationally determined commitments that governments, national governments have made at the Conference of Parties, which is called the COP. There's a COP coming up in Azerbaijan in the next 6 to 8 weeks, where Government of India, Government of United Kingdom, the Netherlands, all of them have made their commitments of what national governments will achieve, but there is no role for cities in that role, in that NDCs. At least I'm talking with the specific case in India, right? What are the potential impacts that we're seeing as a result of climate change? We're seeing bad air quality, air pollution, water scarcity, and Bangalore's had a double whammy. We had extreme heat and we had no water, right? And we're seeing this more and more because these are two separate instances happening in tandem, right? And I'm not going to go through these because these are some of the impacts that we're seeing across many cities in India, right? But why do I believe where we are? Because in the Paris COP, when the United Nations Council or UNFCCC made a commitment that we will try and keep the temperature increase to under 1.5. We are already at 1.3 right now. If we don't fix our cities, we are looking at 2 to 3 degree rise. But 2 to 3 degrees, what does it mean? It's an abstract number. I'll show you what it means, right? Now, India and its cities, right? India is stated to be 30 or 32% urban in a population of 1.4 billion. It's roughly 400 million people. But we are likely to be 50% urban very soon. I think we already are 50% urban because the census data will tell us that. Currently, there are only 3 tier 1 or 4 tier 1 cities, but there are the next tier 1s already joining that race. We have the Bangalores, the Chennais, the Ahmedabad, the Punes, all of them growing rapidly. But what's also interesting is the tier 1 cities are not growing as fast as the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities, because that's where growth is happening. It's not in the Mumbais or the Bangalores, it's the Mysores, it's the Hassans, it's the Nagpurs, the Sanglis, the Durgapurs of West Bengal, right? And what we're also seeing, and a classic case is, if we take my hometown, the city of Bangalore, we were 3.5 million people in 1985. We are 14 million now. And that's kind of symbolic of the kind of growth we're seeing. And obviously everything's out of whack. Our waste is not collected, there's traffic on the street. We simply are not able to manage the growth. Growth is required, but we have to be able to manage it in a manner that we can learn from some of the examples. And I'll frame the challenge as a triple challenge. And the reason I'm saying that is finance, authority, and problems. What do I mean by that? Typically in India, you have national governments that have the finance and the money in terms of missions. You have the Smart Cities mission, you have the Atal mission, the Solar mission, the National Health mission. So they have the mission and the guidelines, right? States have the regulatory authority to pass laws. Cities have the problems. So you have a three-way disconnect between money, authority, and where the problems are. And in a federal structure like India, money cannot flow to the city directly. It has to go through the state. And if we have a different political party at different levels of government, we have a classic logjam. Money will not flow. And one of the things that we're seeing is that, and so in this three-way disconnect, the triple challenge is that we're growing very quickly in terms of urbanization. We have structural issues of urban governance. And what I mean by that is cities are not empowered to make decisions on their own. Cities are only service delivery agencies. They deliver services. They collect your waste, they provide you footpaths, they provide street lighting, they collect your property taxes, but all policy decisions are made by the state, including your urban planning, your master planning, your route rationalization of buses. All of these are done either by a state agency or parastatal agency. They are not constitutional bodies where you have a say in who you elect in order for a service to be delivered. Now take that. So that's what I mean by authority versus accountability, right? And lack of devolution of power, because at the end of the day, if somebody does not have the ability to make a decision, how can you hold them accountable for it? And in the political economy that we live in, there is a urgency to reduce risks, but not an urgency to make a 20-year commitment or a 15-year commitment. And that's what I mean by risk reduction versus emission reduction. Some examples of Chennai floods, very 10-second story. Chennai flood was not caused by flooding. It was actually caused by a waste management problem, because Chennai was dumping its waste in the lakes. So when it rained, there was no ability to hold the water long enough for the water to drain. So there was simply a question of solving a waste problem to solve a urban flooding problem. So what I'm trying to say is these challenges are all connected. It's not a single challenge. What is the way forward? We have to fix our governance. There is no way, and this is a call to our political leadership here in this state. Bangalore needs the mass transit authority to really manage the different, there are 7 different agencies controlling mobility in the city. We need them to come together, whether it is the Land Transport Authority or whether it is the Transport for London, whatever model, we need a model in this country. Secondly, the climate action plans have to be made mandatory in terms of its linkage to the master plan, because master plan currently is only a change in land use. It becomes agricultural to residential to commercial to mixed use. But there is no understanding of what is the impact of those land uses. Energy consumption goes up, waste gets generated, traffic congestion is as a result of it. And most importantly, I think local businesses and civil society organizations have to own the plan and own the commitment. It is not the government's plan. It is your plan, because we are the people of the city. And the key for that ownership is having a really robust communication strategy. How do you communicate why certain decisions are made in a manner that it's consistent with a plan to achieve a particular target? Now I'll talk about why these examples are important, and I've kind of listed some case studies which are contextual to our cities in India. I think there is a big lesson to be learned, because climate action plans are being formulated in several cities in India now. It's nothing new, but they are being formulated in isolation. They are not linked to the master planning process, number one. Secondly, I think there is enough to learn for cities in India to really look at the ultra low emission zone that London has done, or the cloudburst management plan that Copenhagen has done, in terms, because these cities have also faced similar issues, but the way they have dealt with those issues is fundamentally different than the way we're dealing with it. right? And Rotterdam, Durban, Singapore, Leaf Space Index is a very interesting example. Singapore has a policy for every square foot of building that you build, you have to build 1.5 square feet of leaf space in terms of green walls inside your unit. It's not on your ground coverage. That fundamentally changes how you envision a building, how you look at, because increasing green cover has an impact on reducing noise pollution, air pollution, and it gives you a better sense of living. I'll end this by saying, I think our society will be judged by what we, it's not just by limited by what we create, but actually what we try and retain and not destroy. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, we are coming to the end of this segment, and the final speaker would be Murli Reddy from Policy for Tomorrow. Sridhar, that was a very good wake-up call.
So, good morning, everybody. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. Thanks, Jose, for making this happen. So, just okay. So I'm a founder of this company called Policy for Tomorrow. Why 4 and not FOR is basically we are 4 policy geeks who come from one of the leading policy schools, and we basically have observed that policies are prepared from a top-down approach rather than bottom-up. We don't see evidence being built before a policy is being made. So we have seen that in multiple instances. So we 4 of us have come forward, and we started this company called Policy for Tomorrow. A brief, as in we want to work with developing agencies to design, promote, and implement policy and programs. While we are new to this space, we try to ensure that you don't forget us. I'll just, the reason being, some of our projects which we have done in the AgTech space is what we have highlighted here, and these are all repeat clients. So once we have started working with them, they have been coming back to us to help them with some of the policy research. So I'll just take about 2 to 3 minutes to explain two of our reports which we have dwelled upon in the AgTech space. So we understand that there have been a lot of advancements in the agriculture, the agri-tech space. There have been a lot of developments happening in the space, but then there's always a policy which has to be driven, which has to drive these initiatives. So what we did is we had taken about 50 cases from various themes, which are these 8 themes which we have highlighted here. So basically we looked at what are the drivers, what are the key trends happening in this space, and what are the challenges that are being faced, and how is that a government policy can actually help in addressing these. So just to highlight one of the key areas what we are looking at is, I'll just take an example of e-extension. The drivers being reduction in handsets, reduction in the technology, that means the handsets and the data costs. There's a large presence of public institutional players. There are a lot of IT initiatives being taken by the government. There are a lot of emergence of agri-entrepreneurs and establishment of very strong farmer producer organizations. So these are the drivers which are already being initiated by the government. What are the trends which these startups and this private sectors are actually looking at? What are the trends which is being seen here? We are seeing an emergence of public-private partnerships. There's a lot of leveraging of local networks. As in, even today we see small farmers still depend on the knowledge of a larger farmer or a progressive farmer. So there's a lot of networking happening between these progressive farmers to actually help these small farmers start developing their, increase their productivity. There's an emergence of evidence-based delivery of agro-based advisories, more of push-based rather than pull-based services, emergence of extension services to support post-harvest management, and group and individual-based extension services. So these are some of the trends. Now, coming to what are the challenges which are being absorbed by each of these organizations, these people who are actually into the ground. Government, I mean, there's a need for improving the connectivities and the speed of the data and access. Availability of open data, which is kind of become critical. I'll just come to that in the next report. And there is also need for simplification of farm input licensing and quality grading systems. And also, one of the major barrier is 130 farmers speaking 800 languages under 127 agroclimatic zones. So these are some things where AI and ML is kind of, it's a bit difficult to understand each of these languages and try to put them into a single standard. So this is one of the report which we have, it's basically an evidence that what is actually being happening, what are the trends, and what are the challenges that are being faced. Post this, we also did another report. You can actually download these reports from this QR code. So what we did is, we also looked at what is India doing in terms of agri-stack development. Now, we have also, in this again, we have undertaken a seminar where almost 54 organizations have approached us, have kind of come and deliberated on various aspects of what an agri-stack should look like. So again, I won't go into the challenges which we have just seen earlier. And I also compliment the earlier speakers, Bharat and Kevin, who also took into consideration that these are some of the challenges. So eventually we come up with 7 principles that are required, that should be looked at for mobilizing an open data in the Power Agri stack. So the 7 principles are creating a digital taxonomies, basically creating a standardized data structures, establishing identities, that is like your know your customer for a banking system. Similarly, a know your farmer is should be collected from various entities within the regulatory boundaries, which will reduce the cost of acquisition, making service delivery quicker, more efficient and cost effective. Database of buyers and sellers, which should basically have a strong verification system, third-party auditing and certification, reading systems for each of these buyers and sellers. Data sharing policy, a robust data governance policy, which should basically tell do's and don'ts of what kind of data can be shared and cannot be shared. Open source, flexible architecture, basically creating systems that can adapt to local needs, delivering customized and timely advisories, open source and federated platforms, and partnership-driven approach, basically talking about encouraging public-private partnerships to implement an agri-stack efficiently. So you can access this report from this QR code. So these are the 2 reports which we collaborated with CGIAR, with CIMMYT and ICRISAT, and FAO, the UN body. So all of these reports are available online, so you can access these reports as well. Now, Policy for Tomorrow, as a company, we are not only looking at agri as a system, but we are also looking at various other parts, various other sectors as well. So these are our other works which we have already done. Thanks to Jose, we had earlier done a report, a summit report, and I'll be happy to share it with Jose again. So this was the third phase, the third TIA summit, And there were a lot of, again, speakers who had actually come back again here. So we had captured the entire discussion points, mapped it to the policy as well as the sustainable development goals, and how is it getting interacted to each other. Again, one of the other one is with the smart cities is a project in Karnataka, which was to undertake how the Danish companies can actually come and participate in the smart cities in Karnataka state. So
Perfect.
thank you,
Now,
thank you so much.
Let me accelerate. So this is actually a report. We don't like to print, so we didn't print. But we'll make the digital version available next year, where each speaker is just one page of what they spoke, and we are trying to get a QR code added so that directly you can see their video at TI Summit. So we'll bring together what we call 100 impact makers, and that will be launched at the 10th edition of TI Summit, so 2 more years to go. So if you know some impact makers, get them to speak next year. And we will not print as many books, so we'll have few books for people who are not very digitally savvy, but the book will be available for digital download. Thank you so much, Murali and Policy for Tomorrow. May I call upon all the first panel speakers to just come on stage for a minute. We take a group picture, and then we have coffee break, and we come back to the very amazing keynote speaker, Dattatreya Salugami from BGSW or Bosch Global. And then we have a fireside chat with Prashant Prakash from Axel. I also want to quickly have a quick chat with Madan. So the TI Global Summit will be happening in India, in Bangalore. And how many startups are expected, Madan?
Hey, sure. No, this is probably, we are planning this as the world's largest celebration of entrepreneurship. We're expecting between 15 to 20,000 people, about 1,500 folks from the US, about 5,000 startups, about 6 to 8,000 students, and a lot of policymakers from across the country. So, yeah, I mean, Bangalore deserves to make the largest noise as the best ecosystem in this part of the world, and trying to take on a larger mantle for the world.
Great. So tomorrow Madan will show the presentation of how you can get involved, connect, register, and join TI Global Summit here in Bangalore as well. You can play the music. Please grab your cup of coffee and come back soon while we take the media team, please interview whomever you want. All the guys are here. Thank you. everybody wants to meet everybody. Don't worry, we have 2 days, we have a lot of coffee breaks, we have lunch break, we have a lot of networking time. We are delighted to share that we have been joined by our keynote speaker for day one, Dattatreya Salugame from BGSW, Bosch Global as it's called. And Bosch has a very strong focus on sustainability and a very strong pivot on creating a better world. So, you will hear it directly from Datta on what Bosch is planning to do. As a large player and a large corporate who was in Bangalore many years ago, what they do is usually strategic, is usually visionary, and we wanted Datta to be here as keynote. I think the last 2 years I have been trying to get him, but somehow it worked out this year at the 8th edition.
You're okay?
So he will lay out the plan of Bosch and how they would look at sustainability and tackling sustainability, and I really hope that some of you in the audience can later connect with them if you're a startup, if you're a mid-sized company, and see what synergies can be unlocked. TIA Summit is about unlocking complementarity and synergies, and we really hope that we can do that. So may I request all of you at the back also, please come forward and settle down. If you need your coffee kick, you can bring your cup also and come inside. Later the hotel team will, clean it up or clear it from the table. So, TIA Summit, the 8th edition, we are also live streaming, so you just need to go to the website tiasummit.com and you will find there this live stream happening almost instantaneously online. Request all of you to follow our social media handles and pages. On every table there's a tent card with the LinkedIn page, the YouTube channel and the website. You can just scan it. You also get the agenda on your phone. As a sustainability summit, we don't like to print a lot of stuff, so we don't print agenda, we don't print file, we don't give you all those things because we are in a digital world and everything should be on your phone, right? That's what we believe and that's what we are trying to achieve. Interestingly, also the tent cards on the table we reuse every year. So you see the year is not printed, so we use it again next year. So that's what we try to do at our part as an event organizer. The one thing that I had to print is this, which has your name on it, but we made it non-tearable, so please keep it as a memory, and you can collect TIA Summit badges over the years, and you can write which great guys you met at the back of the badge, and then 10 years later when you look back, you'll say, hey, I met 3 billionaires who are billionaires today, but I saw them as startups. Some of them are standing outside, especially Port, who is trying to connect people without personal information and data being collected. Connecting people with a cryptographic QR code where you don't give your number or your email, but you connect with people, do the same things as WhatsApp, but without sharing personal information. While we were running this summit, everybody said, put all the speakers' details on a platform, connect everybody, but I don't want to take your personal data and put it somewhere. So that's why Port is outside. You can connect with Port, and especially those speakers and keynote speakers, we will send them a mail to create something called a super port, which means thousands of people can connect on the port, and whenever the keynote speaker is free, they can reply, connect, and so on. So thank you once again. We are running, I think, 8 to 9 minutes in delay, but we will catch up during the day. That's my promise. Without much further ado, let's give a big round of applause to our keynote speaker for day one, Dattatreya Salugame from BGSW or Bosch Global. Over to you, sir.
Hey, good morning. Hey, thanks. I know I couldn't honor your request for the last 2 years, but I didn't know that you're doing this on this grand scale. Congratulations. It's a wonderful summit which happens every year. Happy to be here representing Bosch. Whenever we speak about sustainability, Bosch comes into picture for a couple of reasons. Being a mobility company, 138 years old, sometimes we are seen as the cause, sometimes we are seen as the solvers of problems that we have today. So my conversation, I cannot miss mobility and sustainability when I'm in a sustainability conversation. So next few minutes, I give my perspectives about what's happening in the field of mobility when I wear the lens of sustainability. It's very difficult to give one answer these days when people ask me which fuel will be dominating the world. what kind of cars people will use. Will people use cars or not? What will be the role of software in car? When these questions are asked, it's very difficult to give one answer because every now and then, topics which have nothing to do with technology changes the scenario. You know, somebody knows how to deal with a pager and suddenly the connected cars has a setback. So the world events has different kind of impacts on mobility. So I say technology plurality is the way it's going. Each region is adopting its own models and templates of mobility. So the best way to understand this, I've been working in Bosch for more than 2.5 decades, and I've seen Bosch kind of transform itself in a very different way. You know, a pure carburetor to electronics, now to compute world. But this ad of Bosch actually kind of says a lot of things. For me, it's not a marketing ad because I speak about Bosch in very different kind of events to sell Bosch products. But for sure, I don't have to do this here. But I thought this video can be a kind of a representative thought process which is going in the field of mobility.
I'm on the road like a so many miles, many miles, many miles, many miles. Smell, great range to make a change. Not decide how I ride. Whatever you drive like a Bosch. With innovative powertrains from combustion engines to electric drives and fuel cells. For lower emissions and better air quality from Bosch.
It's very interesting, right? We never said which is that fuel which is going to power the car in the future. If you observe this, we used diesel, we used electric vehicle, we said hybrid, hydrogen fuel cell, we said everything. So I think as you look ahead, the technology plurality is going to drive mobility, also specific to the region. The horses was the only thing which we are not saying will be relevant in the future. Horses has really gone. I'm still asking the marketing team in Germany why they use the horse there, because I thought it was gone long back. But the rest is still, each country is adopting each one of these in different flavors, different formats. That's exactly what I wanted to kind of say. When we look at India, what kind of innovation India can think about in the context of sustainability, in the changing world of mobility, perhaps it's good to see a few templates, what's happening around the world. And I have the luxury of watching this closely because we are the largest software development company for automotive industry. And I watch what China is doing, what Germany is doing, what US is doing. So it has its own flavors, right? There's no one template. So that's what you see if you look at, there is a US template. I think they really jolted the world to make everybody believe that electric vehicle is real. So Tesla defied odds to say that there is reality in electric vehicles. So they kind of pioneered the thought. So there is a US template. There is a China template where the government said, hey, we don't care, you must go electric. We are going to do everything what you want. If you want millions of charging stations, we'll do it for you. You want energy subsidy, we're going to do it for you. You want manufacturing subsidy, we're going to do it for you. You want technology to come to China, we're going to help you out. So it's a template where the government is playing a very dominant role. And there's a lot of innovation happening in the China world. And if by far, they seem to be leading the way in electric vehicles. Then there's a Germany template, which is a kind of climate activism driven by climate activism. also kind of mixed with the political views of what should be the world in 2030 or 2035. And then suddenly you figure out, hey, perhaps we jumped the gun too quick, and then can we recalibrate our thought process, the Germany template. The India template is difficult to figure out, yet draw, let's say, an inference on India template. Perhaps we are, sometimes starting late is an advantage, right? So we are trying to define a template borrowing the good and bad of the world. So we'll figure out what could be the India template. So which many of us in this room can actually have an influence to define an India template. So let's go into the China template. So as I said, you just look at the charging station. I said the China template is dominated by massive investment in infrastructure. If you see, the electric was the way they quickly pushed, and this was pushed by the government. You see the number of charging stations per vehicle. Look at it, every 10 EV you have a charging station in China. Compare it with India, it's maybe 100. 100 is a very diplomatic number, perhaps it is even more. So there's a big gap to bridge from an infrastructure point. So the charge anxiety is much lower for a Chinese rider in an electric vehicle than in any other part of the world. So they have solved this in many ways actually, and also there is sometimes when you speak to Chinese, they say, we have a cottage industry of electric vehicles, because there's new name which sprung around in the last 5 years, 6 years in different parts of China, assembling electric vehicles of all forms and shapes. And there's a big industry, and what you will see as you go forward will be a consolidation of these into few. And who will perhaps become the global OEMs? They may be, perhaps selling their cars in the rest of the world as well, if, let's say, the geopolitics doesn't play very hard. So that they are in a consolidation phase. The adoption phase, I think they have moved a little bit ahead. So, if you see how they have solved it, I was in Shenzhen few months back, or beginning of this year. It's a beautiful city. The BYD, is a hometown for BYD. And you come out of Shenzhen airport, it's just BYD all around. There's no other vehicle. And how is it possible? Because the government, the local mayor, the government says, in this town, all the taxis will be BYD. Imagine this being a policy like this in any other part of the world. I think there will be, many court cases. Some of the OEs perhaps will lose their license. We are still figuring out how to have rapid taxis in Bangalore, right? So the government says BYD is a taxi to go, and you see BYD scaling up in city like Shenzhen. And I had a chance to sit in a beautiful car called Neo. Some of you might have experienced Neo. Wonderful car. It looks exactly like Porsche for good reasons. And their marketing is that it looks like Porsche, but it's better than Porsche, but it costs lower than Porsche. I'm sure there are many Germans here who would never like this statement. And I don't, I'm not endorsing this statement by Neo team. But I just did sit in that car. It looks plush, really good. There's beautiful gadgets, there's something which stares at you, you can talk to it, and then you can ask, hey Neo, massage my chair, it does massage for you. Wonderful. And if you feel anxious about charging, somebody comes and takes the vehicle, charges and brings it back to you. So there is no risk of you getting stranded on the road. You're going for a long drive, they will tell you where is the dark zone of charging, and they send a mobile charging unit for you so that you don't have the chances that you get stranded there. Suppose I'm doing a trip equivalent to Bangalore to Ladakh. Where are the places where you cannot charge? So there's a mobile charging unit waiting for you, which will charge you. So some of this is fundamentally a consumer backward solving of the electric vehicle story to ensure that the charge anxiety is out of your mind. So which is, I'm sure you cannot think of this kind of a service in Germany, whereas we are some distance away even in India, right? Also not in US. So that's a Chinese template of looking at electric vehicles. No wonder if you see the number of electric vehicles sold around the world, Chinese are ahead of rest of the world. So now you come to bit of a US template. So when Tesla started, it was seen as a maverick trying to do something. I mean, many of the German OEs said, hey, this is not going to work. For sure it's not going to work. I mean, this is a good experiment. I don't think you can run on the road and you won't have thousands of people using it. But today there are many who use the car, they are fans of Tesla. But the thing is, the sales of Tesla are flattening, or the rate of growth is reducing, not just in US, also in China. So is the, let's say, the initial adoption or the hype around electric vehicles, is it slowing down, is the question, right? So what's next? Is the Tesla the only answer for electric vehicles? Already you see Ford and GM announcing hybrid vehicles in US. So there is a shift from pure electric to hybrid vehicles in US beyond Tesla. So there is a US template which was dominated by Tesla, and there's alternate options coming out in US. Now come to Germany. So you see, when I see the headlines in 2010 or even let's say 2015, they said no IC engine anywhere by 2030. Not a single IC engine on the road. This was a European Union statement. So 2025, I think we are now saying perhaps 2035, pushed by 5 years. I'm not sure whether 2035 is really the end. And we had stopped all the Euro projects, Euros 5, Euro 6. There was a Euro 7, which was supposed to come in Europe. And we had stopped the projects because anyway, IC engine will go away, we'll shift to electric, and you don't need Euro 7. By the way, we started Euro 7 projects again. So the cleaner versions of IC engine vehicles are here to stay for a longer period. And there is also adoption of hybrid vehicles, more hybrid vehicles than pure electric vehicles. I've seen in Bosch parking lot where they give, subsidy for charging, but still the number of battery electric vehicles are less compared to the hybrid vehicles. People still prefer hybrid vehicles rather than a pure battery vehicles. So the German template is driven largely by what's happening in European Union as a policy making. So there is cleaner form of IC engines, maybe synthetic fuel, biofuel is here to stay. So that's a German template. So how will India move? Now comes to the story in our backyard. So on a lower base, you have seen phenomenal rise of electric vehicles in India. So before that, how actually India moves? I mean, some of you would have seen these statements earlier because, Niti Aayog very often produces these statistics. India goods movement, there is a phenomenal increase in railways. So normally, the trucks are an answer for goods movement in most part of the world. They look at how to increase the speed of movement of trucks for moving to increase the supply chain efficiency. In India, the percentage of rail for goods movement has increased. So you will see that this is going up in the coming years. And also the passenger cars, the people movement is also moving. The shared concept is not going away. We thought after the COVID shared as a concept will go away, but I think India still uses shared not as perhaps taking a car on as a shared asset, but more as using the shared autos or shared two-wheelers or public transport. This is going to increase. The passenger vehicles will continue to increase, but there will be perhaps a movement of passenger vehicles being bought in the tier 2, tier 3 and other towns of India. So because the connectivity is still has to be improved. And you know, even if by 2030, if you see the numbers, we'll be around 5 to 6% of the number of vehicles sold would be electric vehicles. And India is also following a bit of hybrid story. There's a surge of hybrid vehicles. Perhaps there's more interest in hybrid vehicles because of the convenience and the charge anxiety. Because India, the government is not perhaps too keen to solve the charging infrastructure as a topic. Perhaps they would rather be happy to provide subsidies, but they would expect, you know, the private sector to solve it. So it would be an organic journey for India to, you know, really build the infrastructure for electric vehicles. So if I say India's field of action, perhaps we should not, there are many countries which looked at how do we solve the sustainability of mobility by improving the vehicle. The focus was heavy on the vehicle. Perhaps I think in India we need to do both. You know, solve it in the vehicle, solve it in the ecosystem. It's very funny, you know, can we even say how to reduce the number of the mobility needs? So when we were all sitting at home during the COVID time, people said, why should human beings move? The purpose of the movement was because of the work. Now they're all working from home. So the mobility need of human race is phenomenally reduced. Now we don't even remember when COVID was. You know, it is already 2-3 years, and Bangalore roads are back to its reputation. So the human need for move is not going to go away. So if we have to solve this, we have to solve it inside the vehicle and the ecosystem. Of course, electrification journey will continue in India. We need to find out how to really improve the performance of battery. So there are a lot of different forms of vehicle, 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler, light commercial, and trucks, all formats of the vehicle. India will continue to have multimodal format of transport. Hydrogen, we already have experimented on hydrogen fueled vehicles. So the cost of generation, cost of transport, and also the green hydrogen, necessity to produce green hydrogen, and at scale it is very capex intensive. So these are the topics which we need to fix in India. Perhaps synthetic fuels, not so much spoken in India. India is looking at, you know, still the biofuels, increasing the percentage of ethanol in conventional fuel and increase the efficiency. And also, I think in India, the advantage we have is there's a massive software fraternity here in India. Big part of performance of the vehicle is now solved by software. Now perhaps you don't have to, you know, do as compared to the, you know, how we need to optimize earlier the performance in the hardware, the battery performance, emission performance, etc. is solved phenomenally using software, and we are a software powerhouse in India. A lot of innovation can happen around the software. So I think if we look at solving India mobility problem both in the vehicle and in the ecosystem, perhaps we have a better answer for solving the sustainability needs of mobility in India. But perhaps that's an advantage we have, and not to follow, copy-paste the template of China or a template of US or a template of Germany, and evolve a template which fits very, very heterogeneous, very diverse needs of India, very different kinds of, you have a 20 formats of mobility in a single country. Perhaps you need to solve it for such a diversity of mobility needs in India. So, summarizing, sustainability is a topic which is very high on all the mobility players. I would say solve it both in vehicle and vehicle ecosystem. A lot of R&D investment is required in India for India, because many of us invested a lot on R&D for solving problems in the world. We need to now invest on R&D to solve problems of India, which are very different, very frugal innovation, very multi-format innovation. So this needs a very different format of R&D which is required for India. Use the power of software. This is our sweet spot in India. We develop something like 250 billion worth of software to the world. Use this advantage to innovate to solve problems of India's sustainability. And of course, we solve it for the ecosystem and not just keep optimizing the vehicle. So 9 seconds left, as it says. So German, Punklish, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would say Prashant is funding India's dreams. That's the way I would call him. He's the man through Axel has been guiding, advising, and also funding startups which are in India and helping them scale and solve for the world, creating a better world and a better future. Prashant is a busy man, but somehow I convinced him to come here for this quick interaction, because sometimes hearing from Prashant and getting some of the thoughts that he has helps startups completely pivot or change their direction. And that means a big, big difference. So thank you, Prashant, for agreeing to be with us.
Yeah, thank you, Jose. Great to be here.
Yes.
I was here the last time, so good to be here again.
Yes. So we moved to a little bit bigger venue because more people were interested in TIA Summit. So now that I have Prashant just for 15 minutes, I'm going to get the maximum wisdom out of Prashant. So let me start, Prashant, with one thing. Globally, startups, have different levels. Some are moving up, some are closing, and so on. But in India's case, what do you see in the next 10, 15 years, how this startup ecosystem will further develop? We have seen crazy growth, till now. What will happen next? So, over to you.
Yeah, so, as you know, we are the third largest startup ecosystem. You would have heard this from multiple people. I think what's really changing is the dynamics in between the second largest and the third largest, right? So that dynamics, so there's, really the 2008 to 18 China moment is what is kind of playing out in India in this decade, right? So there was a lot of entrepreneurship fueled by domestic capital. Right, so what's the big, I think this happens in all countries. I think while global capital can make a difference and does make a difference, but really the moment that really changes the dynamics in a country is when people within the country start investing into the ecosystem, right? So that capital inflow, that captive capital kind of catapults the country to the next level. And that's exactly what's happening in India. There's about $4 to $5 billion of capital inflow in the country every month into the capital markets. Oh. And yeah, it's 4 to 5 billion, right? So that's much more than any foreign capital that can ever come to this country. And this capital is captive. It can't go anywhere. Okay, right? Excellent. So Indians are shifting from investing in, we'll always love gold. I don't think we'll ever get away from gold. But there is a shift in the younger generation from investing in real estate and some of these other assets to, more productive assets, right? So So that's one big movement in terms of for startups in the next decade. The broad basing of where startups are coming from, right? So the first decade when we started, so it's 15 years ago that we funded Flipkart, that became the iconic company in this country, right? So in this 15 years, startups have gone from being, only started by people from the elite schools within India, the IITs, the IIMs, startups happening only from the top, like Bangalore, Gurgaon, and maybe Hyderabad, Chennai. I think there's been a more broad basing where startups are no longer, it's the average person from any college, right, with the right aspiration, with the right talent, today is able to really create a startup, get funded, and scale. So, I spend a lot of time in the global south, in Vietnam, in Indonesia, Singapore. The scale of software talent was one thing that powered the country, but it is not so interesting, right? You're still doing what somebody is telling you. Every IT company here was told by somebody in Europe, in US, okay, develop this software. We didn't decide what to develop, what to build. But in the startup ecosystem, every entrepreneur decides what to build for the country. And the first generation of startups was, if there was an Uber in the US, you built an Ola. It was what we would call as X of Y, right? But we are also done with that. Now we are building what we believe is required for this country. And the entrepreneurs are able to today take...
In fact, Namayatri is outside. Yeah.
Namayatri and also the whole Make in India journey, which was a great slogan or thing, because of the global dynamics. So today, the diversification of the supply chains and the China plus one or China plus N is actually a great opportunity where India will no longer be services only. So startups will not only have to build for the country, but the Make in India is about building for the rest of the world. So in many, many ways, there's new capital, there are new global opportunities, and the scale of entrepreneurship, as in the net number of entrepreneurs that India is producing, and which were entrepreneurs who went and built in the Silicon Valley or built somewhere in Europe, are building from India today. And this is the India moment. Yeah.
Great. This is like music to the ear. While everybody was saying, the startup, they would say madness is kind of getting over. I think from what Prashant is saying...
No, we're just getting started.
We are just getting started. So yeah, we will be much more madder in 3-4 years. I mean, this is really exciting, at least for the startups.
No, actually, it won't be. It's not like, I don't think it'll be a lot madder. I think, there's a lot of learning from the excesses of the last 2-3 years. So I think people have to realize that hopefully that memory is not very short. Perfect. I think the startups need to be more frugal, have to have business models that are revenue generating, have to, understand that in India, making profits are very difficult, and you need to tap global markets. So all these are, I think, learnings that I hope people don't forget.
Excellent. That was going to be my second question. You see, that's why it's good to sit with a sage like Prashant. We have learned from some of the mistakes that some startups did with burning too much capital in the name of traction. And so I think those learnings will be in the system. While there is more capital, this capital will be much more intelligently deployed, if I may say so.
More frugal and...
more frugal and wanting more evidence of success. So I think this is good for the overall ecosystem, because then we are actually paying for solutions that work on the ground.
So I'll give you one industry, right, where when we talk about the geopolitics, how it is playing in India's favor, we always talk about manufacturing, and we have had this aspiration to manufacture in India, and Salgame was also talking about doing R&D in India, and we should do more R&D. But the reality is we don't have the ecosystem for R&D. We don't have the spends for R&D. We don't have the educational investments in our institutions for R&D. So what do we need to do? We need to do the Indian Jugaad, right? We need to be able to get the global IP into our country, right? We need to contextualize that global IP for our country and then leverage now the ability to manufacture in India, and with the partnership from the global principle, we need to be able to then use the Indian now capability to manufacture and repurpose that IP for the rest of the world. So I think there is a shortcut here. We don't have the time to do the R&D in the country. We have the, because India is a country that has understood how to work with the rest of the world, because India is a country where people have learned how to do joint ventures. So one good example is defense. So if you ask me as a venture capitalist 5 years ago, would I be investing in defense in this country? I would have said, no way, you know. I don't think we'll ever be investing in defense. But just look at the geopolitics in the world. Israel is caught up in its own need for defense. In fact, they are borrowing from India for defense. And we are good friends, so they're supporting. The Soviet Union and whatever, Russia is caught up in its own thing. They don't have any capability to export. So not everybody can buy from China, because if you're fighting China, you can't buy defense from China, right? So India has this moment where we can become one of the biggest defense suppliers for the rest of the world. So just like we did in auto, I think we can do in defense, right? So it's a big, and defense is one of the largest industries. US is very expensive. They have a very loaded defense cost ecosystem, so people can't afford. So India can provide defense capabilities for the rest of the world. So yeah. I'm just giving you the net new startup opportunities which just did not exist 5 years ago.
Excellent. So, you know, I think wonderful themes and lines and threads we can take from there. Capital is available. Entrepreneurs need to be frugal, create traction on the ground, look at the geopolitical scenario.
Geopolitical working in our favor.
Yeah. Exactly. And see what new opportunities are opening up, because sometimes, you know, that could give you greater traction to convince investors.
So also on manufacturing, right, we are seeing that there is, of course, tariffs, global tariffs always play a role in competitiveness. And, you know, I don't think that regime of wanting to diversify from imports from China is changing anytime soon. So India will not replace all of China. I think we will replace a portion of that imports, and the global tariffs will just make our startups more competitive to be able to you know, participate in that. And the global south needs more capable entrepreneurs, because no one country can replace the type of scale that China has been able to get, right? So you need, so I call it, you know, it's just not China plus one, it's China plus N, right? So N includes India plus Indonesia plus Philippines plus Thailand plus Vietnam. And Indian entrepreneurs will build platforms where you'll be able to aggregate supply, high quality supply from the global south to the global north. And why are Indian entrepreneurs better for that? Because you need technology, you need quality, you need great logistics, and all of that is something that I think Indian entrepreneurs will be able to do. And we are seeing, we have startups now that are starting in India, but are aggregating good high quality supply in a platform-like approach from the global south for the global north.
Excellent. You know, that's a great insight. I think that that's amazing. Moving from independent individual company thinking to a platform thinking, to get people to collaborate, to network, to do that digitally on the fly, to get high quality suppliers in seconds, and then place the order, get confirmation, and make sure that you can serve your client in the global north. I think excellent themes, Prashant. Thank you so much. I think that's a lot of points to take and digest in. I have one next and last question to Prashant. You know, He started almost kind of a revolution, I think last year with a very interesting book. It's called Unboxing Bangalore. And you know, it just didn't remain a book. It eventually became a platform where there is Unboxing Bangalore as a festival, and a lot of people are doing great stuff. So I just want Prashant to share a few lines of about Unboxing Bangalore and why Bangalore is so important for India's larger growth story.
Yeah, so Bangalore, you know, this is the city I was born in, and I've kind of, you know, have a very close relationship with the city. And I think this is the city which has given rise to the Indian dream, right? So in the last 25, 30 years, if there are 10 things that has materially changed the trajectory of this country, 8 out of those 10 things have emerged from the city, right? Whether it's the first aircraft, whether it's the first spacecraft, the first DPG, the India Stack, the first biotech, the first large startup, you know, everything. In fact, other than the Bollywood and the stock market, which started from Mumbai, everything else is that has materially changed this country has happened from the city that you are in. So I call it, yeah. So we, you know, they could, you know, so the moniker I would like to use is the city of new beginnings. So the city of new beginnings is what Bangalore is, right? Everything that is new kind of starts. So we just funded recently eVTOL, right? Some of you are familiar with this whole idea of air taxis. And the people, the entrepreneurs who are building this eVTOL don't happen to be from Bangalore. They are from Germany, they are from companies like Lilium and companies that have built, that are building eVTOLs in other part of the world, and they want to come and build the next, you know, maybe more frugal air taxi from Bangalore. That's the only way I could imagine solving the traffic problems in the city, right? Is to fund an eVTOL, an air taxi. So, like he was saying, I mean, you have to find solutions that where we build highways in the sky over the next 5 years to solve the traffic problems in the city. But anyway, I think anything new, I can tell you even in the next 10 years, will start from the city. And Unboxing Bangalore, the last plug I will give is for, I mean, a lot of you are, have heard about the Edinburgh Fest that happens every year, you know, one of the largest festivals in the world. So last year we did the first Bangalore festival, December 1st to 15th. And this year also we have the Bangalore Festival. It's an art, craft, culture, you know, I mean, across the board, you know, we believe that engagement of the city brings in ownership within the city. One of the problems we have had in Bangalore is that everybody has benefited from the city. They take away something from the city, but for everybody, the city is very transactional because everybody is so new to the city. So we need to bring in more ownership into the city, and we need to bring in more engagement within the city. And we are part of the World Culture Cities initiative. We are also trying to build this, you know, Bangalore Festival to hopefully be the preeminent city festival of the Global South. So if ever you happen to be in Bangalore between December 1st to 15th, please participate, and hopefully in 5 years, you know, people will think of coming just to Bangalore just for the festival. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Prashant. Let's give a big round of applause.
Thank you.
Instead of just complaining about traffic, they're actually doing something. May I request some of our advisory board members, Consul General Jan, Ambika, SK, Jonas, please come on stage. We take a quick picture because Prashant has to leave, and then I don't want to miss that we are all together with him. Chandra, you can also come.
Thank you.
Chandan, please come. Yes, yes.
Hey, it's nice to meet you.
Yes. Yeah.
Hello. How are you? Thank you.
You can have
nice
some business
meeting you.
Being here, and thank you for having me. It's always a great occasion to be at TIA Summit, like in the last times, and I see a lot of interest on that. So I was very interested about what you were saying about Germany. It was really interesting to see an outside view of my own country, and we have that discussion culture, which is very exhausting sometimes, but at the end it works out fine. It works out fine. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Indian-German relations, and that's what I want to talk about a little bit, are at an all-time high and being developed constantly. I just came back from Berlin, where we had our yearly conference of head of missions worldwide. India was not only one topic among many, but this time it was a central element of this conference, and I want to give you some examples for that. Firstly, the Indian Foreign Minister, Mr. Jaishankar, was our guest of honor. Next to my minister, and in front of all heads of missions and a big number of German entrepreneurs, he outlined in a remarkable speech the achievements India has already reached and the way ahead for your country. It is worthwhile to listen to that speech. You can see it on internet. And he made a real good case for India. He was like a salesman for India somehow. It was really great to hear. He described the powerful work of India by investing into modern infrastructure, a key element for further economic development. He made a case for more foreign direct investment in India. He also made clear that India has a role to play in geopolitics, and you were mentioning it before in the last round. And right he is. And very importantly, he emphasized the importance of putting an end to conflicts, like the attack of Russia on Ukraine and the conflict in Gaza, Lebanon, and Israel after the cruel attack of Hamas on October 7th in 2023. He made a point that by bolstering democracy, the multilateral international order, as well as to continue to join hands in our common goal of fighting climate change, we will eventually succeed. And then the following question and answer session showed the enormous interest of the people in the room on India and its relations with my home country, Germany. It was also obvious that both foreign ministers have high respect of each other and reiterated the need of close consultation. And that's also true for consultation behind closed doors for some of the trickier geopolitical questions. And my minister and him went behind closed doors after that session. Secondly, in the same conference, we had a plenary session with the German ambassadors to China and the German ambassador to India. They were sitting on the dais, and for the first time in the history of this conference, this outline had been deliberately chosen to signal that India belongs on the center stage of world economics and politics. And it was also interesting to see, as far as I interpreted this discussion, that my colleague from China, Mrs. Patricia Flohr, was much more in a defensive position than Ambassador Philip Ackerman from Delhi. He could really talk about what ambition India has, what is in for German companies in India, and what is in for Indian companies in Germany. So I think that is a very interesting change, because so far I have seen these conferences, it was always a big China conference, and now it's India and China on the dais. After these two sessions, the ambassador and us CGs were engaged in multiple discussions with business representatives, and they were eager to hear and know more on what India has to offer. And thirdly, to add to this, I want to draw your attention on the upcoming Indo-German government-to-government consultations. The German delegation, headed by Chancellor Olaf Scholz and comprising the majority of his cabinet ministers. This unique format allows that both countries have an exchange of views on the highest political level, engaging in common programs and streamlining their policies in all fields. And back to the consultations, we will in addition have the Asia-Pacific Conference of German Businesses. And it was very interesting to hear how India is also looking at the other players in the region, in the Asia-Pacific region. And this conference will take place in Delhi. This is the flagship event for business leaders, executives, and political representatives to discuss and promote economic relations between Germany and the Asia-Pacific region. Since 1986, the conference is being held biennially in various locations across the Asia-Pacific region. And this time, as a premiere, it is held in India. The APK is jointly organized by the Asia Pacific Company of the German Businesses and the German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and also the German Chambers of Commerce abroad. The conference is co-chaired by the APA chairman, the president and CEO of Siemens AG, Mr. Ronald Busch, and the vice chancellor and federal minister of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, Mr. Robert Habeck. And the conference objective is to provide a platform to deepen the dialogue on current economic developments in Europe and the Asia-Pacific region, as well as to build and strengthen personal and economic ties. And we will have the privilege to welcome the Indian Prime Minister Modi and Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, Mr. Scholz, at the conference. I just want also to highlight something which was very interesting in the discussions you had, Jose, before. And I said just, you were also looking at the Asia-Pacific region because the South and the North are complementary to each other. But what I believe also, because I was ambassador to Zambia before I came here to Bangalore, is don't forget Africa, because Africa will come. And India has a very good foot into Africa. And I can also say to the German companies, if you take India as a hub for connecting to Africa, you will have the future in your hands. So I think Africa, we shouldn't forget on that particular platform. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on with many more examples, like the more intensified cooperation with India in the field of maritime security. It was mentioned, for example, by the upcoming visit to Goa by a German Navy vessel, which actually drove to the Taiwanese Strait. And air defense, for example, by the recent Indo-Pacific deployment in South India. Defense technology cooperation is also an important new field, as it was discussed just before. This all aims to keep the region peaceful and safe. And we all know about the manifold challenges in this region. But I want to talk about a second topic where India and Germany are very much of mutual interest. And it's of utmost importance for Germany and its skilled migration. Guess which German foreign mission is the biggest in terms of issuing long-term visa for Indian citizens? It's Bangalore. Oh. And it's not only for Indian citizens, but it's worldwide. We are #1. And that is, I'm really proud of that my staff is really tackling that huge task. We issue probably about 30,000 long-term visa in 2024 in Bangalore, which is about half of all term long visa issued by Germany in India, ending up to about 60,000 in 2024. What is the reason for that, you might ask? I think our policies to attract Indian students, mainly masters and PhDs, has proven very successful. Germany has a non-profit orientated, vibrant, world-class science and university landscape. To learn German is not a stumbling block, as a lot can be done in English, and learning German is exponentially on the rise in India. At any given moment, we have nearly 50,000 Indian students in Germany, by far the biggest foreign student community in my country. Additionally, my government has changed the legal landscape completely. Germany, since June this year, has most liberal migration law for skilled people in the world. For young Indians with a good formation in all sectors, going to Germany has never been easier than today. So why do we do that? Germany has a demographic problem. Too many old people, like me, and many leaving the workforce in the next 5 to 6 years, like me, increasing the deficit of skilled labor. Hopefully I'm a skilled laborer. So, if we want to keep our wealth, our growth, we have to welcome about 400,000 skilled people each year for the next decade, 15 years, and India will be part of the solution. As India also has a demographic problem. India has too many young people, and for the foreseeable future, not jobs for all of them. So again, Germany, India, a perfect match. And the people who know me, I always say Germany and India is a perfect match. When you have German engineering and Indian ingenuity, they've got the best of two worlds. So again, a perfect match. The German, thank you for that. The German and the Indian governments are working closely together on central and on federal level to make things happen. On the state level, we have signed a migration and mobility agreement to ensure safe and fair migration. This is very important to us. On federal state levels, we have a multitude of programs, for example, Triple Win for nurses from Kerala, but also public and many private initiatives in close cooperation with Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, and many more. So you will see more skilled migration from India to Germany, adding constantly to the already 200,000 strong Indian diaspora in Germany. As Germany allows family reunion and has extended that also to parents in view of Indian life realities, Germany seems to be very attractive for young Indians. Just a last interesting fact I would like to mention in the German workforce, about 14% have an academic background. If you only look at the 140,000 Indian strong workforce in Germany, the percentage of academics is at 35%. So India adds a lot of brain to my country, to Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, some final remarks from my side, because I can see time is running up. I got 9 seconds left. I could easily go on to talk intensively on the engagement and chances of German Mittelstand in India. We have already a broad base of companies in all sectors. I am confident that many more will follow. That is also true for the cooperation of startups. During the upcoming Bangalore Tech Summit, Mrs. Christmann, the envoy of the German government for startups, will be here in Bangalore together with many German incubators, accelerators, labs and startups to tap into the rich startup scene and environment in Bangalore and liaise with the private and public actors in this field. This week also there is an interesting initiative taking place here in Bangalore. In the framework of Urban Mobility Berlin-India partnership, startups from Bangalore and Berlin, facilitated by the IIM in Bangalore, will work on modern mobility solutions which will cater the needs of women in public transport. Once this workshop is over, I'm sure that great cooperative initiatives and ideas will be ventured and transferred into successful startups. Ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate your interest for what I said. The German consulate in Bangalore is always open for your questions and ideas. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Jose, for having me today, and have a wonderful TIA Summit. Thank you.
Anik from Bayer Science Fellow, who is running the Life Hub in Bayer Corp Sciences. Please come on stage. And then also Nicole from Cologne Business. May I request you to come on stage. Well, we decided to do this very interesting interaction. You can keep it there, she will. We decided to do this very interesting interaction because I said, you know, the PowerPoint way sometimes is a bit, you know, boring. So let's do a quick interaction. Promise that it will just be 15 minutes. After this, we have, interestingly, the IPS officer in charge of Bangalore traffic using AI with a Dutch company. So he will tell that story and what has happened using AI and helping to ease traffic in Bangalore. So that will come immediately after that. And then we have wonderful consul generals from Denmark, from Switzerland, from Netherlands, who will give us what all is happening. And why are we doing this? We want all of you to network and connect with each of them and see where you can add value, in which program of theirs you can connect and amplify impact together. All right, so now we are with this wonderful panel. We did it a bit mixed media, so it's not only talk, there'll be some presentation as well in the side. So I want to ask first to Ms. Ambika, who is leading North Rhine-Westphalia Global Business Office for India. North Rhine-Westphalia is known as the #1 investment location and industrial hub in Germany. So they were able to convert from an industrial to digital and to a business hub. And while doing that, it's also supporting Indian companies. So that's why we are very interested in NRW, because they are helping startups enter the European market. And I want Ambika to give us a brief overview about the ecosystem in NRW and the current initiatives which startups can tap into. Over to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just check. Yeah. Just tap. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jose. I think there are so many things going into your mind, like speed up with all the things. Thank you for having me once again. And coming from Berlin to another state of Germany, my name is Ambika, and I'm representing the German state North Rhine-Westphalia. And I'm not here alone. I'm my colleagues Anik and Nicola as well. So when you speak about the ecosystem, you know, NRW is the largest industrial hub, and that's why this is the important platform to present NRW here, because in all the speeches, whether it's for Datta, whether it's CG, we have seen the world is looking toward the Indo-Pacific strategy, right? So what is there where the India and Germany can come together and work? So coming back to the North Rhine-Westphalia region, it's the largest industrial hub. 18 million is the population. Of course, it's not as compared to India, it's not you know, that much. But yes, you know, maybe we can go back to the figures once again. I think people are also raising. Yeah. So we have almost 20,000 global companies present in NRW. 7 lakh SMEs are present. When we were talking about Mittelstand, 7 lakh SMEs are present in NRW. And when we speak about you know, the Indian companies, the number is still growing. There are almost 130 Indian companies are present there in NRW. So that is one aspect. And then when we speak about the sector, maybe we can go to the next slide. When we speak about the sectors, we are one side, we are the classic industry where we have the companies like Bayer, ThyssenKrupp, Henkel present there, but we are also working towards the emerging technologies like hydrogen, EV and renewable energies. And then I think it's moving a little faster, but it's okay. Yeah. So these are some numbers, what we are having. And now coming back to what we are doing and how we are working with the Indian ecosystem is that we have recently, we were speaking about the startups, we were speaking about the Indian companies. So we have recently signed an MOU with NASSCOM Launchpad, and we are offering, the 5 cities have come forward and offering 3 to 6 months working space for the companies as well as startups, and of course connect to the ecosystem. When we come to startups, we are having 10,000 euro welcome package for the Indian startups who can work there with the DigiHus, with the Economic Development Office, with the industries, and then work together. I think I'll just summarize it here because there's lots to explain, but anybody can come to me and I can explain further as well.
Great, thank you Ambika for that great, you know, I never heard of this, that somebody gives you money and welcomes you, but you know, whatever, the world is changing and Indian talent, you know, is looked upon to drive greater economic strength and vitality across the world. So maybe there is some strategic intent to that. So yes, Ambika will be here. You can meet her, you know, around lunch, Network Connect, and get more details. And I'm sure that some of our network will benefit therefore from there. Now let me jump to Anik. Anik, you are from Bayer Science Fellow and also a Bayer Corp Science Life Hub initiative that was started in Bangalore. I think you headed it and you know, took it to fruition. I want to ask you this. Bayer, with its significant global presence and deep-rooted expertise in life sciences, how is this science hub that Bayer has pushing innovation and creating things that are really needed for the market and the world at large?
Thanks. Thanks, Jose, for that question. Yeah. So before going into this, we are changing gears, talking about life science now, agriculture. So a little bit about Bayer. So Bayer is a global company. We are more than 160 years old and headquartered in Germany. Okay, so we are a life science company. Yeah. Bayer is a global company headquartered in Germany, and we are more than 160 years old. And we have a net sales of about 50 million. And if you look up in the slide up there, about 5 billion goes back into R&D every year, showing the importance we give on innovation. So innovation is what drives us. Okay, and we work out of 80 different countries. So Bayer, can you go to the next slide, please? So Bayer has 3 verticals. We have a crop science division, or the agriculture division that I represent. We have a pharma division, and we also have a consumer health division where you can buy over-the-counter medicines. And all these verticals require a lot of innovation. Okay? And that's where we see where it is very important to partner with innovators around the world, be it startups, be it academicians, be it other companies. So one such initiative in the agriculture department is what we call the Bayer Life Hub. That's a hub that I'm heading here in Bangalore. So what do we do at the Bayer Life Hub? So the Bayer Life Hub is actually a platform that the company provides to interact with innovators outside the organization. So it can be collaborate and have partnerships. We can have startups come talk about it. We can talk about the wonderful science that we do. We can also see if we can co-create or form solutions by collaborating with each other. So the Bayer Life Hubs, we have about 5 Life Hubs globally, 3 of them in Europe, 1 in America and 1 in Bangalore. And each of these Life Hubs focus on the needs of that region. For example, in Bangalore, we focus on smallholder farmers. You would have heard some earlier presenters talk about smallholder farmers. We're trying to see how we can provide digital solutions or solutions to these smallholder farmers. And another branch of our investment wing is called the LEAPS. This covers all 3 divisions, be it pharma, consumer health, or crop science, where we invest heavily in startups. And the numbers are up there, but we've invested about 2 billion in the past 5 years in over 60 startups. So these are some initiatives that we take in interacting with startups and keep innovation alive in life sciences.
Wow, Anik, this is amazing. Huh? I mean, we just came with Prashant, and now you are saying also there's capital available from a corporate innovation perspective, which startups can, I think, compete and get selected and then get this. Is it grant, capital, share? How is it?
We have all. We have grants for university for students. We also have capital for startups also.
Wow. So I think please don't let Anik leave the hall without all of you have taken his card. You know that.
Just to add what Anik has mentioned is that, see, maybe we are rushing for the few topics. The topic is intense. Actually, we cannot cover in 20-30 minutes. But when we are talking about how to bring India and Germany together, so there are possibilities, there are platforms, there are grants, there are seed funds, especially in the research sector. I think we heard that the startups should move towards the research, and for the research, we are looking towards Germany. So those kinds of grants are always present here. The only thing is you have to come up with the optimum solution which complements the German market, and then we are good to go.
Perfect. Some alignment and capital is not a problem. Excellent. That's a really nice message, a sweet message to listen in the morning. All right, now let's go to Nicole from Cologne Business and the Economic Development Office. Really nice to have you, and I think also your colleague Daniel. I don't know where do I say? Yeah, okay, Daniel. Nice to have you both with us. Cologne plays a crucial role in the economic development, so Cologne Business is enabling that. And how does your organization, as a kind of a government organization, support local businesses and international companies that come and look to establish themselves in Cologne?
Thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be here today. Yes, as you mentioned, I work for Köln Business, which is the agency of economic development of the city of Cologne. We are 100% owned by the city. I may just start with the second part of your question. What can we do to support international companies? So together with 6 other colleagues, we have an international desk supporting international startups and companies that want to expand in Europe and are interested in expanding in Germany. And what we do is help them with the whole establishment process, meaning giving them the contacts that they need, for instance, for legal advice, tax advice. If they are looking for allocation, offices, co-working spaces, we help them with that. We also support with networking, which we think is the most important thing, connecting them with the relevant actors in our city, meaning associations, companies, and other startups. And we also help with the funding, which is a very big topic. And continuing to the companies that are already in Cologne, we have a company service helping with administrative issues. They help also with, for instance, if a company wants to expand and they are looking for a new office or real estate, we have a team working exclusively for these companies and is the first contact for them to expand and grow. Also, looking for staff, we can help them find the right staff, the right team members for their companies or startups. And yeah, for the international companies here again, like the 6 steps that we have. First, a consultation with us so we can give you an individual advice, see what are your needs and what we have in Cologne to support you. And legal and administrative issues, for instance, if you also need support with visa, that's something we can also help you with. establishment in the legal entity in Cologne, and then looking for co-working spaces, office spaces. We have a long list. Cologne is a very dynamic city with a lot of offers. And then financial support. We have own grants from Köln Business, but also we have experts in-house that can give you an overview of the different grants that we have in Germany, but also in the EU. And finally, finding the right staff so you can start your business in Cologne.
Excellent. This is like further music to the ear. So you take away all the headache, all the other things other than the core area of business for the startup so that they can focus on their core value proposition and pivoting that to the right market. Excellent. You want to add something?
Just one comment here once again that, we always believe in best practices. So recently in last 2 years, we have already hosted almost 30 startups from India. They have visited NRW in various delegations, and Cologne has, of course, very well hosted them. Apart from them, few of the startups have already incorporated the office there because they want to work not only with the, of course, with the companies are the major client, but also with the academia. So there is the Excellence Gateway Center of Cologne who is also coming forward. DG Hubs are also there who are coming forward, and I think this is the right moment and right time and right message for the startup as well as the industry to come forward and reach out to us. Thank you.
Great. So now it's the second and last round of question, but just quickly because we
Slow down, Jose.
Yeah, whatever. All right. We want to link it to sustainability, from whatever you have said. So maybe I start with Nicole this round or with, okay. So I start with Nicole. Okay. As an economic development agency, how do you ensure sustainable growth integrated with Cologne's economic development as well? Because somewhere, with all climate change and other issues, too much growth also can create a problem. So how do you balance it, especially when international businesses come there and they want to set up? Would that overheat the economy? Give us some idea and some thoughts.
So we are over 80 colleagues at Köln Business, and we have a business development sector with colleagues that are experts in different fields, and we have in the field of transformation 2 colleagues that offer individual advice for companies, helping them with sustainability projects in their own companies. They also give advice regarding funding and financing in sustainability projects. They give information about climate protection measures in the companies that are already based in Cologne. They organize events, meetups in different topics, for instance, hydrogen economy, resource efficiency, and what they do, I mentioned networking, so connecting them with the relevant research institutes, the University of Cologne. We have more than 12 research institutes in the city, so this is very big, and connecting them. We have some own initiatives and strategies from Köln Business. I may start with that, Kölner Rahmen, or the Cologne Framework, which is a grant every year with different topics, and this year we had 3 different topics, one of them being sustainability innovations. It's a grant of maximum of 50,000 euros, so we support the Cologne startups and companies that have ideas and want to, or have innovations in the sustainability sector. Another own initiative is Impact Cologne, which is a platform where we try to get all the stakeholders, associations and companies together so that we come further in this topic. And these other points that you see in the slide are strategies from the city of Cologne. So the city of Cologne has the goal to become climate neutral by the year of 2035. It's a big goal, and we know that, and therefore we need the efforts of all the stakeholders in the different sectors. And we see, as a city of Cologne, a big responsibility from our part to do a lot and connect and make initiatives. For instance, the Cologne Perspectives has the goal to make our cities more sustainable with buildings and neighborhoods that are greener and sustainable. We also have mobility strategies trying to make the city greener. And we have also Smart City Cologne and Zero Waste Köln that are initiatives actually started from the population with the goal to have all the different actors participating, also the public institutions, but the companies. So this is just a few examples.
I mean, this is excellent because, one of the things that I found startups being asked by investors and serious guys at the cap table is what about the net zero question, So given that you have all this already in your ecosystem, it's much easier for startups there to connect and to make sure that they use the knowledge and the potential here to make sure that as they grow, they have a lower carbon footprint. From the previous 2 years to the next 2 years, it's completely amazing. So
maybe one short information also regarding this Green Startup Monitor 2024. Every fifth green startup founded in Germany is founded in NRW. So this is a sign what a strong infrastructure we have in NRW.
Excellent. This is what we love, startups that are green, that they grow. Therefore, the growth is not at the cost of the climate, but is a win-win for climate, people, and for businesses. Thank you so much, Nicole. That was really interesting to learn about all of those amazing things. Now we go to Bayer, and great to see that interaction with startups. Now, is this connection of Bayer and startups helping with sustainability or sustainability adoption? From Bayer's point of view, is it a win-win for Bayer and the startup? That's the question.
Yeah, Jose, thanks for that question. Yeah, so Bayer, we are looking at startups to partner with to be with us on the sustainability goals. But I want to highlight a little bit about the challenges that we face in sustainability. All this time we've been hearing about crowded streets and the cities getting more crowded, roads getting more crowded and stuff like that. But we have a little different, we have a different problem. So all of you all know by 2050, we're going to have about 2 billion more people on this earth. And most of these people are going to be from Asia. And one of the major food that we consume over here is rice. And the way we've been growing rice over these hundreds of years is very, very, very unsustainable. So what we've been doing by growing rice is we're adding more methane in the air, greenhouse gases, and spoiling the soil, which we've been doing over the years without knowing about it. So now we've taken up this initiative to see how we could bring that down, to see how we could grow rice without water, without standing at the roots, which causes these greenhouse gas emissions. So we are actively looking at startups who can come with us on this sustainability journey to see how we can combat these problems and bring them down. So one initiative that we started up with, that we've actually signed an agreement with the government in India here is for direct seeded rice. So direct seeded rice is the way in which we can grow rice in a sustainable manner. Now what you'll see in the left here is how rice is being grown in Asia under puddle conditions where there's water. It's also adding more methane in the air, which is causing all the problem. The one to the right is what we are proposing for, where we are working on to grow rice with less water and where we do not disrupt the soil and also maintain the structure of the soil. So in these areas, we are actively looking at partnerships to see if any startups come up with ideas that could combine with ours to see how we could take this forward and tackle these problems.
Wow, this is amazing. Rising to the occasion with rice, the staple crop, especially for all of Asia. From a numbers point of view, do you know how much water is needed for this 1 acre of rice farm, just to get this?
I think it's about 3,000 liters for 1 kg of rice.
Okay, so this will be a big game changer, especially as there are water shortages in many of our metro cities. I think it's really nice. Thank you. That's amazing to see Bayer enabling that, with capital, with ideas, with networking, with a stakeholder participation together. I think there is hope for the future, and we are really positive about it. And I really hope many of the audience meet Anik. We will be here till lunch at least, that I can promise. So connect with him and see how you can engage. And if you don't want to give your number, you can use Port. Port is a very interesting company. They just give you a QR code, everybody can connect. And whenever you want, you can disconnect, either of you, right? So you can share, and that's a good way to connect as well. All right, now we go to Ambika from the NRW ecosystem. So we heard about Cologne, we heard about Bayer, but overall, because you have a huge industrial base, could you give us some examples of sustainable practices that NRW at a state level is deploying, implementing? Because this would give hope for more startups to look at NRW, because then you can have also state as a buyer of the solution and so on. So over to you.
So I think I'll be a little brief. The figures are already mentioned in the slide and all that. I'll not repeat those things. But what I wanted to communicate to all of you is that, the sustainable development is important, and everybody, whoever is sitting in the room, knows about that. But how to bring it together? So there, I think what we believe in NRW in the 3 Ps actually, and I think I read it also somewhere. The one is people, planet, and profit. So when we speak about people, it includes the diversity, it includes the inclusivity, it includes the, the nutrition, or all those factors. When it comes to the planet, environmental factors, And when it comes to profits, so since I'm representing the Ministry of Economic Affairs here, so the profits. So I think there where we feel that, how to bring the sustainability as a part of economic development. So we should not forget that as well. When it comes to our government, they have already introduced many funds where these ESGs, they are aligning with the sustainable development goals, and these funds are not into a small figure, these are 100 million euros, where they're trying to bring or to encourage the companies itself. Of course, the academia is the part of that, R&D is a part of that, but companies also to encourage and work on these platforms and utilize these funds to to introduce this technology, whether it's green tech, whether it's renewable, whether it's hydrogen, and the examples you can see on the screen as well. So I would suggest that come forward when you have some kind of sustainable solution. And sometimes, I don't know whether Harish is there, and we see a very kind of pragmatic work between India and Germany as well. So there was last year, I think on your panel, there was one Indian startup who was working on sustainable solution and helping the Mittelstand in NRW. And we also have Harish, if you could, wave and all. So Harish is doing a great job. Plastic Fisher is there, who is working on the sustainable approach, startup from Cologne, and working together with the Indian government and the organization to bring together these sustainable reforms. So these are the kind of initiative, grants, funding when it comes top there, and also the ecosystem connect, where we can help. And sustainability is, of course, is the center point of for NRW, and we are committed to that.
Excellent. So if you have not already done it, please take a photo of that previous slide and also this slide. This has all the contact people. But you see, they have, as a government, issued a bond for sustainability, which is a 10-year tenor, which is really interesting, which means money will go into sustainable startups and people doing that. And then I also see Green Steel and ThyssenKrupp doing something there. That's another interesting thing.
Tata Power and SMS has already signed an agreement actually. So there are many things happening, and of course all my colleagues are here from the global countries. They will also be providing, but we are here to support and help the sustainability.
I hope, Ambika, you have bought a lot of business cards.
Yeah,
or you can connect with Port, Yeah. All right, so I think that was really amazing. Thank you so much, Ambika, Anik, and Nicole. It was excellent. I think we did the audience justice in this short 18 to 20 minutes. We were able to cover 3 wonderful perspectives from a city, from a state, and from a company that wants to do sustainability and build a better future. So thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to our wonderful panel. All right. That was really nice, and I would now move to the next part of the panel. So I would, yes. Just we take a picture together as a panel here. Yeah, Daniel, can you come up? Are you Daniel from Colombia? Yes, just to document this moment that we were together. Harish, are you here? Can you come running quickly? Fast. Come. Since you are a startup actually from NRW and working in India, it's kind of a bridge between the two places. Yes, come. Yes, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ambika. May I now ask our very interesting speaker. I would say he's a leader. While being in the government service, he's bringing technology to its full capacity to create and solve the mobility problem in Bangalore. Bangalore is famous for many things, but one thing it's most famous for is the traffic. And we are delighted that Anuchet sir is here. Let's give a big round of applause to Sri Anuchet. He is himself an engineer, but then he is also a traffic cop and he is a leader. So, and he has an excellent deck. Last time we had some issue with loading that deck, so everything is ready and set. Over to you. Take it, sir, and tell us how we might have a good Bangalore with less traffic in the coming years. Over to you.
Thank you so much for having me here. You have
need a slide.
This one? Yeah. Just to give you a snapshot of Bangalore, we have a 14,000 kilometer road network. We have 14 million population, 12 million registered vehicles. That is almost a 1:1 ratio between vehicle population and human population. And we have about 40,000 road intersections. We are the most congested city in India as per TomTom rankings, and we are the 6th most congested city in the world. Whatever I'm going to say next is basically directed towards ensuring we get off this ranking, basically, right? That's my target. That's it. Now, I'll have my presentation divided into two parts. One is what we are doing right now and what is in place and will be operational by about December, January of this year and January of next year, right? So we have something called as ASTRAM. ASTRAM is basically an acronym for Actionable Intelligence for Sustainable Traffic Management. Now what ASTRAM does is, in a nutshell, is in this slide. Basically, we try and get data from multiple sources. It can be our CCTV cameras, it can be from map-based aggregators, it can be from mobility aggregators, it can be from other private services which generate data pertaining to traffic. So we have tie-ups with both public and private entities who provide us certain data. We have our own boots on the ground. I head an organization which has about 5,600 people working in about 2 shifts on a daily basis. So we generate live road traffic conditions by way of roadblocks, accidents, water logging, tree falls, processions, protests, and various other things which are unique to India. So that data is fed into a big data platform, and this data platform basically gives us insights as to what's happening and helps us in traffic congestion mitigation and in planning, and some insights into what could be the congestion based on past historical data, right? Now, these are the collaborations that we are having with various agencies. As you can see, we have with mobility aggregators, we have with corporate travel managers, we have with travel data aggregators, we have with map-based services, we have our own field officers on the ground. We have social media as well. We have integrated various aspects of social media. We created an AI engine which crunches all this data and gives us insight into giving into basically actionable measures that we can take on the ground. So I'll just give you 2 use cases of ASTRAM, which we did recently, which will give an insight as to what ASTRAM does. So ASTRAM basically helps us in congestion monitoring and prediction. So what we predict, so this is Bangalore, about a year back, exactly a year back on September 27th, we had a gridlock in Bangalore. The gridlock was caused by a long weekend coming up and people wanting to leave Bangalore. We see a huge exodus of people because Bangalore is a cosmopolitan city where a lot of people are living here, but their hometown is elsewhere. So we have a lot of people leaving Bangalore during long weekends. So on 6th September, the red line is what we had predicted as the congestion, and what actually happened because of our mitigation measures is in blue line. So what we do as mitigation measures is that we staggered certain timings by way of heavy goods vehicles and of buses. And we spoke to a few of the private bus operators, as well as the KSRTC, which is the state-owned corporation which runs the buses. So we staggered the timings of these buses. We also ensured that the buses are disparately located. So instead of being at the main bus center, where you generally have about 600 to 800 buses in a period of 4 hours, we tried to ensure that they are located elsewhere so that they are along the routes and people use those routes and catch the buses which are outside Bangalore city. So we shifted them to 5 other central hubs in Bangalore. So this is what we were able to do using the prediction model and by talking to the various stakeholders to ensure that on the weekend that the congestion is reduced. Can you go to the next slide, please? Yeah, so what ASTRAM does is it gives us insights into what could be the congestion for the next day, in the next 24 hours, which areas their congestion is expected, and for how long the congestion is expected. So as you can see, this is the congestion expectation for 13th September, again where we had a long weekend of 4 days on 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th. So at these places, we were able to take some measures and ensure that the congestion is reduced. Now, this is another impact. When we studied Bangalore traffic movement, we realized on Saturdays our peak hours are not in the morning. Our peak hours actually start at about 11 o'clock in the morning and go up to about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, what we were able to do is we were able to restrict the movement of heavy goods vehicles during this time. And the line in, blue is what is for July. And if you see what is in the dark blue color, it is for August. That's basically, and if you see the peak hours in between 11 o'clock to 2 o'clock, we are able to reduce that much of peak hour traffic because we prevented the movement of heavy goods vehicles. Bangalore doesn't have a complete outer ring road. It is only about 34 kilometers, which is the nice road. So, and on the existing outer ring road, metro work is happening. So, in the peak hours, we prevent the movement of heavy goods vehicles into Bangalore. And by shifting this time on Saturdays, we have been able to reduce congestion by about 6 to 7% during the morning peak hours, which is sufficient to ensure that congestion is mitigated. This is another incident reporting that we have because of the amount of staff that we have on the ground. Like I said, we collect a lot of data pertaining to various road traffic conditions, which we again share with the map services like Google, Maple, and various other services. So it helps them with route planning, and it helps the end user also to get data as to what's happening in and around his locations. The other thing that we are working on is using AI prediction models. We use a weighted average model, and we are trying to get data from various other sources. Primarily, Bangalore traffic is a monsoon traffic management issue. Monsoon is a big issue for Bangalore traffic. So we are using the IISC's waterlogging model that they have developed. And basically, we superimpose that with what is the traffic expected and the weather data for the next 24 hours to understand what could be the congestion at any given point of time. Now, we use this data on August 14th, that is the weekend, the day preceding the Indian Independence Day. And we have various graded measures as to what we need to do. So on August 14th, on 2 days prior to that, we requested all the companies to do work from home. We saw that the congestion and the rain expected is so high that the outer ring road would lead to a gridlock, because again, that was a long weekend. And we requested all the tech companies to go for work from home, which most of them did, and it did help mitigate. Incidentally, that day was the day when Bangalore Metro had the highest metro ridership ever in its history. It crossed 8 lakhs in a single day. Right? So that's another thing that we are doing. Yeah, so these are the initiatives that we have taken up, which they are right in now in their installation or trial phases, and we should have them working in the next 6 months. One is we have taken up upgradation of our signals to adaptive traffic control signals. We have about 50 intersections. This is working on a model called CausiCost. CausiCost is developed by Center for Development of Advanced Computing. It is very unique to India and Indian traffic problems, and we have seen it working well. So we have, this should be operational, it's already operational in 50 junctions, and 165 junctions will be operational by December of this year. The other one is we are trying to develop an AI engine at our traffic management center. Now, Bangalore city traffic alone has 9,000 CCTV cameras, 4,600 body-worn cameras, 200 dashboard cameras, and infinite mobile phones, right? So we can crowdsource a lot of these data. The AI engine at the back end will detect traffic violations and also do ATC function, automatic traffic counting and classification functions. This again will feed into Astram, and we'll be able to take some better management decisions. More importantly, this will be used for traffic violation detection. The whole idea is to make the entire system input agnostic. Whatever video feed we get, we can crowdsource it from public as well as from other government sources as well, and do the crunching at the back end. This will be operational by December. So the trial phase is over. The AI algorithm is learning and it's improving. So I'm confident that it will meet our service level agreements by November, and we can launch it by December. The other thing that we are doing is we are trying to create a mobility digital twin for Bangalore. It's a huge task on its own, but what we are trying to do is we are trying to create and simulate traffic scenarios and test our traffic management strategy before they're actually implemented on the ground. What microsimulation is going to do is that right now we are simulating on the 12 high density corridors and other 9 other corridors. So 21 corridors of Bangalore are being simulated already. But microsimulation, we are trying to take a local area, like say for example, if you're aware of Bangalore, Jayanagar is one small suburb of Bangalore. So that part of Bangalore we'll try and simulate based on the local level congestion at that area. Right? So that's what we are trying to do in this mobility digital twin. This will take some time. I think we just started this a couple of months back, but it will take about 6 to 8 months. I think it should be ready shortly. Again, our data from other sources and as well as some research which has gone into it through IISc and the various centers of excellence and IC is being used for this. Yeah, so this is something which is close to my heart because Bangalore is a tech hub and I thought, why don't we do something completely made in India, right? We wanted to create a traffic signal light, we are working. So what we are trying to do, we are using Mapple's live traffic data with minimum latency and using an adaptive controller and trying to optimize the signal timing to work on the live traffic conditions. So if you're aware of Taj West End, somewhere there, if you have gone there, the traffic signal light is there actually working on this mode. We are using live data to operate the signal 24/7, except when there's a VIP or ambulance movement where we go to manual mode. 99% of the time this is working there. So it worked well in a 2-arm junction, but 3 and 4-arm junction require some more analysis and inputs and this thing. So I hope one day we'll be able to tout this as our made in India signal, and this is completely, the hardware and software is completely made in India. So this is something close to my heart. Hopefully by December or January we'll be able to have about 50 signals operating in this fashion. Yeah, so these are the 4 things that we're looking forward to. Thank you for your patient hearing. And like I said, what we are trying to do is use data. We are custodians of huge amount of data and process it into meaningful information and try to make lives of everybody here a little better and get off that #1 position. Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, that was really excellent. Let's give a big round of applause. You know, it's good to have engineers also in traffic, right? You saw a very scientific method. You know, it's almost like olden days we used to hear about somebody looking at a golden ball and predicting the future. They're able to do that for traffic thanks to AI, thanks to tech. I just asked him one question, that can I connect him later with some of the consul generals and our advisory board members? He said yes, so I will do that because he had to leave and that's why we rushed. Now we move quickly to our Consul General Ewout de Wit from the Netherlands, and you know, it's really interesting. Ewout, as you come, I want to say something, you know, on the traffic commissioner's slide, you would have seen a logo, Arcadis. Arcadis is a Dutch company, so therefore you see it's global collaborations that create a sustainable future. So over to Ewout to give us a good overview of how Netherlands and India can collaborate and build a sustainable future. Over to you, Ewout.
Thanks, Jos, and thanks for inviting me. Good to be here. The last 2 editions, unfortunately, due to circumstances, I couldn't attend in person, but this time I made the effort. So, despite arriving very late from Bangkok last night, it's really a pleasure to be here. I don't have any slides, but actually, I think I would have needed only 1 slide, and that would have said, solving global challenges together, because that is what we do. The previous example of Bangalore traffic, where Dutch company Arcadis is using AI to help predict traffic flows, to help improve 40 of the most difficult junctions in Bangalore, hopefully with a positive effect on everybody in this room, that you get to your destination faster with fewer pollution. So that's one example of a Dutch company working here in India with Indian technology, developing solutions that are relevant here. Arcadis is not the only one. We have many companies that are active here. If you are on the road from the airport, you will see the Philips Innovation Campus, one of the 3 main innovation centers that Philips has worldwide. 80% of all Philips software is developed here in Bangalore with, thank you. with the aim, what is Philips' aim? They want to have a health impact on 2.5 billion people by 2030. And how do you do that? By making diagnosis better. Again, using AI, using new technology, also making it more sustainable, requiring fewer inputs. And also ensuring that it can work remotely for people who do not have immediate access to healthcare, to ensure that you can do that from a distance. That's what a company like Philips is doing here in Bangalore. We have NXP, a Dutch semiconductor chips manufacturer. Yes, they are in all Indian passports, the chips are there, are NXP. But also in the chips that are required for electric vehicles. NXP is developing it here, is designing the chips here in Bangalore. Their CEO was at Semicon India in New Delhi 2 weeks ago, and he announced that they are going to invest another €1 billion in India, doubling the staff that they have here, working on the future. The future will need semiconductors, and NXP is working on that. But it's not all high-tech, it's also another kind of tech. We have seed companies that are working here without genetic modification to improve seeds for the circumstances that are required here. Pest-resistant, drought-resistant, improving food security for all of us. That's what we are looking for from the Netherlands, to work to bring Indian and Dutch companies, partners, research organizations, government organizations together to solve some of these global challenges together. I want to stress a few areas that are our priorities at the moment looking from the Netherlands. First of all, energy transition. We used to have an economy based on cheap gas that came out of our own ground. Our government has decided to completely stop that, not necessarily for environmental purposes, but because it was creating earthquakes in the north of the Netherlands, and that was considered a human rights violation. So the people there are not safe because they are affected by earthquakes. We have stopped our natural gas production, so we rely on other sources now. Green hydrogen is something where, together with our German neighbors, so also the people from North Rhine-Westphalia, the Germans, this is something that we're doing together because our ecosystems are so intertwined with our neighbors in Germany. And India really has come up on the list of green hydrogen opportunities because we see that India is advancing there. Another thing also discussed by the gentleman from Bosch, decarbonization of transport, as we call it, because it's not only about electric vehicles. Yes, electric vehicles are required now. If you, next year, if you have a small business and you have a van and you need to go into certain Dutch cities, you will need an electric vehicle. Again, for climate purposes, but also for the health of people, because we find that microparticles in the air in Dutch cities are too high, and again, it's a human rights violation if the government does not provide a healthy environment for you to live. So these are urgent issues that we need to address. But it's also inland shipping. We need to make sure that our ships are green, that our construction, our infrastructure construction happens with vehicles that have decarbonized, that our planes are decarbonized, because in the Netherlands now we have year. But this year they were able to get new money from the market because their technology of having solar cells that can be included in the roof, in the doors, in all parts of the car, to have solar powered vehicles. That's still something that technologies that we have to develop for the future. But it's more than that, it's also health. We focus very much on a One Health perspective. One Health means everything is intertwined. We have environment, we have people, we have cattle. In that sense, one of our priorities in India to work together is on antimicrobial resistance. We're working closely with CCAMP because we see that this is another global challenge, these superbugs that are resistant to all kinds of medication. We have to do something against it, and in that way we are bringing both our people from our health department, from our agriculture department, from our innovation department together in India with people, with organizations like CCAMP, to try to see what can we do, what innovation can we do, what startups can we do to work on improving the health of lots of people. The final point I would like to mention is a broader sense of cybersecurity, a field where at the moment actually a delegation from India is going to the Netherlands to attend the ONE conference. Cyber is another threat that we all face and that we have to deal with together. Just some of the highlights of the work that we from the consulate are focusing on, as I said, bringing government, private sector and academia together. In the Netherlands we talk about the triple helix model. That is the basis for a lot of work we do in the Netherlands, and we're looking forward to continuing to do that here in India. Please feel free to reach out to us. We are here with the colleagues from innovation, from agriculture, from trade and investment to work together to bring our countries together. So thanks again for the opportunity to speak. I have 14 seconds left, but I'll leave it with this. Thanks.
You know, sometimes when you go to a restaurant, they say, let's go Dutch. And here there is going Dutch, win-win for India, for Netherlands, and also for the larger world. Thank you so much. That was an excellent speech, on point, with the live example of something that was already happening. All right, now we move to a Danish perspective, and I would like to invite our advisory board member and Consul General of Denmark here in Bangalore, SK, to take us with a presentation of the Indo-Danish corridor and what opportunities exist there. Over to you.
Thanks a lot, Jose. I think I have some slides, but I'll just slowly get started, so maybe I can cheat a little bit and get some extra seconds. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for the opportunity once again. I think it's my third consecutive year after 3 years in Bangalore. It's growing in size, so congratulations to the team behind this very important summit. I could talk to length in continuation of my colleague Ewout, from the Dutch to the Danes, about areas that are more or less the same but different. But I will leave you with a focus on how Denmark is India's preferred partner when it comes to green transition, something that we are very proud of. If you take the next slides and just go through them like with 1 minute intervals, then I'll try to keep a pace accordingly. So basically in 2020, our Prime Ministers Modi and Mette Frederiksen entered a so-called Green Strategic Partnership. And that has really been a political framework that has paved the way for a lot of collaboration across industry, academia, and government-to-government relations. You can take the next slides already now. With this framework, we have many areas of collaboration, but I would say that the core pillar is energy transition, and that cuts across RE, biogas, biofuels, energy efficiency, and what have you. One slide back, please. An important part of our relationship and our collaboration is the Indo-Danish Energy Partnership, and that's where the regulatory bodies of our two countries collaborate very closely. Basically, we have 3 full-time advisors from the Danish Energy Agency working within relevant ministries in Delhi, full-time together with the Indian colleagues on everything from how to prepare offshore wind tenders to how to make long-term energy planning and outlooks in terms of how does India's energy mix looks, how can India's energy mix look like in 2050 and 2070 and beyond, and at a day-to-day level basically work alongside their colleagues to help prepare the future, and which also basically helps improve the investment conditions. That's the policy and the regulatory level. And then there's a lot of talk, like people like me, like Ewout, like my other colleagues here, and politicians basically throughout the world. And what we're here for is also to bring it down to an implementation and an action level. So that's where the businesses and the academia comes in. And we are running basically right now 2 strategic business alliances that consist of Danish companies and Danish industry associations, as well as Indian partners, universities, alliances, industry associations and the like, and one is focusing on the wind sector, and one is focusing on the green fuels sector. Green fuels includes, of course, everything from basically RE to green hydrogen to the derivatives. Denmark is the proud nation of Maersk, and hence for us, when we talk about Power-to-X and offtake, we most often also focus on green methanol, an area that right now deserves a little bit more focus in India than it has, and that's something that we're working on proactively throughout this alliance. Our wind alliance is right now basically mostly focusing on onshore, because that's where the growth is in India. It's basically, I don't know if you know, but the 4th largest installed wind capacity onshore is here in India. There are windmills from dating back to the 80s in Tamil Nadu to a great extent. It's almost like driving through a cemetery or a history book of windmills. But we are, of course, also pushing for the offshore wind sector that we hope to see coming up strong in a very limited time ahead of us. There was VGF funding announced by the new government, MNRE, VGF Viability Gap funding for wind areas outside of Gujarat and outside of Tamil Nadu. And last week we attended a big, together with our German colleagues, there was 2 big international delegations, the Germans and the Danes, RE Invest conference up in Gujarat that focused a lot on how India can really reach the very massive and ambitious plans of 500 gigawatt installed RE in 2030, which is basically 5 years from now. So Denmark is a proud partner in that, and we have some business interests in that area as well. Let us bring it down to partnerships and innovation. And basically I will stop maybe 4 minutes before time, Jose, if you allow me, because this is my key takeaway today. Enough talking, let's do it. Let's form partnerships. Let's find the new solutions that are needed. And in this case, I'm happy to say that right now there is a bilateral call. I'm sorry to the rest, but bilateral means India and Denmark. Unless you can find a nice configuration and have an entity in either Denmark or India, it's not for you. But for those of you who have an entity in Denmark or in India, this could be for you, in particular if you are in this value chain of Power-to-X. We have a bilateral call of around $5 to $6 million in total. It's between the Innovation Fund Denmark and DST here in India. We are looking for innovative solutions that helps tackle some technical issues from a TRL scale around 5 and up. And the deadline is on November 1st. We will be doing a webinar where we bring all stakeholders on board and try to help find the right partners and tell you about how to write the application so that you make sure that you don't get refused before you get started. This is the way that we try to work with India. This is the way we try to bring green transition forward together, not only in India, not only in Denmark, but globally. Our mantra is, if India doesn't make it, nobody makes it. Hence, that's where we are here. That's what we are prepared for. And I look forward to collaborate. 3 minutes left to the next. Thanks.
Thank you, SK. That was nice. You gave the greatest gift, the gift of time. All right, a big round of applause to SK, and his team will be here from Denmark also tomorrow, so you can connect with them. Over now to Switzerland, and Swiss chocolate and wonderful memories of Switzerland. So over to Jonas Brunswick, the consul member from Switzerland, also CEO of SwissNext and our advisory board member. Big round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Namaskara. Great to be here with you this afternoon to talk about connecting tomorrow. As Jose said, I lead SwissNext in India, what I like to call one of the diplomatic anomalies of Switzerland. For those of you who were here last year, you may remember that we had just announced the launch of the Indo-Swiss Innovation Platform with a 3-day innovation dialogue on antimicrobial resistance. So nudge to you, Ewout, and we're trying to work together on the Netherlands, Switzerland, India axis, but it turns out that, as usual, the innovators move faster than the bureaucrats, so aligning funding instruments and opportunities is not always easy. We launched the innovation platform not just as SwissNext, but as Switzerland in India, with an objective to elevate the partnership to a more strategic and systemic dimension. We announced 3 focus areas: health, sustainability, and digital transformation. In health, of course, we started with antimicrobial resistance. In sustainability, we're looking at biodiversity, we're looking at transition to renewable energy and decarbonization. And in digital transformation, we've done some amazing work on disability and digital self-determination, and of course, big focus on AI and analytics. This year, after launching the innovation platform, we reached an even bigger milestone earlier in March, when Switzerland, together with the EFTA countries of Norway, Liechtenstein, and Iceland, became the first European bloc of countries to sign a comprehensive trade and economic partnership agreement with India. Now, this is a significant milestone that marked the conclusion of 16 years of negotiation, and it comes with big and bold ambitions. Number one, there's a commitment of investing $100 billion into India over the next 15 years. Number two, there's a commitment of creating 1 million jobs in India over the next 15 years between these four countries. Now that is substantial. I believe it's in the range of one order of magnitude more than what was invested in the last decade, so we're really looking to scale up significantly, and that means wind in the sails. Now for Switzerland, it's not yet go time because just 2 weeks ago the text of the agreement was passed to Parliament and it still needs to be ratified. The reason why it took so long from the signing to now is because this very complex text had to be translated in all 4 Swiss national languages before it can reach Parliament, and so it won't be passed before next year. Earlier this year, on the wings of this enthusiasm, we had a delegation with a focus on space, and I mentioned this, unfortunately our traffic commissioner is no longer here, but I mentioned this because among the delegates we have the startup Kido Dynamics, which is a data analytics startup that leverages satellite imagery, metadata from telcos as well as cell phone towers, and perhaps on the occasion of a cricket game can do accurate analytics that can predict exactly how many people will be using which routes on the road, just using the metadata, nothing identifiable, but a level of granularity that is unprecedented. So we're of course hoping to add a 6th project after the Dutch one, having a Swiss collaboration to tackle something that affects us all, unfortunately, on a nearly daily basis. Later this year, we have the 12th edition of the Academia Industry Training. This is one of our long-standing programs where we bring 10 Swiss startups to India during the Bengaluru Tech Summit. So for those of you who want to meet them, they will be at the Swiss session. This year, after several years, we return our partnership with our Indian government friends. So we will have 10 Indian startups participate as well. And speaking of Indian startups, for those of you who know Sinler, which is of course a Bangalore-based startup based in Whitefield, they are opening their office in Switzerland on the EPFL Innovation Campus tomorrow. As many of the deep tech startups in India know, setting up in Switzerland is a great gateway to Europe because the focus of the Swiss startup ecosystem is on deep tech, and in fact, none of the 10 AIT participants have a focus on AI, but they will come with a focus on clean tech, meg tech, agri-tech, and so on. Earlier this year, the Swiss Next Network, of which we are just one of several members, launched an initiative on planetary thinking and more precisely on planetary diplomacy. Swissnex is a diplomatic anomaly that was created 24 years ago, the first country to open a scientific consulate back then in Boston. And at the time we wanted to invent a new form of diplomacy for the age of globalization, the techno-utopia optimism that permeated the world in the late 90s. The world has changed since then. We're asking ourselves, what is it that we would invent today if we were to invent a new form of diplomacy? And our answer is we need to invent a form of planetary diplomacy, a form of diplomacy that takes into account the interests and the needs of the other than human. And we've heard some links to that as well earlier with the One Health approach from Ewout. One of the most interesting projects that we're supporting in this realm is interspecies money, the idea of giving other than humans a digital identity. So imagine an elephant in the Western Ghats that gets a unique digital identity, something that India knows very well and can do very well. That digital identity is tied to a digital wallet, and the elephant provides critical ecosystem services. It maintains the health of the forests, and it should be compensated for those services, and it can get compensation in its digital wallet. At the same time, sometimes elephants come into conflict with humans, and they need better infrastructure, better fences, or they may need to have land purchased for corridors. And interspecies money is a 100-year futuristic idea that has a pilot in South India here with elephants to look at, can we take such a visionary, crazy idea forward. Later this year, in December, during the Unboxing Bengaluru, so we overlap with what Prashant Prakash was presenting at the end of his talk, we will have the biggest project that we're working on this year, and it's a trialogue on planetary health. This is a 3-day gathering that will bring together researchers from the University of Zurich, from Makerere University in Uganda, and from the Indian Institute of Science in what we like to call an unconference. So not a setting like this, but a much more hands-on, action-oriented setting. And fortunately, we've been able to align the funding instrument between India and Switzerland so that there will be a call on One Health that should also go live in December, if not in January. We would have loved to do it with the Dutch as well, but that unfortunately was not a possibility. But this is groundbreaking work, again, looking at how do we bring the planetary perspective into the everyday work that we do. One of the side projects that we're developing tied to interspecies money is with some students from IIITB and Switzerland. We're looking if we can create a planetary health currency where all the participants will get to input the decisions that they make during the 3 days, the meals that they eat, the way in which they commute, and so on and so forth, and that will convert it into a planetary currency that will also show what the impact of small everyday decision has on the planetary scale. With that, if any of this resonates and sounds interesting to you, I invite you to scan the QR code. It is a sign-up QR code to our newsletter, Anomaly. It goes out once a month. The next edition goes out tomorrow. This month's focus is on mobility. We will have very interesting interviews with Bhavish Agarwal, the founder of Ola, who just IPO'd, and Amitabh Kant, who speaks on the future of mobility from India's perspective. Thank you.
That was excellent. You know, being Swiss, he stuck exactly on time, and that was perfect. Thank you so much, Jonas. And Jonas is also on our advisory board. If any of you need a connect to him, I will enable it. He also has to run for another meeting, but his team and some of his members from the team will be here today also in the afternoon. And thank you, Jonas, for that wonderful presentation. We now move to the Italian perspective. You know, what is life without it being the good life? All right. So, to life and to sustainability together. Over to Alfonso, who is now actually, the Italian consulate is open. I also visited it. It's perfect. That was his main KRA as he came and he did it. And over to you, as between India and Italy, the chemistry and the economics and all other things are increasing. I hope you will tell us what opportunities are there for us to connect and collaborate. Over to you, Alfonso. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Dhanyavada to all of you. Elargu namaskara, by the way. Namaskara, sab. Buongiorno. So, as Jose has mentioned, thank you. We are finally open. It's a couple of years I'm here, but we have opened officially since less than a year. And we do a little bit of everything that the consulate does. So, mostly consular services, visa, passport, etc. We do commercial, business promotion. So I don't have a team that would help me with such beautiful slides as Jonas have had, but I try to put together something by myself. But also we are very active in the cultural sphere, as most of you may know. We had in 2-3 years more than 20 cultural events. Mr. Prashant Prakash before was mentioning the Bengaluru Habba. I'm happy to tell you that we are present in those 2 weeks with 6 events, from ballet to play to music, but also something in science and technology, in particular an exhibition on space. What Italy does in space is called the Italian Spaceway. It will be at the Science Gallery Bengaluru starting 14th December with ISRO in space, Italian companies, etc. Italy, by the way, was the country partner at the latest BSX Bengaluru 2024. So last week I was there mostly every day with Minister Karge and other officials. Coming back, but now let me focus a little bit on sustainability and on Italy's commitment to sustainability, particularly our leadership in the circular economy, waste recycling, and the use of renewable energy. Again, Italy sometimes is the land of surprises. Most of you, when think of Italy, think of cars, furniture, fashion, but mostly what we export in the world is machines, is technology. Same with it, maybe with sustainability. Not all of you might know that Italy is quite a leader in the EU in sustainability. So I will briefly tell you about it and explore collaborations with India. If I press this thing, I go further. No. What do I press to go on? This. Okay. So despite the environmental alarm scientists are sounding, the rate of circularity in the world economy, I discovered through research, is declining and has been going from 9.1% to 7.2% in the last 5 years. So in other words, the planet recycles and reuses less. Hopefully this is due to COVID. But Italy remains a top circular country in Europe. According to Circular Economy Network 2023 report, Italy ranks first in Europe, scoring 79 out of 100 points in circular indicators. Another maybe news that you might not have expected. We focus in particular on reducing waste, reusing resources, and recycling materials, aligning with the core principle of sustainability. Italian businesses have pioneered circular models in fashion, automotive, and manufacturing industry, making sustainable production a competitive advantage. A key example is Italy's successes, what is called industrial symbiosis, where waste from one industry serves as raw material from another, reducing environmental impact and enhancing resource efficiency. You know, we are basically rich in anything. We have no raw materials, so we import materials, we reuse it, and we sell finite products. And in doing so, we try to use as little raw materials as cost as possible. So this comes from years of technology. We are also good in waste recycling efficiency. I will not go through all the data, but in 2022, the last available data, 83.4% of total industrial waste is recovered and recycled in Italy, positioning us as the highest recycler of waste in Europe, ahead of countries, for example, Germany and France, which you would think they would be on top. Well, let me skip because time is running. For example, Milan has one of the world's most efficient urban food waste collection system. Milan recycles over 60% of its waste, with organic waste contributing to the production of biogas. We are also leader in renewable energy transition. 40% of our electricity is generated from renewable sources, such as solar, wind, hydropower, and geothermal. This is the Internal Energy Agency saying. Italy is home to the Europe's largest geothermal field in Tuscany. We have the largest operator in renewable is Italian, Eni, who is actually headquarters here in Bangalore. We have promoted significant programs in energy efficiency in buildings, etc., and we aim at generating 55% of our electricity from renewables as part of our national energy climate plan by 2025. The expansion of solar energy is especially notable, with Italy being one of the top 10 countries globally in installed solar capacity, which stood at 24 gigawatts in 2023. Let's go to potential areas of cooperation with India. I would say circular economy and waste management. You can imagine who helped me doing this slide. India, with its vast population and growing economy, faces challenges in waste management, but also immense opportunities for innovation. So Italy is keen to share our expertise in circular design, industrial waste recycling, and upcycling of materials and within the industries. We can also collaborate in sustainable fashion and textiles. Italy is a global hub for fashion. And India, as a major textile producer, is a natural partner for collaboration in sustainable fashion, combining Italian design with Indian craftsmanship. We can also collaborate in renewable energy expansion. India has ambitious renewable energy targets, and we can strengthen cooperation in the development of solar parks, energy storage solutions, and smart grids. I want to mention also the green hydrogen production. We can cooperate in that sector. In particular, we have an ongoing collaboration between the University of Trento and Christ University here in Bangalore, together with a couple of Italian companies, currently Saipem and possibly Sol Energy, to develop a cheaper version of how would you call it? Well, that machine that transformed the sun power through this synthesizer, which has a specific name, splitting water and creating green hydrogen. So we are cooperating in this. I will skip a little bit here on the research and development on green technologies. We have a few programs in ongoing, particularly in battery storage, carbon capture, and water management. And I would like to conclude saying that we have, a lot of potential in collaborating for a greener future. We can assist particularly in developing guidelines and standards for green infrastructure and provide technical assistance in project management and funding. I would like to say that, maybe just to conclude, I have the last 30 seconds, that Bengaluru is always described as of course, an innovation hub, a lot of startups. I was discussing yesterday night at an event with somebody who's expert in AI. He's telling me, usually Bengaluru expands on technologies that come from abroad, and then we implement it at a larger scale. But I do believe that Bengaluru can do more than that. Because if India has landed to the moon and showed us a way to do it in a cheaper way, in a more secure way, I think that Bengaluru can position itself in the middle between a polluted past and a greener future, become really the innovating hub with new solutions to bring us to a greener 2030 and 40 and 50. So Italy stands here to collaborate together, and I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to fruitful discussions, and the Consul General of Italy is here to help you and to bring this forward. Thank you very much.
I loved the last word, Bangalore. Yeah, excellent. So thank you. Great. Let's build a sustainable future together. Now we just shift a little bit, the format and move to somebody from Finland. So I have Johanna Hure from Helsinki Partners. She is a director of strategic initiative, but she created something very, very unique in Finland. And I was in Finland last month and I met with their colleagues, and I was very excited about this interesting initiative led and managed by Johanna. So over to you, Johanna. Take it away. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to come and tell a little bit what we have done in Helsinki. I guess I'm the one who is standing between you and lunch, so I try to keep it fast. No, does it work? This one? Oh, sorry. Yes, so I'm Johanna. I'm from Helsinki Partners. So we are a city-owned organization, and we help international companies, international investors to find opportunities in Finland and in Helsinki. You can consider us as your local business guys, so we help to navigate the ecosystem. And what Finland is really about, it's about innovation. We heard earlier that R&D is something that maybe the global partnerships can really benefit, and we have always believed in innovation in Finland, and that has been the backbone of all the ecosystems that are now really strong, whether we talk about quantum technologies or semiconductors. All the research that has created it has been done already decades ago in Finland. But our challenge is that not many people know about these opportunities and what's going on in Helsinki, so we needed to do something about that. And we knew already that when we get people to visit in Helsinki, then things start to happen. And when people meet, things start to happen. But we were living in the COVID times back then, and there was no traveling. So we thought that what can we do? There was still some loopholes in our system, and we decided that, okay, let's invite people to stay a little bit longer in Finland. Let's ask them to come for 90 days, which was still allowed in certain countries to travel to Finland, and see for themselves. And we didn't manage what people should make conclusions of, but we wanted to see through their eyes. So we invited international experts, innovation leaders, corporate representatives to come to Finland for 90 days. And quite many people said to me that you are totally crazy, and have you heard about the global pandemic, and no one will come. But then I thought that, well, they won't come if I don't ask them to come. And in the end, we got thousands of applications, and we only choose 10 to 15 every year for this program. So far, we have had 7,000 applications for this program, and we have had 4 cohorts with about 60 participants. And everyone started to write about it, and then it started to go viral, the whole program, what we started back then. And there has been a lot of business collaboration born from this program. So many companies have been established to Finland, many partnerships formed based on this time they have spent in Finland, and many other things are still happening. But what it actually is about is that we try to tailor for people to explore the opportunities that they are looking for. So we have, for the whole cohort, we have a program which is joined. We explore the research ecosystem, certain industries, all the key players in our ecosystem. And then we also have free time activities, because we believe that when people also have a little bit more free to discuss the opportunities, then something new can happen. So you can see in the pictures, for example, in the cooking picture, it's our mayor cooking with our participants, and we do a lot of fun things also together. But in addition to the joint program, we have a tailored version for every participant. So our advisors are their own business guides, and they help to meet the right people who are relevant for them. And then we build on the joint program a tailored one. And of course, we provide free relocation services for the participants and their families. So all the children go to Finnish school for that time, and they can, or kindergarten, depending on their age, and they can really live like a Finn for that time. And what has our participants said? We have been really lucky that we have had Indian participants in all our cohorts, and here is one of them. Shwetank was in our second cohort. And this is what he felt that the program was about. So it was kind of having a local team from day one, and that's what we are aiming for, that we can really accelerate the business to happen faster. And they just launched this month their Nordic headquarters and a new fund, which is focusing on Nordic countries or new Nordic countries. So something really concrete has happened also from the program, and we are really happy that we can now strengthen the relationship between Finland and India also through these different activities. But we understand that not everyone can spend 3 months in Finland, even if you would like to, so we have also tailored different kind of programs afterwards. So nowadays we have one for investors, which is Venture Nordics. It's about a week-long program where you get a crash course to the startup and VC ecosystem in Finland. We have one for scale-up founders, which is called Founders to Finland, which is also a week-long program. So we don't expect everyone to be so long in Finland, but I must warn that quite many of our 90-day Finns have actually stayed. So that was not the original idea, but in the end they wanted to stay much, much longer in Finland. But that's basically what the program is about, and I think what it has really showed us and learned or taught us in Helsinki is that it's really about people. When people meet, when people spend time together, something new can come up with, and we can come up with ideas that didn't exist before that. So consider this as an open invitation to come to Helsinki, and me and my colleagues who are also here will make sure that that time is worth of your time. So thank you so much, and let's catch up in the dance.
Thank you so much. We have to, just wait for one last speaker before lunch. I'm delighted to invite Orly Witzman, who is the Consul General of Israel to South India in Bangalore. Like Prashant was mentioning, Israel is having a difficult time, but still they continue to innovate and continue to be at the edge of collaboration between India and Israel. So over to you, Ori, take it.
Thank you. Thank you, Jose Jacob. I want to start by thanking all of you for the opportunity to speak here about Israel, and more specifically about Israeli innovation. Israel, as you are all aware, is referred to as a startup nation, or I hope you're all aware, and serves as a hub for cutting-edge technology, profitable business ventures, and substantial financial returns. Over the years, Israel has emerged as a global leader in the field of cybersecurity, water technology, and agriculture. Israel has high density of startups with more than 9,000 companies, and Israel is also home to around 500 R&D companies, some of them from the world's largest multinational corporations. But how did Israel become the startup nation? Let me take you through an evolution of Israel's innovation hub. The State of Israel was established in 1948 with bare minimums in terms of natural resources, being an arid land with very little water, and basically a population of immigrants coming, lots of Holocaust survivors, and also refugees from North African countries who were expelled by North African Arab countries and found themselves in Israel together in 1948, where there was no water and no natural resources. In spite of that, Israel became a self-resilient and self-sufficient state. In the early days, 1948 to 1970 more or less, Israel's focus was on defense and agriculture and water technology. Despite having a difficult topography that is roughly 60% desert with scanty rainfall, Israel was among the first countries to innovate in the field of water, agriculture, and solar power, proving that necessity is the mother of all invention. The Israeli innovation in the field of water dates back to the year 1959, where an Israeli engineer, Simcha Blas, invented drip irrigation that has changed the world of agriculture. Simcha found a tree in the desert, growing without a trace of water. He later discovered that there was a small leak in one of the pipes feeding it small amounts of water that kept the tree alive. These findings led him to develop drip irrigation. Today, drip irrigation is the most efficient technological advancement used to grow crops. Israel has been innovating in the field of water technology over the years and has become a global leader in the water industry. Nearly 90% of our wastewater is recycled, and 85% of Israel's drinking water is desalinated through 5 desalination plants, which are some of the biggest in the world. Also, in addition to overcoming its water shortage, Israel now produces 20% more water than it consumes, and it exports its excess water to neighboring countries like Jordan. Another interesting story of the Israeli innovation is about the Ori Jaffa mandarin. The Jaffa oranges reigned supreme during the 1960s and were closely identified with Israeli economic miracle. The Jaffa reached its peak during the 1970s with tremendous exports. Suddenly, the exports slumped down due to several reasons, some of them being the quality of the fruit and the difficulty of peeling it. Researchers at the Volcano Institute almost gave up on their efforts to develop better version of Jaffa tangerines, but after several decades, they eventually succeeded by griddling of the tree trunks. The tree's fertility was improved, which made the newly developed tangerine sweet in taste and seedless and easy to peel. The new variety has become a hit among European and American consumers, leading to high demand and high market prices. From the 1980s to the 1990s, the focus of Israel shifted towards software and telecommunications. In the mid of 1990s, Israel's inventor Gabriel Dan, invented a transformative technology in the field of gastroenterology by pioneering the idea of wireless capsule endoscopy. Later on, his invention was officially released in 2001, known as PillCam. From 2000 onwards, there was a boom in the growth of startups across various sectors in Israel. One of the main resources contributing to this growth was Israel's human capital, which played a pivotal role in building up Israel as a startup nation. Rising from failure is deeply ingrained in Israeli culture. Israelis are not quitters. We can be very stubborn when we have to be. The Israeli importance of embracing failure as a learning opportunity is what made Israeli entrepreneurs have resilient mindsets, being unafraid of taking risks and learning from their failures. This willingness to learn from mistakes has been integral to the country's startup ecosystem. Israel is what has become today in the field of tech and innovation due to the great support provided to the startup ecosystem by the government of Israel. The government of Israel has provided tax incentives and research grants to encourage academia and startups working on research and development in various fields, thereby attracting foreign investment and foreign innovation. Israel knows that cross-border collaboration is fundamental to increase productivity and bring people together. An example of this is the implementation of the Abraham Accords between Israel, Bahrain, and Emirates in 2020, which created thousands of new opportunities in the regions and shortened the journey between Israel and India. Ever since full diplomatic relations were established between Israel and India in 1992, these countries have been strong partners in various fields and have been collaborating and working together on many different fields. The collaboration of Israel and India agriculture is growing year by year with the establishment of new centers of excellence and transfer of technology. A joint statement of intent has been signed between Amrut, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, IITM Madras, and Government of Israel to establish India-Israel Center of Water Technology. This center will have capacity building demonstrations and technology and demonstrate projects as part of the center. The first course on urban water, 24/7 urban water supply system, was conducted from 5th to 8th of August this year with municipal commissioners from various states and chief engineers from water supply departments as participants. The participant gains insight into advanced technology, strategic planning methodologies, and essential community engagements, tactics for sustainable urban water management. There will be 3 more interesting courses on water in the Indian-Israel Center of Water Technology in the upcoming days. India and Israel have also collaborated on promoting innovation together through a fund called the India-Israel R&D and Technological Innovation Fund, or for short, I4F. This fund is a cooperation between the Department of Science and Technology, DST, Government of India, and the CIA, Government of Israel. It's aimed at promoting and facilitating and supporting joint industrials R&D projects between companies from India and Israel and address the challenge of the following focuses: energy, water, healthcare, agriculture, information and communication, and technology. DST and IIA have jointly created $40 million I4F fund with equal contribution from both sides over a period of 5 years. The last call for proposal was open till last week of July 2024, and the annual budget for 2024 is $8 million with equal contribution from both sides. I'd like to conclude by saying that there are countless opportunities for collaboration and cooperation between Israel and India, particularly in the field of innovation and high-tech, as innovation is the future. Please reach out to the consulate if you'd be interested in collaborating or getting to know more about the innovative country, Israel. Thank you.
Excellent. With that, we come to the end of morning half of day 1. Thank you so much, everyone. Lunch is now open, and we will start at 2:15 because we ended up a little bit late. So we start at 2:15, not at 2. We have a very interesting presentation. We will have Sanjeev from Swayat Robots, who managed to do level 5 autonomous driving in India in Indian roads. And Jan actually sat in that car, and Jan is still alive. So you will see this wonderful presentation. Don't miss it for anything. Please be back. We will start exactly at 2:15. Thank you very much for those audience who are following us live on the live stream. We will be back at 2:15 India Standard Time. Thank you so much. We can have some music and over to a good lunch. I hope you all network, meet, and connect. Thank you.
there's a movement coming in here. That's exactly what we're talking about, mobility. So mobility, transport, movement, that's what we try to do together. And there's no excuse for Bangalorean traffic now, because it's just from here to there, it's 25 meters. So still trying to get everybody in. So if you can wave, the people are sitting at the doors, please wave to the people, because it's going to happen here. And while still this crowd is coming in, I will give you a quick overview what we're going to do. So on this panel, as Datta was mentioning in the morning from Bosch, we have to look at different angles on mobility. So one is what's happening in car or around the car or around the vehicle. And the other thing is what is happening around in the ecosystem in the network. And we have to work exactly on both sides. So not only in the car, in the vehicle, in the bus, in the trains, but as well, how do we build an ecosystem which makes mobility possible? And on this panel, it's like a family meeting actually for me, which is beautiful. In this panel, we will hear first from Sanjeev Sharma, Swoyed Robots, what they do in autonomous driving in India on Indian roads on level 4, close to level 5, I would say. Sanjeev always says, I let the people decide what is it. So exactly, you will see and you decide. So it's a fantastic story where Indian ingenuity opens up a totally new space in autonomous movement. So that's the first, so you shouldn't miss that one. Second, we're going to move to Venkata from Accardis. And you heard the traffic commissioner talking about the systems they have in place for traffic management. If you wonder who's behind that, well, that's Venkata and his team providing digital twins and traffic simulation tool sets. Not only for India, but as well in India, but across the globe. After that, my dear friend and partner Jeff from Automical will present what we're doing in the Netherlands, what we're doing in Europe, and what we're doing as well here, and that's about cross-continent cooperation, what we do here in Bangalore as well, based on open transaction networks. And I'm really pleased to have you here, Jeff. From that on, we move to a story which is I personally take across the globe, basically in every talk, and you've got this gift on your roads, the Namayatri story. The Namayatri story which makes economics equitable to a class of people which had no access to their own rights, what to do and what not. So Shan will be then presenting what's happening with the Namayatri story here. And you probably are aware of it. And Shan and I, we were just in the discussion and taking the story globally and see how we can disrupt the platform businesses beyond platforms. From there on, we move to Anirban. Anirban, are you already here? Hopefully. Because Anirban from the, here he comes. Give applause for him. That's him over there. Yeah, he got it. He's in time, thank you. So Anirban will present the framework, what we're working on with the FIDE Foundation together as the frame and the tool sets behind it, the backend protocol. And then if the hot talk of the town is mobility, there's a sector coupling happening. Sector coupling is the secret spice of energy transition. And from there on, so we move from mobility to the space of energy because they are directly connected to each other. So getting out of the silos, and we're going to have here my dear friend Akhil. And this, I'm laughing because last time I was announcing, he was coming up on stage, he had his prototype ready just the night before, and then he was presenting live on stage in front of this big audience on WhatsApp how you can book your charger wherever you are, and guess what? it worked. So beautiful to have you, Akhil, back here again, and he will tell a beautiful story how within 2 years you can leapfrog the technology space. So that's what we have here today in this first session in this afternoon, and I really want to jump in now to the ones who are really the important people to speak. Give Sanjeev a big hand of applause, because he's disrupting the autonomous driving vehicle space in the world. Once again, give him a hand. Yours.
Hello everyone, Jai Shri Ram. I am Sanjeev Sharma, founder of Swayat Robots. At Swayat, we are developing autonomous driving technology that works in highly stochastic traffic dynamics and in unrestricted environmental conditions like in India. Autonomous driving, as you can see, happens to be the most complex and difficult problem to crack for this decade. And doing it in developed countries like in North American countries or in European nations is still considered a significant challenge, let alone doing it in India, which is exponentially harder due to varying conditions. This is exactly what we have been doing at Swayat Robots. We are developing sort of a kind of technology that works anywhere for any kind of autonomous mobility application. As a proof of that is our autonomous vehicle over here, which is navigating on very densely cluttered, sort of unmanaged roads in India where there are no traffic rules to abide by. So autonomous vehicle over here has to use onboard intelligence to compute the motion and behavior commands as to how to navigate from point A to point B and keep itself safe in the environment. This is a very long video. We have done like 84 demos like this over the past few years to validate the technology, the level 4, level 5, supposedly level 4, level 5 technology that we have been developing. As Jan mentioned, we leave it to the audience to decide like at what level we are. So autonomous driving is a combination of 3 key technology pipelines: perception, planning, and localization. Where perception technology processes the visual sensory data and builds a 3D representation of the world around an autonomous vehicle. Localization algorithms process this information and determine the vehicle's configuration against pre-computed high-definition, high-fidelity maps of the environment. Planning algorithms then compute the motion and behavior commands to drive the vehicle safely through the environment. There are significant challenges to sustainable autonomous mobility, and the parameters determining that are safety, cost, and scalability. And these parameters, in a nutshell, are affected by the algorithms in those technology blocks, primarily determined by the level of uncertainty that the algorithms can deal with, the capabilities of the algorithm, which will demonstrate what we mean by capability, and also the computational efficiency of the algorithms in those technology blocks. Furthermore, if we can make autonomous vehicles function without requiring high-definition maps of the environment, or for applications like the last mile autonomy applications, if we can make the requirement of maps lot more sparser compared to what the industry norm is, then we can make autonomous sustainable mobility happen. And this is exactly what we have been developing at Swayat. We have been developing algorithms that are much more computationally efficient compared to the state of the art, much more capable, and can deal with the level of chaos that is sort of kind of unheard of typically in the developed part of the world. Furthermore, as I mentioned, like the localization block, so over the past years, we have been developing technology that doesn't make use of high-definition maps of the environment for navigating from point A to point B. For very specific applications like the last-mile autonomy, even when the use of maps is a requirement, we ensure that our maps are a lot more sparser compared to the industry norm, and are and the inference is also real time against the kind of maps that we've been building. While we're doing all of this, our level 5 R&D also currently focuses on eradication of these compute blocks or the algorithms altogether by building an abstract representation of the environment end to end, where the AI agents can make behavioral decisions for autonomous vehicle to drive it end to end. So now we'll focus on the kind of work that we have been doing at Swayat Robots in each of those technology blocks. So first is perception technology. So as I mentioned, like our focus has been on sustainability and all the parameters that affect the sustainability. So we have been, as you can see over here, we have been developing algorithms that allow autonomous vehicles to perceive its environment, which are as unrestricted as the environments in India, using only off-the-shelf cameras both during the day and at night. And as you can see over here, even when the delimited information is not clearly visible, our algorithms enable autonomous vehicle to perceive its environment as though inherent environments are unrestricted. So this is what I meant by more capability. One such example is over here. You can see that the vehicle is blinded by the headlight of the incoming truck. And also, the delimited information is not easy to infer over here, where the system actually makes the autonomous vehicle perceive as to how the road is progressing ahead, and also sort of makes the representation of the environment much more structured compared to the inherent environment. So whatever algorithm we have developed, like these are some of the very common algorithms that go into the autonomous driving and ADAS perception block. And every algorithm that we have developed is significantly computationally efficient compared to the state of the art. Usually an order of magnitude computationally efficient in when it comes to perception and planning. So next is mapping. So as this is what typical high-definition maps of the environment look like. As you can see, a lot of information is encoded in the maps. Typically, the modern maps also encode the motion primitives that the autonomous vehicles execute on the fly. So we, as I mentioned, like we have been, since our focus has been sustainability, we have been developing maps that doesn't require more than 2 layers, 3 layers of information, whereas the modern maps require like 10 to 15 layers of sort of information that is sort of stored over there. And the GPS maps are more than sufficient for us to enable point A to point B autonomous mobility. When it comes to motion planning and decision making, there are certain class of problems. For example, like we started off with, on the top left, one can see that when we did that demo, embodied intelligence demo, which is a thing now. So we did embodied intelligence before the term embodied intelligence was even coined in the world. So we can see that geofence navigation, any application requiring geofence navigation or campus kind of mobility, doesn't matter the level of chaos that there is, this is a kind of a solved problem for us, with very little to no R&D effort required in enabling those kind of applications. And here's a vehicle sort of navigating through very chaotic environments, typically the kind of scenarios, the kind of chaos that you see on the roads in India. Here we can see these are some of the most complex problems that one can go and solve in the space of autonomous driving. So our vehicle over here, as one can see, is negotiating very tight environments, negotiating the bidirectional traffic coming from the other end, while there's marginally any gap for it to shift here and there. And over the top right, one can see our vehicle is being tasked to cross a toll plaza. So it has to make sequentially optimal decisions to be able to ensure that the vehicle can safely negotiate the traffic at night over there, and also make all the right behavior decisions to successfully cross the toll plaza, just like human beings do. Here one can see also bidirectional negotiation, which is like if any vehicle comes from the other end, the vehicle will have to shift to the off-road patch, which is regular occurrence on roads in India. So if we can solve a class of problems like these, that is the only way to ensure that we can discuss, we can negotiate all the corner cases that are typically discussed in the developed part of the world. I'll close this presentation by discussing off-road autonomy. So there are only like 5 entities apart from Swayat that do autonomous, 6 entities that do autonomous mobility off-roads. And in all of those, if you see demos by any of those entities, not even a single startup or even the teams that participate in the US DoD or DARPA have the ability to enable bidirectional negotiation off-roads. This is because the over-dependence of autonomous driving technology on the maps. So while one can compute maps for on-road application, it is near impossible to do it off-roads. And that is the reason why, since we have been focusing on onboard intelligence, where we have been making autonomous vehicles to negotiate the level of chaos that is prevalent on the roads in India, we have been able to solve the problem of bidirectional negotiation off-road on a regular basis, just like what we do it on roads. So some of the algorithmic frameworks that we have developed in this space are like significant competition efficient compared to the state of the art, where our algorithms are usually an order of 2 magnitude sort of computationally efficient. To give you an idea, like if you look at any autonomous sort of taxi company, the replanning frequency of the algorithm is usually around 6 to 10 hertz. Whereas the demos that you're seeing, these algorithms work at like 800 to 3000 hertz on a regular sort of laptop processor. So this is what we have been doing: safer operation, cost efficiency, and scalability. Thank you so much.
Wow, wow. Just Sanjeev, wait for a moment. Can you get me on? All right. So Sanjeev, what a wonderful presentation. And when you wonder why a Waymo taxi, did I say a name? Why a taxi in the Bay Area might be standing around for a long time, not moving, or why another car gets the idea that this is Sky and not a truck, that's exactly why they use the wrong approach. That's why they rely on stable environments. That's why they rely on trained data. And if you go that path, you have invest millions and millions and millions and trillions of money. Sanjeev and his team, there are two over here. Give them an applause here. They did it with how much?
So we have raised like 3 million in 2021 and another 4 million in June of this year. So cumulatively $7 million so far.
That's frugal innovation, making a leapfrogging. If you can do it in India, you can do it everywhere. I was in that car, in the off-road car, by the way, and I'm still here. And I'm smiling because I know it works. So give him once again the hand. Thank you, Sanjeev.
Thank you so much.
What a pleasure having you. So coming from uncontrolled surroundings and uncontrolled traffic conditions, here is a guy who is starting to control the uncontrolled. And Venkata, will you come up on stage? We had the traffic commissioner talking about what the traffic commissioner is doing with the help of your team, Venkata, and not only here in Bangalore, which is the most congested city in, no, it's I think number 4 or 5 something. Number 6 now, number 6. We're moving, right? 2 to 6, 2 to 6. Even you might not notice, it happens. So give Venkata a big round of applause and see what they are up to. A Dutch-Indian global collaboration.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I think thanks Jan for that wonderful introduction. It's very encouraging, and I'm sure Traffic Commissioner has already spoken about the great initiatives that they're taking. And one of the best things that we have experienced as a team all the while is about the fantastic clients that we have got who encourage innovation and technology to be deployed to solve the problems of the day and make sure that we are actually able to deliver the outcomes. I think that's precisely, we owe a lot of our success to our clients and the great team that we actually have. So, okay, so just quickly, we are Arcadis, we are a Dutch company, and we are about 135-year-old and about 37,000 plus people working across the globe. And we have been in India for about 18 years now. And we have been trying to do whatever the best possible projects which are actually impacting the communities and citizens across the country. So our 4 primary core areas that we have always been focusing is about making sure we are driving cities towards green, making the commute times lesser. Primarily our objective has been if you are able to send the fathers, mothers, brothers, spouses back home at least 5 minutes early, I think we have been successful in our mission. I think that's the mission that is driving us, and making sure that we reach home safe. And that's the most important thing, especially in today's scenario where almost like we are in India, the reported deaths per day on an average are about 400 lives. So it's the most unfortunate thing and the great loss to the economy as a whole. And most of them are the vulnerable road users are actually in the age group of productive age group, and it's a big loss to the nation. So we are also working towards that objective. And of course, in trying to improve the quality of life by ensuring not only to the traffic police on the ground to make sure that they move out of the roads to manage the traffic and lessening their exposure to all the pollution and the severe conditions, and making them back home and trying to deliver the outcomes by making sure that they have all the tools and tackles that they can actually work with within the control rooms, and then trying to deliver the outcomes. I think this broadly is our outcomes, and this is of course what we do in India and the kind of work clients that we have been working with. So coming through what we tried to summarize over the last 18 years, the kind of work that we are trying to do, and we were trying to find out the DNA, what has actually been our driving force or the key success factors for us. And we realized that there are three things that commonly emerged. One, we have brought in a lot of domain expertise, and which is one of the core things to our performance and working. That's like when we are doing traffic work, then we have all the traffic engineers who have actually studied and has been in the domain for long. Second is that we are actually able to make sure that we collaborate with people, try to bring in collaboration to the space, not just looking at only delivering on one, but then all the key people are actually coming to the table. But last and most important thing what we realized is we have been leveraging technology to the best, and then trying to see how we can fasten the delivery of outcomes, and then trying to make sure that these outcomes are sustainable over a longer period of time. Technology has been helping us in a big way. And one of the important things that I would drive in all my presentations is that the biggest confusion that most of the people have today is the technology is an end, and once I put the technology, it will deliver the outcomes. And at least I can tell you it's 100% false. And if someone is believing that, I think they need to come out of that shell. Technology has always been a means to an end, but not an end in itself. I think we need to realize this, and I'm sure a lot of us who are working in our own domains understand this, and then this needs to be driven very hard, because still today, even if when I go to and talk to some of the customers, they say that, oh, we have put a fantastic command control center, and that's where we have invested all our money. And then end of the day, when you go and ask what outcomes it's driving, and then they have very little to respond to. So I think that's very important outcome that we are actually seeing in a lot of the smart city projects as well. So with these three things, when we talk about domain, we have actually been talking about the mobility. We are trying to use it in highways, and we are trying to be in incident response, and trying to be also making the infrastructure smarter. And then in terms of technology, we have always been using the all semiconductor technology, the hardware. We are actually using AI, and we have actually built, especially the Gen AI has actually been tremendous help for us in delivering the outcomes. Probably I'll showcase some of the case studies, and the big data, of course, has been on our side. And the collaborations, we work, every project of ours involves collaboration, and then I'm happy Jeff from Automical from Netherlands is also here, whom we actually collaborate. And we collaborate with CDAC, we collaborate with a lot of our other infra players, and a lot of, it's like collaborations which have been driving the outcomes for us, without which we have not been, we can clearly say we have not been able to deliver. So quickly I'll drive you through some of the give you some of the case studies. In Hyderabad, we have been able to put the adaptive traffic signaling system, where we have been able to make sure that the citizens experience the minimum amount of delay at the junctions, and then the outcomes are actually visible. And we are using the homegrown CDAC technology, and we have been able to deliver almost close to about 15 to 20% increase in the average speeds, which is actually an indication of the reduced travel times. In Bangalore, we have actually been able to curate a very innovative big data and AI-based solution, which is actually called Astram. We have coined it as Astram. One of the things then how we drive collaborations is we give these mission names. And then once you give a mission, and then it's easy to orient people and different stakeholders to one typical objective. And Astram stands for Actionable Intelligence for Sustainable Traffic Management. And now this is actually taking a different shape. Now we are not just restricting it to traffic, we are now trying to move it to transformation management across running across multiple domains. Here we have been able to show huge impact, and I'm sure the Bangalore traffic would, so one of the few examples I can tell you is the Hudson Circle. How much of you have been passing through the junction? I'm sure you should be able to see the impact between 3 months back and now, how impactful is the change that we have actually been able to. And we are monitoring about 22 corridors closely, and we are able to see improvement on those corridors, though marginal, but then we are actually able to take small steps at a time. And this is the impact that our Astram project has been able to bring in. We are able to reduce, we have now indexed the congestion in Bangalore, and we are able to show how it is actually improving on month-on-month basis. We can actually see about 26% reduction, and this is all through data. And data is not our data, the data which is actually coming in from collaboration with all the stakeholders like mobility operators or travel service providers and map service providers, all those people. And then we are also working on fatality reductions. We are focusing on safety in a big way, and then AI has been actually helping us in predicting the near misses and then trying to see how we can resolve those technically. And of course, this has been the principles I will not touch upon. Maybe in toll roads, Nice Road in Bangalore has been one of the roads that we have been operating, and then we have been able to give them the flavor of how we can actually make sure that there is no revenue leakage that would be actually happening through the use of technology and the data analytics. So we have been able to help them reduce leakage and make people more accountable, and make sure that the revenue is actually, loss is actually minimized. And of course, we are also, Bangalore, we are implementing the similar traffic signaling system, what we have done in Hyderabad. And by December, we are actually hopeful that large segment of the project would be completed, and then you will see experiencing in most of the South Bangalore will start, has already 50 junctions up and running, but they are on trials, and then maybe in a month's time we should be able to give you the outcomes as well on that part. And then on highway safety, we have been able to deploy AI-based incident detections, and we have been able to sensitize on the rash driving, or even in terms of near misses and the potential hazards, and also the accidents have been identified well in time, and then we have been able to reduce the response times, and then hence saving the lives there. And now we are working with on a big mission with the National Highway Authority in trying to see how we can reduce the response times, and then try to give the golden hour advantage to the accident victims. And then we are also working on a V2X technology, wherein we are actually trying to collaborate with again another company called Dunlop on making sure that we are actually able to give emergency priority to the vehicles at the signals. And this is one of the emerging technologies where we are actually able to harness the connected vehicle and the connected vehicle to infrastructure collaboration, and then trying to see how we can share the information much. And this is one of the other initiatives, just one slide. BharatNet project we are also been involved with, where we are actually able to make sure that the technology is enabling delivery of services, government services to the last mile in the villages citizens. So that's one of our projects where we are actually proud of being associated with. So I thought I should share this on this forum, and how we are actually able to. And then of course the future is also looking very bright, and then we are also now collaborating with firms to bring in a mobility as a service solution also to the table, and also a digital twin we are working, and then we are trying to see how we can leverage that to solve the urban flooding problems, or maybe congestion prediction problems, and integrate them together to see how we can actually leverage this technology to bring all the infrastructure elements together into one common platform, and also of course to resolve the parking solutions as well. Thank you TIA for this opportunity, and then I'll be happy to share more details on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Venkat. Thank you very much. And he not only have a slide on collaboration, he's a person for collaboration. So please reach out with your solutions. We get them done together with the Arcadis Group, together with Svenkat. He's very open-minded. Just bring up all these crazy ideas as well, because he's running, he just told me, the Arcadis Intelligence. That's him and his team. So give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving from here, I would love to have Jeff, because it's a perfect example. Hi, Jeff. Good to have you. It's a perfect example of collaboration. It's a cross-continental collaboration we are having here. And Jeff will talk about the mobility solutions which Atomical is working on, based on the backend protocol, based on open market thinking, based on open transaction, and I love to hear you.
Namaste, India. Namaskaram, Bangalore. Good afternoon. I'm Jeff Heese, co-founder and business development officer at Atomical. We just heard from Arcadis, being a Dutch holding company. Well, we didn't meet Arcadis in the Netherlands. We met Arcadis last year during the G20 Digital Innovation Summit, where Atomical was one of the Dutch companies selected to represent the Netherlands. So we met Arcadis, and ultimately, as you'll see later on, we have come to some prototype, some solution based on Astram for Bangalore or other cities in India. If you compare India with Europe, you can see a number of similarities and a number of differences. What I would like to draw your attention to is the fact that India has population scale challenges, but also population scale solutions. And one of the last ones that have emerged is the development of the Beacon protocol, allowing open transaction networks. Nobody can dominate a platform because everything is being enabled using the network. In the Netherlands, I think, and in Europe in general, we are a bit further ahead with mobility. I've been part of the team that set up the TOMP API, Transport Operator Mobility Provider API. European institutions are forced to use data standards in Europe. When you get a license to operate, you have to commit to deliver data in the public domain, so that allows companies, innovative companies like ourselves, to use that data to build good solutions. So I'm part of the Indian Netherlands team. In fact, two of my co-founders are IIT specialists. They have been studying in India, but they have been living outside of India for the last 5 years. And so ultimately we established Atomical in the Netherlands because we know the situation well, and because, of course, I have 15 years of experience in mobility in the Netherlands. We learn from the past before looking into the future. My own first-hand experience with mobility is in the mobility as a service environment, where I was managing director for the mobility pilot, the MAAS pilot in Amsterdam. We spent at least 50% of our time and energy and money in connecting transport operators. So those are public transport operators, private transport operators, shared mobility providers, and interconnecting all of these, that is a nightmare. In fact, I am passionate about the fact that the Beacon protocol allows anybody, as a buyer or as a seller, to connect with one gateway to the network. By doing so, you avoid those interactions between all the different players. So when I heard about this through Mohit, our now CEO, I was really enthusiastic, and I wanted to take this forward with him in the mobility space. So Atomical offers gateways, connections to the network, so that transport operators and mobility service providers can use the network to interact. All the functions that are supported by the Beacon Protocol, discovery, order, fulfillment, and post-fulfillment, are covered and are needed in a transaction network for mobility where driver and rider, user and service provider are coming together. In fact, we don't only offer APIs, we have also experienced that we need to show that the APIs are doing their job. So we develop building blocks allowing any company to add mobility to its service offering. And although we are talking about mobility as a service, we are rather talking about mobility as a feature. Because for some groups, you don't need the full scale of mobility. As an EV rider, you may be interested in EV charging and parking. By the way, EV charging and parking in Europe are coming together because charging poles have been blocked unnecessary, so cities are starting to implement solutions to avoid blocking. For example, by after 2 hours, you get 2 hours free parking at a different location. So we offer these blocks to enable mobility as a feature. We always use open standards and open industry solutions. Our widgets or snippets, because they are standard technology based, they work on any collaborative platform technology, whether it is, of course, iOS and Android, Google Workspace, Microsoft Teams and SharePoint, Slack, or even WhatsApp if appropriate. Everybody has WhatsApp. For parking, for example, the only thing you need to know is the location and the license plate. You don't need an app to park your car. WhatsApp can do the job. So by using standard technology, we also make it possible to have everything available in at least 100 languages. So we develop in English, but automatically translation is done in any language that Google Translate works in. And you might think Google Translate is not optimal, but if you are in an app, the options that are to be translated are fairly limited. So it's not some kind of novel that you have to translate. And apart from these platforms, we can integrate mobility in any app. For example, BMTC can add parking or a hub-based solution to their app if they would have it available. So it is easy to integrate, and the reason why we've done this is because I've been there for 15 years with these challenges of interacting. And thanks to the Beacon Protocol, we are now at a stage where all of this is possible. One of our customers in the Netherlands is using SharePoint. So they can offer the service to their internal users, they can offer it to their external visitors. VCCR, for example, is the company that supports Shell for its employees. So obviously we hope that this employee mobility solution will be integrated in the Shell environment. Other customers include student mobility, web shops for travelers, for tourists, and we have a fuel card company that is offering parking solution on WhatsApp. We have an extended trip planner that is both inclusive and extremely flexible. We offer a trip planner with park and ride and hub-based solutions. And we enable park and ride and mobility hubs. And in fact, we have a prototype which is ready to be demonstrated here in Bangalore. And we work together with Arcadis on their S-tram system, so that the police department can manage the traffic locations. The city authorities can define the prices at any moment in time, and they can arrange in such a way that both on-street parking, but garage parking or closed area parking can be covered. The big advantage of this is that, and I heard the case of a cricket test match, I understand that this is not just one day or a couple of hours, but it takes a long time. We can define multiple parking zones, arrange shuttles. We have a solution for shuttles. We can arrange parking zones and shuttles. People can book in advance. No hardware technology is needed. Everything is in the cloud, is available, is connected to the ASTRAM system. And we can guide visitors to the right location. We can differentiate with pricing. We can arrange more shuttles or fewer shuttles because we have complete visibility of what is happening. And last but not least, we also make sure that service support centers have access to the data, and because they can, they use standard technology as well, they can push the tickets and the solution offered to their visitors. What you see on the screen on your right-hand side is a ticket offered to Sujit Nair, the founder of FIDE, when he visited recently Amsterdam. So we gave him a ticket to get from Schiphol Airport to the center of Amsterdam. We recently won a public tender in Utrecht, and I think that's the conclusion for me. I would say, let's meet for the benefit of India and Europe. The Consul General of the Netherlands, he said, we can solve global challenges together, India and Netherlands and Europe. And if we can do it here, we can do it anywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
So I'm glad that there is the next European standing here and saying we're learning. We do so much learning here, and it's such a pleasure to be able to learn together, because I didn't know about the backend protocol before, but suddenly loads and loads and loads of solutions are possible because of you. Thank you very much for that one. Thanks, Jeff, for these beautiful examples. We're going to see them across Europe, the States, and back in India. Give him a hand of applause. Thank you. Now, on my journey across the globe to talk about open transaction networks, there was always one example which I always mentioned. And I love to have Sean here now. Sean from Namayache. Please come on stage. Give him a big round of applause.
Hi. Thanks.
Sean, hi.
Thanks.
So I don't think I have to talk a lot about Namayache because everybody knows what's happening here. It's a crazy, beautiful, excellent story. And when I talk about that in New York, 300 million euros are taken out by Uber every year out of New York City. And what do they leave behind? Jobs which are, well, streets which are, well, traffic infrastructure which is, well, we need to disrupt that place. And Sean and his team is doing it. Give a big hand of a round.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thanks everyone. We are all fortunate to be here to attend Summit, greatly organized. We have offsites, we have learning sessions, we have rewards and etc. But think about the service providers, the driver community. What a community-driven or a community-led model can bring to the service provider. I'm going to give a quick glimpse of what can happen with a open mobility which is driven by community. I think yes. Yeah, you can. So. That's just a quick glimpse of what a community-led mobility solution can bring to a city like Bangalore. So despite incumbents spending billions of dollars, the mobility solution was not fully solved. On one side, you have unhappy customers due to reliability, due to poor service. On the other side, drivers are not happy because of high commission structure, lack of transparency, etc. We have created a very opaque community in which nobody trusts each other, and in the entire process, the city is not sustainable. We have not created a very sustainable transportation, and all this is controlled by few players without integrating the backbone of the city's transportation, which is public transportation. So that's the birth of Nammayatri on a open as the core philosophy, where we felt that we are all fortunate to take the help of technology, capital, etc. But these service providers need to be enabled. Technology need to empower and enable them and not become a middleman or not try to control them. So that's the starting point. We went from a commission-based model to zero commission model, direct to driver payment. We essentially act as a simple technology tool. That's the genesis of that. I'll quickly tell about how it can be made possible. I think a lot of folks before spoke about India population scale, problems in population scale solutions are needed. So we reduced the cost of running the technology by 10x, 20x. Today we can run this technology at a very, very large scale at less than rupee per trip. It's like running UPI for mobility. It's like having a Linux for transportation. And not all of this not without compromising on customer experience. So sometimes people think that, okay, you build a great low-cost solution, does that mean that your experience is going to be compromised? No. We are the India's highest rated mobility app, rated at 4.8 in Android and 4.9 in iPhone. I think there are 4 core principles that we follow. First is 100% openness. Entire software is open sourced. All our data is open data. We have a sample outside. We are part of, we built on top of Beacon. We spoke a lot about that. We're also part of India government-backed open network called ONDC. So in a way, everything is very open. The other thing is we'll have to, second is like mobility. A problem like this cannot be solved by just one person or one company. We'll have to move from corporate to community, and definitely people before profit as the overall theme. So we have partnered with government, we have partnered with the local community, be it a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, whatever the city is. That's a city like Tumkur, which is 70-80 kilometers from here. There is not a single mobility app. Today, thanks to Nammayatri and the local community there, the people there have been digitized. We are doing around close to 2,000 trips a single day, which is a phenomenal achievement for a city of that small size. And most importantly, inclusivity, be it bringing in women to the overall mobility space, especially in the driving, or making all the mobility apps disability friendly as well. So again, we are proud to say that Namayatri is the first app to introduce the concept of purple rides, in which the driver gets to know about the kind of disability that the customer is having and customizes the app and the services accordingly as well. Yeah, all this will not be, the future will not be sustainable unless we integrate public transport in a very meaningful manner. But public transport, how do we make it convenient and seamless, like booking a cab or an auto? That's the idea. And the power of open network also brings in the ability to kind of plug in any kind of transportation and offer a very seamless integrated transportation. We are investing heavily in this space as well. Like as India is moving from a closed platform country to an open ecosystem, and a digital public infrastructure is definitely making a big change, and we are one of the early proponents, adopters and beneficiaries of that. We are getting massive support from all the governments to launch this in the city, the states and wherever that's possible. But this angst is not very unique to India. I think wherever, whomsoever we have spoken to outside India, it's the same problem. The workers, service providers have been marginalized. The commission structure has been going up. People don't have any transparency, etc. We see that across north and south, across west and east as well. So here comes our meeting east versus west. These are exporting whatever we have done it in India. How do we take it to the globe? Bridges the riders and the drivers. Bridges the rich and the poor, bridges east and west, whatever, it's going to bridge and make a level playing field for everyone. It is not just an app, it is a movement by the people, for the people, by the city, for the city. As we see, our entire goal is to create a fabulous community of happy drivers and commuters, and we always will anchor on, as our inspiring person, Mr. Nandan, says that how do we bring Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar together, and we are working hard to see how we can be one of the catalysts in bringing all the three people, right? Community can make a happy driver, happy rider. A government can bring the infrastructure and everything together, and Bazaar can bring in the innovation capital and the kind of talent needed to make all of this happen. So that, thank you so much. I'm 4 seconds left, so thank you.
Roshan, thank you very much for this great demonstration.
Thanks, everyone.
Getting things done on the ground. It's not a slide deck. It's down on the ground. It's happening, and I love it. And I love to see it globally. And by the way, at the back, what's happening here at the moment, we're building an ecosystem. An ecosystem is the answer to the question. If we think I can solve the problem, no way. The only way we can do it is we can solve the problem. So I, you, we are. I, you, we are.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sean, thank you very much for that one. Okay. So moving from autonomous driving, coming to solutions to control and to orchestrate, providing solutions on top of that which is seamless, giving an equitable economics case for the people to join the movement. We're now going to what's happening in the back of that. So what is the framework, and where's the next layer, and how do we do the bridging coming from here going to there? Because ecosystems, again, it's not a silo ecosystem, it's an ecosystem of ecosystems. So here's Anirban, my friend. Please come on stage. Anirban is from the FIDE Foundation with the founders Sujit Nair, Pramod Vamar, and Nandan Nilikani. And Anirban, we were together on Friday, right?
Yes.
On Friday. Is George still here? George?
George is here, yes.
Right, so we were at a presentation of smart meters. Smart meters, you know, on the heating and the electricity. So what we're doing together is we're bridging the worlds, and people like George Kibala-Bauer from the GSMA is opening up these doors for us. So that's what we do, opening up doors and connecting the dots. Anirban,
thank you.
Yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So thanks a lot for setting the context, Jan. I will try to keep it short because we have been hearing about Beacon Protocol a lot. So I am going to talk about future of mobility and green energy with Beacon Protocol. But what I want you to take away is not a solution or an offering. What I am here to talk about is more like a way of thinking. What Jeff was also talking about, Jan was also talking about. It's a way of solving. It's a model of solving. That's what I'm going to talk about.
The green one.
Green one, right? Oh yeah. Okay, so if you go and buy a car, if you look in a car commercial, this is how it looks like. It looks like big highway, speed, fun, and freedom. We get sold, we buy the car, then sit into it, and this is what we finally get into. Oh, sorry, can you just go back? Yeah, this is what we see from the car dashboard. So, we know this, right? I mean, I'm not telling you a new story. This is traffic is a big problem all across the world in many countries, but we know this, but looks like we don't have a solution, or we have a solution which we are not able to kind of achieve. So if I ask all of you, how many of you today kind of used a public transport to come here? Can I get a show of hands? Wow, that's actually more than what I expected. But yeah, I mean, we still have 80% of the room who had to use cars. I won't say that we used cars, but we had to use cars. And that's where, this is what in 2010 TomTom said that you are not stuck in traffic, basically we are the traffic. We have that realization. We want to get out of this. Is there anyone in this room who doesn't want to get into a public transport if it is made convenient for you? Probably no. Surveys say that 95% of the Bangaloreans, and this is true for most of the cities, Kuala Lumpur, Hong Kong, Mauritius, the surveys say that people want to get into public transport, but there are particular problems which are stopping them. What are those problems? Those problems are generally discoverability. I don't know where the public transport is when it is supposed to come. Second is reliability. Even if I know the schedule, I don't know whether it will abide by that or not. Third is generally transactability. If I know all these things, I don't know how to buy the ticket. Do I have to install a new application? Do I have to get into a new digital payment system? I don't know. And the fourth and the biggest one, what Shan and everyone is solving for, is the fast mile and last mile connectivity. How to reach the public transport system. My metro station is 5 kilometers away from my home. How do I reach there? Do I have feeder buses? Do I have small autos or cabs or maybe L-scooters to take me there? So with all these constraints, if we have to solve for tomorrow's mobility, that's the framework that we have been kind of conjuring for some time. We call it the DANCE framework, okay? And it's exactly the same thing what we have been hearing for last 10 years. D is for dynamic. Let's say you have a conference which is breaking up at 9 p.m. in the evening. You have, at least in Bangalore, I have never seen the public transport system, the bus system, equipped to that. The bus system is a static schedule which never changes whether there is a football match, whether there is a Coldplay concert or nothing. It runs on its own, but we have to make a transport system which is way more dynamic. We have to make it autonomous. Our friends talked about autonomous driving systems. We have to make it networked, connected. Jeff was talking about it. How can I go from my place to an office with 3 hops, but not going through 3 different applications? How can I have a connected ecosystem where I can come in from one place, buy my ticket, have a door-to-door journey, and get done with it? It has to be customized, personalized. Today, I may like to have a cheaper ride. Tomorrow, I may like to have a sustainable ride because I have to make a case in a conference. Day after tomorrow, I have an interview to take care of, so I need a faster ride. Depending on the days, my requirement changes, and the mobility system has to cater to that. It can't be one solution that fits for all the cases. And definitely, the last but not the least is it has to be electric, green, alternate fuel. So just to make the framework complete, we use electric, but it's not electric specifically. I mean, we know, right? I mean, in most of the countries, whether you talk about India, whether you talk about US, Germany, today, even if you look into the scope 2 and scope 3, a coal power plant, energy produced, a unit of energy produced in a coal power plant is actually costing more than a solar plus battery combined, right? So it's not anymore a sustainability story, it's more an economic story as well. There are economical incentives to move to a electric or green energy. So now with that, this is where I want to table the thought. You have heard about Beacon a lot, but forget the Beacon part. I mean, concentrate more on the network thinking, the model that we are trying to solve it with. We call it the open network model, and that's where I want your focus. I think we have talked about this a lot. We come from a not-for-profit ecosystem. Our protocol itself is a open source software, open source protocol, so you can kind of go and use it. Where I want you to focus on is this particular visual, and this is what you should take away from this 8 minutes. We are trying to move from a world of the left side towards the right side. Today, most of the platforms that are built on top of the internet are currently kind of guarded walls, which are saying that, okay, the buyer-seller has to be on the same platform. Can we move towards the right side of the diagram and create a network? We are not doing away with the platforms. The biggest problem when we talk about ONDC, we talk about Namayatri, we are always seen as competitors to Uber, replacements of Uber or a replacement of an Amazon. It's not the case. It's basically supplementing the ecosystem with a different model. The platforms will still have to stay, but they interact with in a different way, and that's where a protocol comes in. So what is a protocol? Protocol is nothing but more like a common language for platforms to talk about. I mean, somebody speaks Germany, I speak Hindi, we can't talk, right? The moment we start speaking English, we are able to interact. So Beacon protocol is like the English for different types of platforms. So if we superimpose this model in different type of use cases, the mobility use case, the energy use case, this is what we get. In today's ecosystem, the bus transport systems, the metro systems, everything works as silos. The big gray boxes that you are seeing, that's the current bus ecosystem, metro ecosystem, cab ecosystem, and so on. If we can move them towards the right, where everything, all the service providers are connected to one network, and all the people who are trying to get services are connected from the other side, that's where the magic begins. Just imagine if you are coming from a Uber, Trafi, Automicals, solutions, not solutions, maybe people who are using Automical as a gateway, or maybe a WhatsApp or a Google Map, you can find any service that is existing in the city. So for you as a user, it's more like a optionality, more number of options. Your agency goes up. For the service provider, who is a cab driver on the other side, for him, he can start getting orders not only from one channel of Uber, now he can get orders from Uber, Trafi, Automical, WhatsApp, Google Map, and so on. And all these things together, what they are doing to the ecosystem is, they are taking away the replication of cost. Today, Uber is trying to get the same consumer. Today, Lyft is trying to get the same consumer, and they are replicating those ecosystem costs. If we connect them to a network, first of all, those ecosystem costs are removed, there is no replication, and second is it is apportioned across all these platforms, which means the cost of transaction goes down drastically. The instance that Shan was mentioning, it has gone down by 97%. That's a benefit of an open network approach. If we do the same on energy, I have 30 seconds, this is what it looks like. In India, Akhil, my good friend Akhil will also talk about this probably. In India, we have more than 80 charge point operators. If I have an EV, if I am an EV owner, if I'm going from Bangalore to Mysore, I don't know which 5 applications I should use to ensure that I have a full coverage throughout the 300 kilometers. That's where a network approach helps. Just imagine if you're coming from one of the other side, maybe you're using a Pulse Energy application, and you can find all the providers, the GeoBP, ChargeZone, Tata Powers, and others of the world at one place, how beautiful that would be. And this can be extended to many cases if there are people who are working in the space of micro energy transactions and all, more than happy to kind of take you through. You can, instead of building big chunks of utility scale batteries, you can aggregate small retail batteries that are lying in the households and create one virtual energy warehouse, which can be used by the discoms, which can be used by the energy companies or anyone. Or you can even do peer-to-peer energy trading. In 3 states of India, today, by regulation, it is allowed to sell energy to your neighbor. And that's what a network brings in to your home. So this whole network story is called Unified Energy Interface. Probably Akhil will also talk about it. These are the numbers that the network is already doing. The only thing that I want you to take away, and that's the last kind of statement, all of you guys are builders. All of you guys are coming from a particular problem set, right? Take this model away. Take this the only diagram that I showed, that okay, from platform to protocol, try to apply that in your industry. And if you see there is a fit, let's have a word on that. Thank you for that, and thanks for you listening in.
Thank you, Anirban. At least now we saw this picture of these errors and dots and the network once today.
Is it?
So thank you, Anirban, for that one.
Thank you.
And just wait a moment. I think that's a crucial thing. It's not a technology, it's a mental model. We have to change the mental model. I don't want to be in control of everything. I want to be in control of what I can do best. True. And invite the rest to be part of that journey. Invite them, not to exclude them. And I think this is what you're doing together with the FIDO Foundation, the backend teams, and all the volunteers behind it. I think it's a huge community. It's a growing community across the world. And actually, we're just kickstarting together with Automical in Slovenia, Croatia, and the Netherlands, a story of connecting the energy communities and building an energy, solar, renewable network, exactly in this kind of thinking. So thanks again for getting us addicted on that.
Thank you.
All right, moving from here, so this is the backbone. And I told you about this WhatsApp live presentation happening 2 conferences back. And when Akhil was promising me, okay, I'll do it on stage and I will show you on WhatsApp that I will find my charger. And he did. And what he did from there on, it's a beautiful journey we will see. A journey which is breaking again the silos and bringing pieces together which are needed. And I'm just dropping a thing which really touches my heart. He's part of a circular economy approach as well. And I'm going to talk next to tomorrow about circular economy. And while we have this mental model of networks, please start to think, how can we create on this thinking of a network of networks, a circularity. Everybody talks about it. I will show you tomorrow the gap between the talk and the doing. And Akhil and his team is part of that. So Akhil, stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Jan.
One hand, huh?
Okay, thank you everyone. Thanks, Jan. So my name is Akhil Jayaprakash. I'm one of the co-founders at Pulse Energy. During the session, I'll kind of give you an insight into what are the open networks that you can build for energy transition. Now, I'll walk you through the reasoning behind why do we need to do this. So just before we get started, I'll just give you a context on what Pulse Energy is. So we are one of the largest EV charger aggregators in India right now. We've done about 2 gigawatts of energy transactions a month, which equivalent to, I just checked the pricing of electricity charging in France, it's about 69 euros, 0.69 euros. That's close to 1.7 million euros a month of transactions is what we facilitate through our network. So we've been operational for about 2 years, so thank you. There's about 20,000 chargers on our network. I'll start with the problem statement, right? Why open networks? Why focus on it? And all of the business is built on open networks. So if I have to truly look at, if we as a population need to look at hitting net zero, we need to get to 2 billion vehicles. This might be 2040, 2050, whatever the target is. Today we are just at 14 million vehicles on street globally. Now, of that consumption, if I just look at how much of that energy consumption is happening on renewables, it's a very small percent, right? Like obviously Norway has exceeded beyond 100%, but rest of the countries are still sort of 30%, 40% share. How do you increase this? And that's where the root of this problem starts. None of these energy systems are connected to speak to each other. They're not aware what are the surface areas that can generate energy and what are the supply or demand sides that can consume that energy. They're not aware, they don't have any context of each other. So that's where when you start looking at, you zoom into that problem, you see this. So you have the grid on top, then you have your chargers, that's the blue ones here. That's the chargers over there. Then you have the vehicles, the distributed energy system. So you have battery packs sitting on solar, residential solar with battery packs. All of them are speaking in a siloed manner to your grid. Very simple. None of them have context of each other. So what does this equate to? Thousands of residential solar batteries of green energy getting wasted. 10,000 of chargers literally still dispensing coal-generated energy. And this is the situation here in India, right? So how do you solve for this? And this is just one part of this problem, right? Like this is just the EV charging problem. Now, this gets amplified. Today, and this is data from a model that we have, where we look at all the fleet companies. So we work with Uber. Uber is the largest customer. So Uber Green Cabs run on this open network that we have created. The first one that's on top, the blue chart, is essentially them charging at depots. That's the fleet parking spaces, that's where they have chargers. So you can see at midnight, that's when they keep on charging. Now, an interesting thing is happening with vehicles. All these vehicles are essentially telling, the manufacturers telling these fleets, you don't have to do that slow charging setup because it's expensive, you need a large parking space, you need to set up all of these power sockets, it's expensive. why don't you start relying on public infra? So that you can continuously charge your vehicle on public chargers, on fast chargers. Like Tesla is the only OEM that has sort of, tested that out, where you don't see a degradation in the battery, but now vehicles are coming in that category. What does that mean? That means all of these vehicles, and that's what the second graph looks like. You can see the small green colored graph, the charts that were there on the top, that's now become more amplified. So your destination charging, your public infra, everyone's going to go look at charging at a public station. And this is going to happen as batteries evolve, as vehicles evolve. So now the problem gets even worse. So now you have, lack of interconnected network systems, energy systems. Your vehicles are going to consume energy from chargers like it's a petrol pump. So how do you solve for this? And this goes back to what Anirban just said, which is we have to move away from a platform-driven ecosystem, which is isolated ecosystems, to an open network paradigm. This is where you're making everything aware of each other. What I'll do is I'll just roll a tape on how this works today for Uber. This is something that we did. So this is, again, if you can play the clip. Yeah. You can mute the volume if you want. Can you mute it? So as I'm going through this, right, so this is, again, as Jan was saying, we had a pilot of this WhatsApp demo 2 years back. This is what is in reality. This is a Uber driver literally searching for chargers. He can type in the fleet operator that he's working with, and he shares his location, and it immediately starts searching nearby chargers and starts sending them what are the information. So he's confirming the location. It's a 2-minute long video, so just be a little patient with me. But what's going to show, what they're going to see here is now all the chargers that is in here. Now, why I said cashless and why it's highlighted, before us, these drivers used to go pay at those charging stations through their own pocket. Now what we've done is, since it's an open network, we help orchestrate it. We collect the money from the fleet operator directly. Drivers don't need to pay. We get it from them. So now they've got the Google Map location, they've gone to the station. And this is the most interesting part, and a lot of folks look at this and they're like, okay, it's that simple, because I don't know if anyone has used a charging app in Europe or in London. I have. It's horrible, it's a nightmare. So, something like this, if you can enable it over WhatsApp, and right now the 1 million euro worth of transactions, that's all happening through WhatsApp itself. So this is again, the drivers reach the station, they're sharing their location, they're confirming the location now. So what's going to happen here is we're doing a triangulation between which charger they're standing in front of, what's the vehicle that's been assigned to them, what's the telematics of the vehicle, and you can see the SOC of the vehicle is also being pulled. So we're doing like a 3-way triangulation and ensuring, is this driver ready to charge? Can I allow him to charge? We do all of those security checks as well behind the scenes. If he's not entitled to charge, we disallow them. We just say you can't charge anymore. And he just plugs the connector in. We just told him, plug the connector in. And all he needs to do is just click one button that says gun is connected. So he just does that, and the charging gets started. And this is, again, just to give you an idea of how an open network can simplify a very complex operation. Because there's multiple things going on here. Like we're measuring if this vehicle should be fast charged. Because we have all the access to the fleet data, we are checking, hey, this vehicle has been slow charged only once, should it even be fast charged now? Because it might impact the battery health. So we abstract all of that complexity, access an open network of chargers, make the payment, make that happen. So that's the idea. I'll pause here. So this is sort of that's what we do, that's what Pulse Energy does. We're importing some of these models into Europe as well. So we've started conversation in Europe, and there is one project in the US and in Australia. So it's again in the fleet electrification space, accessing energy systems through open networks. I'll plant another seed. I got 10 seconds. This is the next pilot. So 2 years back, I came back, I showed you the WhatsApp bot. You have a bunch of residential solar set up across Bangalore. They all have battery packs. There is enough or surplus battery in those residential solar battery packs sitting at homes. And all these chargers today, we are getting coal energy. The idea is through unified energy interface, which is the open network for energy, we want to essentially do peer-to-peer trading. So whenever you plug your vehicle into the charger, it'll automatically start pulling in from the battery packs there. Again, it's all an accounting framework, but the electrons that gets pushed will be classified as green. And that's the idea. So maybe in the next ICT forum, I'll probably show you how this works at scale. And I just want to end with this. Again, it's an open forum. You can go to the website, ueialliance.org, sign up. I would really encourage everyone to do this. Because again, as I said, I should start from the beginning. If we truly want to go to net zero, we need to have our energy network systems speaking to each other. If it doesn't, we're not going to accomplish what we are trying to accomplish. So thank you so much, guys. Bye.
Thank you, Akhil. Once again, I'm looking forward to that demonstration live here on stage next time. Yes. And I would love to get all the panelists up on stage. Akhil, please stay here. Yeah. Jeff, Venkata, are you still here? Shant, Venkata is gone? Anirban? So it's hard to get my family together, obviously. You come up here. Was taking a picture. Yeah, take a picture. So I want to be in time for the next panel because Marcus is waiting to get the next panel running then. Okay, just come up here. We're taking a photo. We're taking a photo because I think the one-to-one communication between you and the direct actors is probably more fruitful than us asking family questions. All right. So. Thank you for the audience hanging on with us for these incredible mobility stories. Namayatri, Sean, Akhil, Jeff, Anirban. And we think of Sanjeev and then Venkat, come up here. It's for the photo. Where's the camera, by the way? There's the camera, all right. Okay, thank you very much, yours. That's perfect. Thank you for having us. Jose, yes. Come.
So now we have coffee break. Please come back in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And we were in time, just to notice that one. Yeah. Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, yours.
A big round of applause to Jan for the wonderful moderation. So we are on time. Thank you, Jan. Thank you so much. Please play some music and please come back in. We start exactly at 4. coffee break. Don't worry, I've asked them to have another round of coffee at 5:15, so if you miss your coffee, you can get it. But otherwise, please bring in your coffee and come inside. We now move to the last panel of today, which is very interesting. It's about smart logistics and manufacturing. If India has to make the next decade its own, it has to get better and stronger at manufacturing. I'm very delighted to introduce and welcome our advisory board member, Marcus Pfefferer from Comano. Why did I ask him to moderate this panel? His area of expertise and knowledge is in the manufacturing domain, and there are some things that you have to do right if you have to scale with quality and efficiency. And for this, I think Marcus is an expert, has been many years in the field, and so I asked him also to give some insights on that topic. And since we are live streaming this, we will make the video available. So he's going to give some special model that's developed by Comano Consulting to advise and guide those who want to build their own factories, so that they not just build for India, but for India and the world, and make sure that quality and scale is part of the equation. So Marcus will give first very interesting presentation and share their unique proprietary model. And thereafter, he will introduce the different panelists. We have very interesting panelists today who will share their insights. And then we have again networking immediately after that. So without much ado, let's give a big round of applause to Marcus. And over to you, Marcus, from Comano.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the warm introduction, and thank you very much also for putting this session together. Yes, manufacturing is an important subject also for growth. It's also an important subject for sustainability, because at the end of the day, everything we do, everything we touch, everything we have in this room, everything we have in our office, in our factories, one day or the other it was manufactured. So manufacturing is literally everywhere, but it doesn't always get the limelight as a fancy tech solution. That's why I'm very happy that we have a whole session on manufacturing today. Now, Jose, I have a problem with smart manufacturing, with the term, because when we go as a consultant to companies and want to implement or streamline their operational process and make it more digital, it's very difficult to tell them you have to make smart manufacturing, because everybody will tell me I'm already smart. I manufacture since so many years. Who are you to tell me that I have to suddenly become smart? So that's a tricky thing. That's why I try to avoid this term and call it more digital manufacturing or Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 is a term which was coined by Germany. And to give you a little bit of context on the industry evolution, so if we have Industry 4.0, we must have also an Industry 1, 2, and 3. Very interesting is Industry 0.2, that was the introduction of the assembly line. And in Industry 4.0, we are now at the point where we want to get rid of the assembly line. So that's why Industry 4.0 is again a real revolution, so to speak. So what are the main design principles for any Industry 4.0 application? There is interoperability. We heard a lot about that already, and we will hear again in this session as well, because we have again an experienced speaker on the subject in manufacturing and from FIDE here. Then it's virtualization. Virtualization is basically your digital twin, and we will also hear more about that. Decentralization, service orientation, and real-time capabilities and modularity. And this is all very abstract, and if you boil it down, really it is breaking the idea, or in an ideal world, we would really break up the assembly. How is manufacturing today? It's the assembly line. So you have one block of metal, you put it in, you run it through various machines, and at the end you have a crankshaft. Now in Industry 4.0 and modern manufacturing, the ideal world would be to break it all up, to have certain islands, so to speak, because every machine has a different machining circle. So if one machine is particularly slow, the whole process is slowed down because of this machine. So if you can then, in this time, use the other machines which lie idle for some other work, it optimizes your output. And I have here another couple of aspects, what technologies we all use or what we need. So in virtualization, I already spoke about digital twin. Digital twinning is an interesting part, especially in bigger organizations, because you can model various assembly lines. You can also use it for machine maintenance, because you can literally have a service technician sitting anywhere in the world, looking at your machine and find out what needs to be changed. Then we have, of course, whenever things are connected, there are problems of cybersecurity. And I guess tomorrow we have a whole session on cybersecurity where we will touch upon it. The Internet of Things I already mentioned, cloud computing, it's already, it's a given, but more interesting is what we call edge computing. That's edge computing is that the computing happens at the site, that you have at the machine a computing power which runs your AI, for instance. That's where concepts of what we call tiny AI plays a role. And there we already at AI and machine learning. And one aspect I would like to add, because we've done a lot of work on that, and because it will also be part of revolutionizing the manufacturing world, that's additive manufacturing. Additive manufacturing, in a layman's term, would be 3D printing, but 3D printing, the perception of people who are not from the industry is very basic. It's much more sophisticated what we have already now. And the next big thing in additive manufacturing for me is additive manufacturing of electronics. And why is it super exciting for India? Because these are new technologies. So here we can still set standards because we're not following an old traditional manufacturing process. We can set standards here from India. That's why I think we should have a closer look on everything that's happening in the greater additive manufacturing space. And this all brings us not only to break out the assembly line, but also is a basic tool for what we call micro manufacturing. Everybody talks about Tesla's Gigafactory, the bigger the better, but the trend is to go to micro factories. And Hyundai has already set up a micro factory in Singapore where they make cars in Singapore. Tiny market, normally you wouldn't think about it, but they make it there, and they don't use an assembly line. They use a cell. So they let all the parts be brought by automation, by robots, bring to the car where it's assembled, and they can assemble any car they want at any given time there, and it makes them highly flexible. It makes it also that the products are built where they are actually sold, so you have less transport costs, and you can be very, very specialized. So micro factories can be a big trend in the future, and there also, of course, your additive manufacturing plays a role because you print the part where you need it. And since Joe was so kind to mention it, it's not really rocket science. What is our proprietary model, so to speak? We work, one more point I had on sustainable manufacturing. What we normally see in many sustainable issues is we have a strong focus on decarbonization, which is also important, but it becomes sometimes a tunnel vision. And especially when you look at manufacturing, it touches so many aspects. Not only your carbon footprint, it gives job to people, it improves their livelihood. All that should be also summarized under sustainability and looked upon, and not only how much we can decarbonize. So that's why I find, especially since sustainability is such a big issue here, super important that we look into it. And then now finally I come to our so-called 3-pillar model, which we already touched upon it. So we have, obviously, when you set up a factory here as a foreign company, you want to cater to the Indian market, which is, this is why you're here. But you should not limit yourself to that. So you should keep 2 more pillars there. One is, and we heard about this already, you try to cater to the region, and the region you can define. It could be Asia, it could be Middle East, it could be also, as we heard today, Africa. And the third pillar, which is sometimes a bit tricky, is use your manufacturing capabilities, use your engineering capabilities here, what you build up in-house for the rest of the company, for the rest of the group, to use it as an R&D center, to use it as service quality. If tomorrow you have a big project in Brazil, for Indian engineers it's not a problem to ship them to Brazil to set it up there, whereas if it's a European company, sometimes it might be tricky to motivate them to go to another country. And with this, I would like to start and invite the first panelist and speaker, Mr. Sandeep. He has a long history in procurement for Siemens and Hitachi, and he has set up a marketplace for sustainable manufacturing, and therefore I'm super excited to have him here and to listen to his talk. Okay, good luck.
Can you have that?
Yeah, that will.
Hi. Hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Marcus. Thank you so much for putting the contest here. So, I'm from Ventup Ventures Private Limited. We are into sustainable manufacturing. So, we empower the localization and sustainability into the manufacturing ecosystem. So, Ventup is a digital manufacturing startup, and we are there to indigenize or rather localize the components, critical components, with a strong emphasis on the sustainability side. So let me start with the problem statement. So why we have started this company? So we know when we look into the critical segments like energy, EV, aerospace or defense, there is a huge dependency of import components, especially from China and Europe. So that's one of the problem statements we have identified. And the supply chain disruptions, what we have observed, especially after the COVID-19. So these, because of that, the China Plus One strategy is happening, and most of the companies are setting up manufacturing units in India. And of course, the mandate of increasing local content from our central government. So our procurement policy itself asks for local contents in critical projects that we are executing here. And the last one is that the lack of resource. Like we know every company is having a procurement team, supply chain team. They are more focused on the operational tasks. So we want to set up a dedicated team who are focusing on the localization side. So the solution that Ventup is a manufacturing startup. We are into manufacturing as a service. We want to empower indigenization and localization, mainly focused on the critical electrical, mechanical and electronics components. As I said, sustainability as a main focus. While we develop these components, we need to see that these components or these factories will be a sustainable factory for future. So our differentiator, how do we want to act? So we want to set up a gate process for developing any component. Like when a customer wants to develop a component, so we want to pass through each and every stage with a transparent tech platform where the feasibility check will be there, then the project formation team will be there, then we will go for a prototype. That prototype has to be type tested in approved laboratories in India. Then the client and us has to certify this before for a mass production. So it could be any product in the mechanical or electrical or electronics side. And while we are setting up this gate process, we will be partnering with a manufacturing partner. So we will want to see the different aspect. As I said, we want to see how this manufacturing partner is initiating the sustainable practices in their factory. It's not that they are putting the time and R&D to develop a product. They have to sustain in the market for a long time. So these were the segments we want to focus. Renewable energy, where we know that the grid is changing a lot from AC to DC, where the power transmission loss is getting more in AC. So in DC, we know that I would say 45% is localized in India. Still 55% is coming either from China and Europe on the DC network of renewable energy segment. So we want to focus in that segment. EV, as we all know that a lot of components are still getting imported, especially on the electronic side. There we are getting into. Manufacturing and defense, as we all know that a lot of initiatives central government is putting up, how to set up an indigenization cell in our Navy base, Army base and all. So those areas also we are getting. And put together all the these segments, green building we want to, because we want to make a component, we want a factory, we want a building. So that factory also has to be sustainable. So we are getting into the green building concept as well. So our manufacturing, some of the capability, especially focusing into the mechanicals, are the machinings, casting, forging, injection molding, sheet metals. So these were some of the like expertise we have in the mechanical side. Electrical and electronic segment already I've explained in my previous slide. So, so it's not that only indigenization in India, because we want to focus. India is a large economy. We have a lot of opportunity there. So we have to start the indigenization or new part development from India, but we want to supply these like products to globally. So I would say it's local for local at the first stage and local to global as the second stage. We want to supply these proven products across globe in these critical industries. So rather we are acting as a supply chain sourcing partner also with many of the corporate, where we know like in supply chain that 80-20 rule, like the 80% of the project volume will comes from the critical components or a big manufacturer OEM. 20% are the like small components which are coming from n numbers of vendors. So we want to act as a one-stop solution for like catering this sourcing side of the 20%. So we are partnering with many of the components level, and rather we focus that these items also what we are selecting as a one-stop solution, it could be more into the sustainable product. So next slide is into one of the product we are partnering. So the morning I guess Gunjan has explained more into the sustainable building side. So we are partnering with one company called Sealy International. They are into the fresh air cooling, evaporative cooling system. So why we are partnering? Because we have many brands in India, but they are not manufacturing from India. Either they are importing from China and putting their label. But Sealy is a reputed manufacturer from Europe. We are collaborating with them. So based on the scale, how it can be localized in India. So this is one of the system where the factories, warehouses, or it could be a school or a hospital, or it could be a restaurant, where how to avoid AC, and beside that the fresh air cooling system which can give an ambient temperature. It's not a chilling environment like a refrigerator, like an AC. So it can give an ambient temperature on these places, or a very good workspace environment in case of a factory or a warehouse. So here it's 80% of energy savings and 100% of fresh air cooling, and no synthetic refrigerants are used. So this is one of the product we want to add into our catalog when we are promoting sustainable products as a one-stop solution. So some of the major companies we are associated right now is Hitachi, Siemens, Saint-Gobain, Avalon, Ohmium is a green hydrogen company. We are helping them out of some of their new part developments. Cochin Shipyard, we are associated with some of the component supply. Vibrant Energy, again, is a solar developer based of Hyderabad. So it's a span of 1 year we have started this company, and we are happy that, okay, these prestigious customers are onboarded as of now. Coming to the team, as Marcus told, we are coming from a 15+ years of corporate experience, and I have a 15+ years of experience in extra high voltage projects, worked in Siemens, Hitachi and L&T, works in various procurement and project management role. Along with me, co-founder Wasim and Joseph joined, both having an extensive experience in L&D as well as in business consulting. Both are here, Wasim is here and Joseph is also here. And we are building the team and we are scaling up as well. We secured our seed fund recently, a month back, and we are getting into the more customer base and more into the smart manufacturing. So that's all about Ventup. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's super interesting, and I hope with your 20%, what you're trying to source here, you help also the unorganized sector here in India to mature a little bit more, which I think is super needed to have a more mature and a more...
Just want to quote one thing, like in India, we all know that millions of MSME are working in the manufacturing. I'm sure they're good in making the components, but there is a gap, the process involved or the project management involved in that during the manufacturing phase. So we want to solve that gap.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Very much appreciated. I mean,
thank you so
much. I know what it means. Okay, thank you. Good job. Good job. So Naveen, are you? Yeah, Naveen is from Western Digital, and I guess he will give us a good overview how they are using IoT and digital manufacturing to make their products better, faster, and integrate it in a global supply chain, if I'm right.
Right. So you come from an industrial exposure, I come from a user, and also I drive it from end to end.
Okay. Okay, great. Great. I'm super excited.
So my perspective would be mostly from the end to end,
so
from the concept to the manufacturing.
Yeah.
So
I'm super excited to hear what you want to present today. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to talk about on the smart manufacturing and agile logistics. Right. So let me talk about agile logistics to start with, because they go hand in hand. Right. Without if you manufacture a lot, is not being sold, there's an issue, right? So logistics and manufacturing goes in hand to hand. So what if I told you 7 years back, if you order a phone, you would get it in 7 minutes? Was that possible 7 years back? I tried it earlier, maybe 7 years back. It used to take 7 days at least minimum, right? The e-commerce website. But today, it's possible. Yesterday, I think you must have heard the news recently, right? The people in India, 7 minutes, iPhone is delivered. Can you imagine? So welcome to India, all of you who are planning to set up the business or venture. That's new India, right? So can you guess who is doing it? It's not Amazon's or Walmart. It's predominantly, they started as a groceries and a home needs. Now they jumped into the technology, right? So they are able to do that. How can they do that, right? That's a challenge. They have solved the basic problem of logistics, which I think bigger companies still are struggling, I know, right? So these guys have come up with a new way of serving it in 7 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever, right? So even my wife orders it before I have a coffee. Right, she starts making coffee, she says, Naveen, sugar is out. So what do we do? Whether you go and buy it or order it. She has more confidence on getting it online than me getting it from outside. So it's so fast, right? So basically, if you look at, right, so if you go back to the slide, please. So logistics is very important. So maybe I'll come back, go to the last slide probably. I'll come from the logistics back to the manufacturing, because Marcus talked about manufacturing, so I'll try to integrate both the world. So maybe 2-3 slides later, please. After this, please. Okay, so there is something called agile logistics. So we know that traditional logistics works the way, right? When some days back you order by phone, and then the vendor or a customer, anybody who was manufacturing would deliver it. That was predominantly old, and then the e-commerce came. And now there is something called, new terminology I'm hearing, is called fast e-commerce. The e-commerce is actually fading away and everybody is getting into the fast e-commerce. What they are doing it, right? So their involvement is a lot of technology. One is a very good GUI for the front end, for the people, any user, right? Even my father, who is 75 years, orders a lot of things. I don't have to train him. So easy for him, isn't it? So then beyond that, what happens, right? So we'll just try to understand. I know it's 9 minutes, so I'll just make it fast, right? So one is, after GUI, you have to have a very strong ERP system, intelligent ERP system. And behind that is an algorithm, a lot of algorithm that runs. I'll give you a gist of it, what it runs, right? So imagine somebody has to deliver it, right? So it has to find which is the shortest path, who can deliver it right, is the weather condition right, and where is the logistics. Now they call it as a dark house logistics, where especially the groceries and all, they come up, dark house logistics, which is very localized. They can quickly deliver it, right? All this is a very algorithm, basic algorithm that runs. That happens when they have a lot of data as well, right? So they develop the data over a period of time and used machine languaging, and then the AI is implemented onto that. With that, they are able to get what it can be delivered, right? I don't know if they are following any nanometer technology like 7 nanometer, 2 nanometer, maybe they come down to 2 minutes as well over a period of time. Maybe drones topping it can reduce it from 7 to 2 as well. So that's the fast. So beyond this, what I'm trying to mention here is the supply chains have, rather than looking at inventory, they have a data for this, right? So what could predict, they could predict this area or this part of the segment, right, could have a delivery. There could be a more demand for a delivery. So they create virtual systems there and an intelligent system and a lot of process integration. That makes kind of, the agile logistics that drives the commerce. But this is very helpful because we are talking today, make in India. Right? When you make in India, if you do not have this kind of logistics, we will be undersupplied or oversupplied. Right? This kind of algorithms helps us to predict when this has to be manufactured more. This can be used in semiconductor industry, food industry, even semiconductor industry. Just in 2018, when we had a COVID, I remember all the semiconductor companies, right? They were full of supplies, all the semiconductor chipset. After post-COVID, suddenly there's an increase of demand for the chipsets and they couldn't deliver. All this can be predicted with the intelligent agile system, right? That is very, very important for us to have it. Then we'll go back to the manufacturing and then we'll try to connect manufacturing and the e-commerce to this. This should go hand in hand according to me. So if you can go back to the first slide, please. Okay, I think Marcus spoke about it very short, right? So there are 4 generations of industrial revolution, right? So this was started in 18th century. That was called, that they're all steam powered. Later it was on 20th century, there was electrically powered, and then the IT was used, and then 4.0, which Marcus did mention. I'm not going in detail, but I'll tell you how we at our companies use this models very efficiently as a user, right? If you can go back to the next slide. Okay. So, our companies, I do visit globally a lot of manufacturing because I come from a design, so where we collect requirements for globally, and then I manage a lot of design automation teams and AI teams. So I also visit factories globally. When we visit factories, I see a lot of our factories is, Marcus, if you have heard about light out factories or dark factories, right? We have a lot of light outs, which is a sustainable factory. What it does is it's autonomous. Everything is autonomous. Robots runs, there is absolutely, the whole factory is shut down, right? So it's an algorithms that is built to handle efficiently, right? So that's a light out factory. And then if a factory has to be done, we do a lot of simulations for this. Suppose if you have to build a product, let's assume a RF amplifier or something, right? So before we start the line, what we do is we do simulate using a lot of tools, right, on the efficiency part of it. How do we efficiently, because we have to have a yield, that yield requirement, and also we will have to see how perfectly we can manufacture. So for that, we may have to create, one is physical simulations. Sometimes we use called as twins, similar to the model. We will create a mock-up model for this, run through the actual lines to see how it can be manufactured, right, efficiently. So without fallouts. That's important because when you are manufacturing at a large scale, we talk about sometimes, millions of products at the same time. Yield is very important. Right? So simulation is very important. And then IoTs, right? So very interesting topic this. IoTs can be of any type, right? So it can be sensors, it can be gauge, it can be actuators, a lot of it, right? So predominantly we do have cameras as well, the things, cameras, sensors. We do monitor a lot of temperature when we run the test and see how they are performing, right? So let's assume when it's passing through the line, we do have some kind of testers to run and see the temperature, and then we do measure that, and if there is any over temperature or something, then we call it as a failure. So we move out of it. So it's quickly done without any intervention. That's one of the things. And so a lot of it on the cyber, if you talk about IoTs, then we talk about cyber security, because Industry 4.0 is about all, right, modernization, right, instead of a traditional way. So cyber security, because once all of machines are in this industrial 4.0, machines are supposed to talk each other. Suppose, imagine there is a failure in a machine, it should communicate to another machine that there is a failure and switch to another machine, right, to start the production. So in this, you are allowing to access the whole ports to the outside world. Cyber security plays a lot of role. So we have a whole bunch of IT engineers to manage all the cyber security. Of course, all the data is stored in the cloud. I spoke about additive. And augmented reality is also used, but sometimes I have not seen everywhere, but this is, even in our factories, I didn't see augmented reality for sure. But I think this is something it will catch up soon. But maybe in some factories they are using it, but whatever I've seen, probably not used. And analytics is very important. This is predominantly used on the analytics because we can predict the failures, we can predict a lot of things, right? So failure in the sense, behavior of human being as well, a lot of time, and the failure of data, and to switch to the another machines. All of this can be done with the analytics, right? And then, as I mentioned, robotics. All of this constitutes as a smart factory, but ION is, I've visited several factories across India. Not everybody is using all of them, but if you have to make in India, and especially, right, we are all moving towards semiconductors, fabs, all of this require at least some kind of modernization. So maybe out of 10, probably I've seen 2 factories that is of this scale, large scale, but there's a lot of that needs to be cashed up for a period of time. So next slide, please. Yeah, just I'm not going to read it. So this will help Industry 4.0 increase productivity, efficiency, higher quality, improved safety. Safety is also important because we are talking about robots. We can use robots at a place where having human is hazardous. There's a place we can use it, improved safety. Any risk can be avoided with the use of robots. I think I did spoke about it, so I have one video of it last, probably you can play with that. So for India, what's next for India, right? So we are looking at a lot of manufacturing. I heard now. Yeah.
Why do you do it? So you can tap into the collective know-how of our ecosystem and workshop the art of the possible, walking away with a roadmap tailored to your company's digital transformation goals to help you drive your own improvements in velocity, cost, quality, and safety across your entire digital supply network. To make a difference for the next generation by making STEM education more accessible to the young people. And to help the world at large by powering all of this with net zero emissions using sustainable and renewable technologies like solar panels and wind turbine trees. The best part? This is just the beginning.
Okay, this video, I found it in YouTube. It's not my video, proprietary of somebody, probably Deloitte. Okay. So, it's an integration of agile logistics and manufacturing, because this should go hand in hand, to summarize. If you have large production and it cannot be managed to sell it, then we are in a loss, right? So that's a traditional. So if Agile Logistics can manage this production, how much to produce, when to produce, what to produce, and then the factory can be sent those information and this production happens, that's the best. Today, even at the semiconductor, at the highest technology level, we do not have that system, even though there is a proof of concept and very less of used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very insightful, and thank you very much for running us through it. And you can order an iPhone in 7 minutes, but you can't get Coldplay tickets. So that's the problem, the dilemma we have here. Okay. In this session we are also very agile, and we have an additional speaker right now. I would like to invite Professor Scholer to give us an introduction to their operational excellence program, and I'm super excited to get to know more about that. Okay, the floor is all yours.
So, hello everybody. My budget is a bit shorter, only 5 minutes I was told yesterday, so I try to handle it in time. So, the topic is about our Master in Operational Excellence, which is a success story. And the background behind this is not only companies need innovation, but also universities. So we really have to think about launching new programs, be innovative to be successful on the market. So I'm from Hof University. Hof University is only a small university with 4,000 students located in the northern part of Bavaria. And especially for us, the students won't come because Hof is so polluted. So Hof is only a small city, 45,000 inhabitants. So especially our Indian students come to us because they are successful on the labor market. And I want to share some insights about one of our best-selling programs in the next 4 or 5 minutes. It's Operational Excellence. Very complicated, very tricky, especially in the afternoon. So when thinking about creating and launching a new program, what a university has to do. So first of all, what you should not do is just having a look at the professors being available at your university, having a look at their competences, and then launch the program based on their competences. It's more important that the starting point are the biggest problems companies now face or will face in the future. So I have a little list here. I think nothing to explain in detail because Marcus already and all the other speakers explained that on a very high level. So when starting our program in 2016, those questions were the main topics we were focusing on. So it was about efficiency, about productivity, it was about sustainability, about risk reduction and so on. And out of all that questions, we created the so-called core modules of our master, which are listed here on the right side. And the solution a university has to present to the students and the former graduate is always based on the question, how can students be helped in developing the right skills to meet industry demands and changing global priorities. So it's always thinking about the future, not about the past. And we are right successful with our program, so we have several hundred graduates, especially from India, so that program was especially designed for students from abroad, because Germany has a huge gap in having enough employees in the field of engineering. So many engineers from India come to us doing their MBA and Eng at our university to start a good career back in their home country or in German companies. Some information about the framework of our program. So the focus of teaching is application-oriented. It's not about theory. So theory is important, but it won't help in solving complicated programs. So that's the reason why we have many projects with the industry. We have site visits, we have interactions with practitioners. We have innovative and diverse teaching methods. So just one example. So we have a simulated connected factory. So all the students really can have some real experience about how Industry 4.0 is working. Another very important thing is all our professors do not only have a PhD, but also long-lasting experience in industry. So they know what they are talking about. We have a mandatory internship included in our program, 1,800 hours, including the master thesis. That's also a big advantage, which is very popular to our students. So they want to gain not only theoretical, they also want to gain practical knowledge. And they are hired, on the one hand, by the big players like Bosch, like Siemens, and so on. And on the other hand, of course, they are hired by mid-size and small companies, which are very popular in Germany too. And finally, very important, language training and intercultural competence. So if you want to work in Germany or for a German company, you need to understand German language. Not only to survive in the daily business, it's about social interaction in the company, it's about talking to other people the whole day long, and it's also about understanding how German companies work. And finally, and that's already the last slide I want to share with you, it's not only about knowledge. So we really need people, students with personality and passion. And we also need professors with personality and passion. So it's not only about the students, it's also about their teachers. And investing in the skills and competences of students or employees, if they are doing an MBA, is not only a win for the company, it's also a win for the society, so especially in Germany. So we need people, we need well-trained people that the society can exist on a high level as it was in the past. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very, very nice and insightful overview on your program. And I think it's very important because Industry 4.0 is not only products and technology, it's also the people who make it ultimately work. And that's why I think this is super important, especially also from an Indian context, that people know what to expect and how to do it. Thank you very much. It was very, 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 very nice also to jump in on short notice. Next, I think we have Sindhuja from FIDE, who we already touched upon interoperability, super important in Industry 4.0 to make machines work with each other, to make companies work with each other, and to make it all happen. And that's why I'm very excited to hear your talk and see what FIDE is doing in the manufacturing side.
Thank you, Marcus. Am I audible? Hi everybody, I'm Sindhuja from FIDE. I think you've heard a fairly long lineup of speakers talking about Beacon and FIDE. You can see the logos there, so I won't spend too much time on the introduction, but I'll just dive into the topic right away. I think we heard quite a bit about manufacturing, Industry 4.0 and all of that. My focus is a little bit on logistics, and I just want to leave you with one thought at the end of this presentation. And if you leave with that thought, I will have considered this a bit of a success. And the thought being the need for standardization and hence interoperability in the logistics industry today, more today than any other time so far. And I'll get to that in a bit. The numbers speak for themselves. The logistics industry touches almost everything we do today. I mean, probably half the products in this room have traveled across the globe and are here for us to use today. All of us probably have some home deliveries happening, right? Must have happened this week. So it touches our lives, and that's fueled by e-commerce, the last 10 years exponential growth. We are familiar with giants like Amazon, Walmart, Alibaba, all across the world. And of course, a lot of flourishing smaller brands, smaller e-commerce players across the world, right? So connected logistics fueled by commerce is something that has given a big boost to the logistics industry. Having said that, logistics cuts across almost every sector that you can think of, agriculture to pharma to, you can see a long list here. These are some numbers from India. Pick an industry, it has logistics as its backbone, and retail, of course, being the biggest chunk worldwide, retail and e-commerce. The point I'm trying to make here is it is ubiquitous and exceedingly complex, not only for within a country, but it's cross-border today. Supply chains are necessarily global, both on the supply side as well as market side, or both for several organizations. And not only is it global, it is extremely fragmented across modes of transport, across sectors, and across geographies. So there's a lot to unpack here, lot you can optimize. And a lot of innovation is happening in this sector, but is unfortunately happening in silos. We heard a lot of good solutions today. We know a lot of innovation is happening today. But what more can we do if all of this were to work together? So that's the thought I want to get to. And again, there are some numbers here. Whatever numbers we see on the screen today are only the part of the formal economy or the organized sector that is being tracked. We very well know, at least in India, there's a huge informal sector, unorganized sector that's not even in the radar. And there's a lot that can be done if they can be brought into the formal economy and optimized, right? So there's a huge opportunity there as well when it comes to firstly formalizing them. And that requires a way for them to get on board in a way that's not complex, that's not difficult. Digitization should not be a nightmare for them. And all of this fragmentation basically leads to loss of efficiency, lot of leakage, loss of value. The logistics value chain itself involves so many players, again, within a region, across countries, across states, and so on and so forth. And they are all operating in silos. Their systems don't talk to each other. Data mismatches happen, all of which leads to billions of dollars of loss annually. Again, there are reports that corroborate this. So how can we unlock this value, or how can we stop the leakage? Through standardization and interoperability. And for this, I want to take the analogy from the physical realm in logistics. I think a lot of us will be familiar with this example. If you go back to the 1950s, the American entrepreneur Malcolm McLean came up with the idea of standardizing the shipping container. A simple 8 feet by 8 feet by 37 feet container that can be easily transported across trains, trucks, ships, so on and so forth. The equipment that handles those containers can be built with predictability and standards again. It led to a lot of efficiency in terms of avoiding manual loading and unloading that was happening till then. And a simple innovation like this completely revolutionized the global logistics industry. In fact, logistics became global because of this. Globalization was possible because of this simple innovation in the physical realm. And you can see the numbers there again in terms of efficiency, in terms of the quantum of goods that are being transported through standardized containers today. Taking the same thing forward a bit to the digital realm. Having standards in the physical logistics space enabled innovation. Similarly, having standards in the internet space. I mean, this is the original, you could say, global digital infrastructure that we all use. Having TCP/IP standards, having HTTP standards, have enabled communication of data packets across devices, across networks, across, I mean, you can build switches, load balancers, hardware, all of that because of standards, right? Which basically revolutionized digital economies worldwide and enabled innovation, private and public innovation. So having standards helps markets, helps all the stakeholders involved in all value chains, right? And standardization also enables interoperability. When two systems talk the same language, or when two packets of data are able transported across systems are understood by each of those systems, that's interoperability basically, right? And having standardization enables interoperability. Interoperability unlocks value. Again, there are reports which clearly state savings in cost, increase in productivity, basically reducing inefficiencies across the logistics value chain. And how do you achieve standards? I spoke about it. You need some common language. My colleagues, ecosystem partners, everybody have spoken about it. Beacon is a common language, a common set of specifications that enables any two systems across any sector. It's an abstracted protocol, so it works across any sector. We saw examples in energy, we saw examples in mobility, commerce. We have live open networks that operate on Beacon based on this principle. Because having a common language, a universal open protocol, serves as a catalyst for innovation. I think this diagram must have repeated itself a few times today, but I just want to touch upon this to reinforce the concept that having a common language allows platforms to operate as they are without having to change how they operate, but allow them to be discovered across the network by several other platforms. So basically it unlocks access, it provides choice on the consumer side. On the buyer side, it gives them access to a larger market. Much like how the global digital infrastructure that we use daily, probably without realizing it, be it email, be it telephony, the internet itself. And with this in mind, I hope I've convinced you a little bit about the need for standardization and interoperability and the value it can unlock. Now I want to see some thoughts, maybe it can unlock better ideas and more imagination from the folks here on how we are already looking at live networks based on this concept, as well as some ideas that are still under exploration. ONDC, the live network in India, 12 million transactions as of last month on the network, but it also provides logistics as a service, both on the buyer side and seller side on network logistics. That clocked 1 million transactions as of June. Enables connectivity to remote regions. It's a pan-India logistics service across 28 states, all the union territories. Enables farmer-producer organizations to reach supply as well as their markets, small D2C brands, up-and-coming MSME sellers. So basically, again, democratizes access, provides choice. This is live operating with these number of transactions. This is the first example. And taking the same concept forward, this is an exploratory conversation that we are having with an organization in the US about consolidating a long tail of small shippers in the US to be able to provide provide shipping services to, again, small sellers. This is an early stage, but very much like ONDC logistics, just in a different geography. The US market is dominated by a few, again it's fragmented, so there are a few top players who dominate the market, but a very long tail of small shippers who also need access to this kind of a market. Going even further down to a very specific area in the logistics value chain, if you just look at standardizing shipping labels, forget all of the processes and data and all of that. just looking at standardization in the shipping labels that we see on all the boxes that we receive, or in B2B logistics between players, just being able to standardize that, not, I don't mean in the physical sense, but in the information packets that it carries, has the potential to cut losses because of avoiding misrouting, because of enabling quicker customs clearance, and basically enabling faster deliveries. This is another conversation that we're having with the same organization in the US. And lastly, I just wanted to touch upon it, but I think it's already well covered, Industry 4.0. This is a project that we did earlier with Hof University, Germany, as a proof of concept, enabling a virtual assembly line, where you can imagine the entire manufacturing value chain as being completely unbundled. And you're able to shop say if I want to manufacture a shoe, and every component I can go on to an open network, shop for supplies, look for an assembly line that will put it together, look for a packaging provider who will put that together, and then ship it out. So literally a virtual assembly line for manufacturing. Again, it's a proof of concept that we developed, and that's available for demos. These were again just a few of the use cases and ideas that I hope that trigger some imagination. But the key point here is standardization and interoperability can revolutionize the logistics industry and unlock economic value for all the stakeholders in the value chain. And the way it will do it is pretty obvious in terms of the impact it has on both the logistics value chain and all of the allied sectors that it caters to. With this, I end my talk. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, you see your last use case. You had your manufacturing also nicely covered, and I think for the next edition of the TI Summit, we have to work on that, so that we also have talking about interoperability in manufacturing. Yeah. But thank you very much. Logistics is definitely a big point and a big source of optimization. Thank you very much for your contribution. So now I have really the big pleasure to call Avra from Switch on the stage. I'm following the company since quite some time. I think they're doing a fantastic job. And in this whole world of Industry 4.0, what we all have been talking about, I think they have the right approach, because often IoT projects fail because you want to boil the ocean. You want to do everything. Whether they picked out one specific problem which they try to solve, and I'm sure they do it in a very fantastic way, and I'm super excited to listen to your talk. The floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Marcus, for that lovely introduction. I'm Avro, one of the co-founders at SwitchOn. And at SwitchOn, we develop AI-based solution to automate quality inspection. And I think Marcus initially spoke about a lot of these technologies in Industry 4.0. Like AI, edge computing, leveraging connected machine. And maybe today I'm going to highlight how our product essentially uses these paradigms to deliver quality outcomes. Right? So I think for people who have not been in manufacturing or not worked or seen a plant, the process is extremely complex. Right? Typically, a large-scale plant would be manufacturing anywhere between 50 to 100 different kinds of SKUs, different unique products. There are a bunch of external vendors, regulatory compliances, and so on. So the entire process is not very simple, it's complex. And in all of this, in today's environment where every user has become more quality conscious, delivering zero defects and high quality output from your factories has become a real challenge. And it's been one of the challenges why the manufacturing in India especially has not been able to export a lot. And with everything that's happening in the last few years, I mentioned China +1 as well as Industry 4.0, what we are seeing is Indian companies finally adopting a lot of these newer technologies to improve quality. And that's where kind of our product comes into play. So our product is Deep Inspect, which is basically deep learning based inspection. Right? We have three parts to this. Right? The first part is Deep Inspect Trained, which is essentially computer vision and AI-based pipelines which help you automate your quality inspection task, right? The other is where you can run these quality inspection modules on your factory shop floor up till very high throughputs. For example, we have deployed in places which is 1,000 parts per minute. So, you know, if you have a factory of a machine that's running in 1,000 parts per minute, you will not be able to even visually identify the parts. It's so fast, right? So for example, just to give you context, you know, the Coca-Cola bottles get produced at 700 parts per minute, right? It's not physically possible to, you know, inspect these kind of products. And finally, with, you know, all of this happening, our product is also, you know, cloud and analytics enabled, wherein we are leveraging all the data that we collect from these manufacturing plants to give insights back to our users where, you know, they can optimize. Right, so I think in our journey, and this is our flagship product, Deep Inspect Train, right, what we realize is for technology to get adopted in manufacturing, right, it needs to be simplified, it needs to be rethought, and it needs to be user-friendly. So someone recently spoke about how people are able to order groceries, maybe a very old person is able to order groceries without much training, right? Whereas if you see a lot of legacy industrial software, it's very complex, it's difficult to use. You know, there are a lot of challenges in understanding a basic flow, right? And that's where we kind of innovated with Deep Inspect Train, where operators of people on the line are able to use our software to set up quality inspection tasks without the need for any external supervision, right? So it is like DIY, it's a no-code platform, right? And the other interesting thing that we found while developing this product and deploying it almost 60 plus factories is that internet is not always available, right? Today a lot of people, a lot of internet companies take you know, data for granted, right? Take, you know, all the applications, you know, if you turn off your data, nothing works, you can't even open the app, right? Wherein what we saw in these factories, especially we've deployed a lot of these in India, right? Not everybody has high throughput internet, right? And again, most of these factories are outside city premises, right? Where you don't have. So our software, this part of the software is completely on edge. It runs on the factory shop floor without needing any internet, right? And that's been a key differentiation in the adoption, wherein people are able to train these models and train the software to do quality inspection on the factory without need for continuous internet. Right? I know it's a little antithesis to the whole connected factory, but that's the reality. Right? And lastly, I think today we have, you know, this particular software inspects everything from the toothbrush that you use daily to, you know, critical parts such as pistons and crankshafts in automotive cars. Right? The next thing, again, you know, being smart, being connected, Industry 4.0, it's very important to leverage the data that your machine and systems are generating. And that's where our product today comes inbuilt with analytics, right? So for a lot of products out there that is sold to manufacturing, you will need to buy an extra module, or you will need to work with some other system integrator to extract data and build a dashboard and so on. So what we realize is, you know, we are inspecting, we are digitally capturing each and every product that gets manufactured. So our product should come with analytics inbuilt, right? And that's where, you know, the whole analytics suite comes into play. Now, interesting use cases, right? I'll speak about use cases, how our customers have figured things out. So for example, one of our customers who manufacture probably India's largest shampoo manufacturing unit, they realize a particular shape of bottle has very high defect, right? And that's with the data that we give. So we are inspecting, suppose SKU variant 1, 2, 3, and each of them has a very unique shape. And all of you must have seen shampoo bottles, right? So they realize that a particular shape of bottle has more defects in it just because of the nature of the, you know, curvature of the bottle and so on and so forth, and the machine applying the label, right? And they could use our analytics to go back and actually change that bottle, right? And they realize that every shift, they're losing more money just because of the shape of the bottle. And decisions like this, insights like this is what our platform kind of enables, right? Another example, I think a lot of manufacturing companies work in shifts, shift 1, 2, 3, and typically the second and the third shift are late night and early morning. And there are very interesting trends wherein companies have realized that in the first shift, the quality output is the best. And as the shifts progress, right, you know, for whatever reason, things degrade. So these kind of analytics also help them improve their day-to-day operations, which is maybe not necessarily very high-tech, but maybe just ensuring that some people do the job better in the second and third shift, right? So yeah, now coming back to what we do and what we did as a company in the last few years. So we were founded in 2017. After a few years of research and working with some large manufacturing, we commercialized Deep Inspect in 2021, right? Post that, I think today our product is deployed in over 65 plus factories around, I think 5+ countries, right? We are about a 70 members team, and more than 50% of that is focused on R&D. So we are a company that builds in India for the world. Right, so just again moving on, these are some of the companies that we work with. What we have seen that, the smart manufacturing concepts and products have mostly been adopted in the FMCG as well as automotive industry. And that's where we have seen a lot of adoption. We've also seen of late a lot of electronics manufacturing moving to India, which was previously not the case. So again, we see that electronics manufacturing is a huge space, right? And having said that, yeah, this is a quick snapshot of where we are in Bangalore. This is a product made in India for the world, and we are based out of Bangalore. So happy to host anyone who wants to come and join us and see what we are building. Right, and that's, I think, end of my time. If you want to read more in technical details, you can go to our blog or you could connect with me. Happy to share and discuss more. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'd ask you to stay back. May I call the speakers of the last panel to just quickly come on stage? We make a quick picture. So first of all, thank you all who have come here and stayed till the last session. Like you guys would have realized, we kept all the best guys for the last. We are going to do the same thing tomorrow, because according to me, only people playing the long game deserve to find the right guys and make the right investments and get the right opportunities. So in the morning, we will not have the best opportunities, but we'll have it in the evening. And I really know this every time. It's always like this. 30-40% people are not there, but we don't want those kind of people. We want the people who are in the long game. So thank you very much. Let's give a big round of applause to Marcus, who wonderfully moderated the panel. Yes. Sandeep is also quickly joining. Yes.
Just 1 second.
Yes.
We were supposed to have one more speaker here, but unfortunately Derek had an emergency in his family. That's why he couldn't join us today.
Yes. Derek from Accenture, who couldn't be here because there was an emergency in his family, but messaged us. We pray that everything will be all right. And thank you all for coming. After we finish the pick, so just quick housekeeping instructions. Tomorrow we start exactly at 9 with the first track. It's a very interesting track. It's on circular economy. In our event, we have wonderful startups that are put in different spots. So, sorry, we start in the morning with digital economy, and there are some wonderful companies there. I hope you can find them if you come tomorrow morning, and you can meet some of them. And there will be this opportunity to amplify your network and to see what you can do. My last request to each of you is, if you're not following our LinkedIn page, do follow that. Second, many of us may not be able to invest in startups, but we can write about the idea or the startup that we liked. I, for one, liked what SwitchOn is doing, which is very, very interesting. When I was in the Indo-American Chamber of Commerce, we used to meet Nordson, which is a company that makes, manufacturing solutions, and they were telling me in the production line, something like 9,000 things are produced every minute. You can't inspect it with the eye. So therefore, high technology is needed to produce things at scale without defects, and therefore SwitchOn is doing something really great. Luckily, he shared his valuation number, so you have that. If some of you want to get into the action, you can, but otherwise also meet them from the team and connect with them. It will be a good opportunity to network. So with this, we are signing off. All the guys on the live stream, thank you so much for joining. Today's entire day's proceedings are on the website. If you just go there, it's open data, open, free. We believe knowledge has to be free. If you liked any of the speakers, every speaker's post is already up on LinkedIn. A few more will be done for the last session. You can repost, tag, comment, like,
give your voice for a sustainable future. Looking forward to see you all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much and have a nice evening. Bye-bye.